right, let's do it.
Let me,
Going live.
is that is that better? There we go.
That either way is fine. All right.
Okay.
Welcome everyone. I'm joined today with Mr. Aaron Pabon. How are you doing today, Aaron?
I'm good. The weather's been better than most days, but doing pretty good. And I'm not gonna lie, it was a little weird getting an email out of nowhere asking if I wanted to talk about GamerGate or Airplay 2 or GJN. I kind of felt like Obi-Wan Kenobi, like that's something I haven't heard in a long time. So,
Yeah. I wasn't originally going to reach out to you because of how the Airplay 2 thing went. Though
right.
I ultimately decided, you know what? Let's go ahead and try and include this part of the story. I did watch your interview with Aaron Joni as well last night, I believe.
Oh wow, I haven't even that's an interview. Wow, I remember that clearly. It was that was a weird one for me.
I'll probably be interviewing him as well, albeit only for the book, a book exclusive, assuming we're still on, which I last time I talked to him we were. Um, is there anything that you wish you would have asked him, or an answer you wish you had but didn't have?
Yeah, it was actually one of those things in retrospect immediately after I interviewed him was if he felt that posting everything that he posted on the Zoe post that he did, if at any point he thought this was gonna go the way he thought it was gonna go. If he thought, what, or were you just gonna be venting and that was the end of it? Or did he think at all that this was going to blow up the way it did? And also looking back on it now, do you count this as airing dirty laundry in the worst way, or do you feel any of this was justified?
Yeah, that's a good question, and my own views on this have changed. I hadn't read the Zoe post actually. I didn't read it until like a week ago. So I all throughout GamerGate, I was a supporter of the movement. Never read it. Um, I might have controlled F to find like Nathan Grayson's name just to like check to see if he was in there, but like that was it. Um, so I'm like, oh well, I don't care about this guy's personal drama. Who cares? Not my business. And then about a week ago, because I was interviewing Cole Nasrallah, someone else who had a very bad encounter with Miss Quinn and got
Mm,
defamed by her. Um, I was interviewing her, and I'm like, well, I should probably read the post because she's familiar with some of the details. She knew Aaron very lightly back then, so I'm like, this might come up, and plus I'm going to be interviewing him. I better actually read it. And I read it. I'm
right.
like, well, damn, like this isn't really what the media represented it as at all. Actually, like if you like listen to the way people talk about it, they're like, this is like the angry ex-boyfriend's manifesto from hell. But like if you like,
Yeah.
but like it looks like he really did get fucked over pretty hard, actually.
And that was the other thing is that I probably read the Zoe post more times than I should have, to be completely honest. And that was the journalistic side of me of, well, let me really get to the source of this, try to find out more information. And honestly, as the years had gone by, my views on the Zopos had changed significantly. Uh, I still have a lot of wavering opinions about it. One, it is a little bit of airing dirty laundry, and these are private and intimate details that you're posting, and a lot of them are accusations. But then over the years, when you find out more and more about Quinn and hearing a lot of the behind the scenes drama that had come up over the years, some of it sounds less jarring and some of it sounds as expected. I'm still in the camp of, he probably shouldn't have made that post to begin with. But at the same time, if things were changed, if things were written differently, I think we would have probably been telling a different story altogether at the end of the day.
And I don't want to get too hung up on this. I know this interview you did
Yeah,
with him was one
yeah,
act of journalism you performed, but it is a part of the story, and it's also you're one of the few people who seems to have actually like interviewed him. Um, so and heard his side of the story, not just from the Zoe post, but actually from talking with him personally over an interview publicly.
right.
So I think that that's kind of important to talk about. Um, he did say in his interview with you that his only regret with it, with how he worded it at least, is that he wishes he didn't include the burgers and fries joke.
Yeah. I mean, it's always those small things in retrospect that blow up out of proportion. But again, the way it read to me sounded like he kind of speed typed it, word vomited it, and didn't really, he just went with it. Is the vibe I got from it. But the damage has been done, unfortunately, and it's in the past. And that's the thing about historical hypotheticals is they're hypotheticals at the end of the day.
Do you think this is something people say? And having read the Zoe post now, I probably think there might be something to it. I think there might be some truth in this, if not a lot of truth in this. If if the genders were reversed, if Zoe had written this with this much evidence about Aaron, including the stuff like if you leave me, I'm gonna kill myself, and like all that kind of stuff, and I don't I think we'd be looking at like a Me Too story if the genders were reversed. It would have been treated like quite a bit differently.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the society we live in, where if the genders in the story were reversed, a lot of things would have played out extremely differently at the end of the day. And that's like that with a lot of situations like this. Is um, when you look at how, I'm not trying to sound like Anita Sarkeesian, but you know, it is a male dominated situation, but then when it gets flipped into the female role, it doesn't get treated as seriously.
Yeah, it's definitely a topic I want to explore with him, assuming he's open to talking about. Like I don't know how much he wants to go
Yeah.
deep, but I think he wants to go pretty deep, from my understanding. Anyway,
Well,
Aaron. Oh, good.
worst case scenario, if you want to use my interview with him at all in the book, you're more than welcome to use it.
I might cite it. Well, I mean, I just cited it earlier, and this whole interview is going to be in the book. So, so is there anything else you want to talk about regarding the Zoe post, Aaron Joni, or your interview with him?
No, I really can't think of anything else. I mean, honestly, I was one of the few lucky people to interview him, and it a lot of people say that was kind of the interview that really gave GJN its legs. Um, I am thankful we were able to get the interview. At the same time, it was one of those situations where I was actually astounded that not a lot of people even interviewed him to begin with, or tried to get multiple sides of that story. So, and that was kind of the goal we had with GJN was, can we get every side of the story, not just both sides? Are there multiple sides? Are there three sides? Are there four sides? And I'll go into that more later on in the interview, pending questions and such. But yeah, that's again something I'm still astounded I was able to myself and my team were able to get as an interview with him.
Yourself and your team, how many people were with GJN, Games Journalism Network?
There were technically seven people in total. Um, I did reach out to most of them to give them permission to use, names of who was involved with it. A lot of people have left and gone into different careers in journalism. And we just really haven't talked about it since actually. But there were seven of us in total. Uh, Outside of myself, my wife was actually a part of it when she was just my fiance at the time. She helped me out with a lot of it. I had another friend of mine from college who he was one of my coworkers in the school newspaper. He was trying to get into games journalism actually, and he was telling me a lot of how hard it was for him to become a games journalist because he thought it would be, oh, I'm going to cover, press releases for games and stuff like that. And then he found out that they weren't really conducting journalism. They were more doing news aggregate stuff, kind of like the stuff that we would see nowadays in the clickbaity sense of things. So he was kind of disappointed in that. And um, also a couple of other friends I've had and colleagues who were working in journalism to some degree. We all decided to get together and start doing we figured, why couldn't we start our own uh, games journalism website. Um, and yeah, that was pretty much how that kind of started off, and how many people we had in total.
When did you decide to make the games journalism website with your friends?
So it was something we kind of actually talked about for a while. Like it was kind of one of those things where we would, sit around, maybe share a beer, or like sit around and we would play online video games, and we'd be like, yeah, who's saying we can't do this? And we just kept talking about it for years. And again, we were all in different places working in journalism. I was an associate editor actually, so I wasn't doing any interviews or anything like that. I was just more so fact checking and checking information, and just citing sources for journalists, and that was about it. And it wasn't until the Gamers Are Dead articles came out, we were kind of like, no, we're doing this. Like we're we know they're not doing this correctly. We're seeing journalism malpractice being committed. Let's actually do. And I forgot who said it in our group of friends. It was literally, let's do the most boring version of journalism for gaming as possible, because we need to show this is how it's supposed to be done, not what's actually happening right now. So that was kind of the straw that kind of like broke our backs. And we're like, all right, let's just start doing it.
And I know so first off, did you, before when the Gamers articles hit, that really inspired you to put this idea into motion. Were you
Right.
aware of the drama leading up to the Gamers Are Dead articles at all? Or the scandal, the situation?
Pseudo. Yeah, we were all following it to some degree. I had a couple of friends of mine who were sending me like YouTube videos and random website links to, hey, are you hearing about this controversy? What are your thoughts on it? And we kind of heard the buildup happening of everything that was going on. Ironically, when we were hearing about it through happenstance, through a lot of our friends, the first thing I heard about this was a Monday. Someone sent me a Mundane Matt video actually, and I was like, okay, this is kind of weird, and I had no idea what was going on. So suddenly, like all of my other friends, like we were all talking about it, and I was hearing a lot of different things that were going on. That, oh, like this person supposedly had an affair with like five people, and she used that to get good reviews. And then I would hear something else about, oh, well, she's actually getting harassed because of this. Oh, well, no one's covering it this one way, this other way. I was hearing so many different things going on, and there would be like bored nights where I'd be like, oh, let me see what's actually going on. So I started dissecting. Okay, so people are talking about this on this side of the website, and people are talking about this on one side of a website, and I'm hearing so much conflicting information over something that probably could have been summed up in a very easy way, and no one was doing that. And to me, this was kind of the what exactly is going on. And I got a little curious, but then I took a step back, and then I was hearing a lot of it through osmosis. And it wasn't until, like I said, the Gamers Are Dead articles where I was like, all right, I sat down with a couple of friends of mine, and we deep dived everything. And uh, I was at that point, we were kind of content where, okay, there's more to this story than just the one thing everybody's talking about. There's multiple things going on. So if we do talk about this, like let's hit every angle possible. So that's how that started up, where we heard these small things, kind of snowballed into there, and then we decided, let's just investigate it ourselves.
And you said you were an editor for a journalism outlet prior to making this project, making this company,
Yeah,
basically.
I was. Yeah, for two. One was an online publication, and one was a actual newspaper publication when I was living in Tampa at the time.
What did your
And then
initial
before that I did have a longer career in journalism. Before that, I started in Miami. I was doing the crime blotter, breakdown information for different news agencies in Miami. So I was the guy who would be up until 3 in the morning listening to 911 transcripts, and going through police records, and like trying to like get all those transcripts done up with there. Did an internship with CNN for a couple years, I had left that internship because I wasn't happy with how that was going, and then just went back to freelance editing and writing, and then found myself just doing editorial work for a little bit.
What was the early coverage of Games Journalism Network like? What did you write about? How did you write about it?
We it was honestly, we were trying to find our footing for the first couple of videos, because the first video we put out was, we didn't want to start with a news video because it would be out of nowhere. We wanted to, off the bat, explain to people who we were, what we were trying to do. And we started off with an editorial. And we made it very clear that it was an editorial. And um, actually, to backtrack, what we did was, before we actually started anything, we came out with a mission plan. The mission plan was essentially, what kind of journalism are we going to do? How are we going to do this? What are the traps that we're not going to fall into? If we have to voice an opinion or voice a um, something that is not news, but we have to put a stamp on it of opinion, how are we going to do that? So the first thing we did was, we did an editorial. The editorial was explaining the mission of GJN, the kind of journalism we were going to do, the kind of journalism that we strived to do. We made it very clear how we were going to operate. If we have an opinion on something, we will make it clear it's an opinion and separate it from news. And we would not report an opinion as news, no matter what. Um, we we were wondering what would happen if we decide to do game reviews. If we do that, then we made it very clear that none of our journalists should be game reviewers. That should be a separate person doing that if we got to that point. Um, Same thing for video game critics. Someone who's criticizing video games should not review games nor report on the news. We needed to make sure that they had different mental states for working on each area. So those were the rules we developed. We made that as clear as possible in our editorial, where we were going with this, how we were going to report on this. And at the very start of it, our goal was, we are going to be the only ones to report the GamerGate controversy uh, from beginning to end, and just concentrate on that. And we were going to do this in the most neutral way possible. We're going to acknowledge that, is harassment happening? Absolutely. Here's the proof of it. Is there been journalism malpractice happening from any of these game journalism websites? Here's where it's happening and why it's happening. Any important bit of gaming journalism related to it, we were going to cover it, and we were going to treat both sides fairly. If we were going to do any interviews, we made it very clear, like, look, we don't have subpoena powers. We're not lawyers. Everything is voluntary. If you come on to be interviewed, we're not going to go easy on you. We're going to ask all the questions. We're going to go both on the middle road of the questions, but we're also going to go one side or the other side. We didn't believe in pre-interview questions, because we were afraid that if we do pre-interview questions, which most journalists do, by the way, if we did pre-interview questions in this scenario, then they can cherry pick which ones they want to answer, but that doesn't give us all the answers. So we were going to play hardball when it came to it, but at the same time, we're also going to be fair and tactful about everything. We were that was our goal, essentially, and we made that clear with our first editorial. The first couple of videos we did, it was all, here's the latest news that's going on in Gamergate and why it's happening. And then slowly we started transitioning into just normal games journalism. Honestly, it's going to sound weird, the most refreshing journalistic video I did was reporting the death of Satoru Iwata from Nintendo. And it was kind of that change of pace. I was like, we got to start doing more. And that's when we tried doing a weekly news gaming show, where we were just going to sum up the news of the previous week of gaming, and we were just going to keep adding and going from there. We were going to add more journalists. We tried bringing in other people to continue doing it, because it couldn't just be me. We needed to have someone else doing it and show that there was more to it than just one person behind a camera. At that point, when I started thinking of that, we had John Smith, who was one of the pro GGer Airplay people. He was doing a lot of behind the scenes stuff with Pro GG.
Well, he wasn't a
So
panelist
we
in
brought
Airplay, to clarify.
no, no, he was helping with behind the scenes stuff with it. So he did assist with Koretsky. He did assist with a couple of things. Honestly, I don't remember exactly what he did with that because most of my interactions with him were initially, getting more information about GamerGate and then bringing him into GJN, and then eventually him helping me out with Airplay too. But yeah,
So, did you create like an official ethics policy for GJN?
we did. I immediately modeled it off of the SPJ's ethics policy, but we also modify it to understand that this is for video gaming specifically. So we have to understand where are those lines and how do they work. But at the same time, we've made it very clear our ethics policy is just going to be the SPJ ethics policy, and then we're going to put an asterisk at the end of it and go, well, here's the sensibilities for video gaming. In fact, one of the things that we talked about early on was we wanted to look at previous gaming journalism failures that we had seen in the past before Gamergate even started, to have an idea of, okay, these were pitfalls and traps that happened. How do we adapt that into an ethics policy? We looked at the stuff with the Kane and Lynch uh, game snafu that happened. We looked at the Doritos Gate stuff. We even looked at how the original coverage for video game violence and Jack Thompson, and we saw a lot of failures with that in the past, and we were like, okay, well, let's look at these important and monumental gaming controversies in the past and how they were covered and how we can adjust that further and make sure we don't fall into those traps.
What were some of the traps that the other games journalists were falling into?
Um, the biggest one was having your reviewers also cover the news because there was always going to be a level of inherent bias. Not disclosing information ahead of time, and which we would see um, with how there was a lot of nepotism going on later on. Um, some things that we also acknowledged was not seeing multiple sides of the story and pandering. There was a lot of pandering in early games journalism because a lot of games journalists at the time, we felt, painted the picture of all gamers are men. What do men like? They want something sexy, something fun, and we're going to do that. So when you look at a lot of older gaming journalism magazines, they would sometimes come out with articles that you would see later on in things like Vulture or those other aggregate websites, like the hottest gaming women or the hottest booth babes at E3, that kind of stuff. And even then, like, as a straight male, it's like one of those, that's a little pandering. We don't really need to do that. So we're not going to do that, but we want to actually hit actual hitting news. We also wanted to make sure that if we were to do any advertising, I understand that gaming journalism magazines, physical ones, and even websites, of course, the main advertising is going to be from gaming companies to some degree. So we also wanted to make sure that we had an advertising policy if advertising was to become a thing. So we would make it very clear that, hey, if Sony would advertise with us, hypothetically speaking, then we would make it very clear if we did a story about Sony, that Sony is an advertiser with our group. It's essentially the same thing that NPR does whenever they've covered stories about Meta or Facebook. The NPR has made it very clear whenever they do any story about Facebook or Meta or Mark Zuckerberg, they make it very clear that they are advertisers or sponsors of NPR. And it's the most simple thing to do. It shows, hey, this could be a conflict of interest, but we're letting you know we're covering this story. Here's our disclosure that they give us money, and we're talking about how Mark Zuckerberg is screwing up Meta. Just so you know, he gives us money. Like, we were going to do that. We wanted to be very clear about that should sponsorship or advertising become a thing. But that's something we've never seen in any gaming journalism magazine, publication, or website ever. You know, if you see if you see that it says advertisement at the bottom, that's one thing, but it's kind of weird how we noticed that they can give great coverage to Microsoft and Xbox, and right next to the website or on the next page, there's an advertisement for Microsoft and Xbox, and that felt kind of odd that they're not disclosing that, and they never disclosed it in the past, and they still kind of don't disclose it now. Now they do a little bit to some degree, which is a nice change of pace, and that's because of a lot of cyber policies that were put into place in recent years. But we wanted to make sure we weren't going to do that. And of course, the last and big thing was if gamers or video gaming was ever a target to some degree, we wanted to understand why is it a target, who's targeting it, and how do we cover it. And the biggest example that we talked about amongst ourselves, and I never actually openly got to talk about it, ironically, was was Jack Thompson and the video game violence scenarios that were happening in the early 2000s with Grand Theft Auto and all that stuff. One of the things that we noticed with a lot of that coverage was sometimes you would see gaming publications try to cover both sides of that. And most of the time they did that, they really didn't. They would actually end up attacking Jack Thompson, or they would attack people who were saying that video games were causing violence. But most of the time, they never bothered to ask, well, why exactly are they targeting it? Why exactly are they having issues with it? What exactly is the problem? Because many times when we saw these stories, it was Jack Thompson's trying to take away our video games, but video games don't cause violence. And here's our defense on why video games don't cause violence. But no one really bothered to ask what the issue was. The closest we would get to it was on X-Play with Adam Sessler having a conversation about it, I believe, with Jack Thompson. And he does say a very poignant thing, which is that, look, if the game has a uh, felony in the title, then it's probably not for children. But that was more of a debate. There wasn't any cross-talk as to why this controversy was even happening. And that was something we wanted to show is what is the other side? Why are they having that conversation? And ironically enough, years later, Jack Thompson would talk about it. Someone would ask him other questions about it. And then there were things that happened that were kind of jarring. One, most games journalists didn't acknowledge the fact that Jack Thompson was actually getting harassed. He had bricks thrown at his house. He had cold prank calls happening to him regularly. He was getting harassing letters and emails. His family was being threatened. Not a single games journalist covered that. And not a single games journalist acknowledged that that happened, nor even said, hey, fellow gamers, let's be the bigger person in the room and don't do that. Not a single one of them did that. Ironically, years later, they would kind of change their tone and attack gamers for doing that. But these were things that we wanted to make sure we did not want to fall into that trap. We wanted to explain both sides of the story, and we wanted to make sure that both sides were covered carefully and not be the aggregate, because that's not what a journalist should be. You're not supposed to be the aggressor. You're supposed to be the neutral party. You report the facts. That's it, and the story.
Did you want to interview Jack Thompson, and did you reach out to him at all?
We tried reaching out to him when we were in the process of trying to plan Airplay 2. Um, we sent that an email to him, well, to one of his representatives, um, and he was interested, but I think the response that we got was along the lines of, you know, he already talked about GamerGate with this other documentarian. He's kind of trying to put that in the past, and he really didn't want to go out and get into all this again. So, you know, we tried. That was one of the surprise ones we were trying to get for Airplay 2, and that kind of fell through. That one was actually kind of an easier person to, ironically, find their information because, you know, I was living in Florida at the time. I reached out to people who had contacted him before. So that was someone we were trying to get for Airplay 2.
And maybe I should interview him if he wants to.
Yeah, give it a shot. I mean, honestly, like like I say, he tried putting it in the past, but that was the representative I talked to. I think if I talked to him directly, I think I would have gotten a different answer. But I think that'd be a good get even nowadays. To you know talk about stuff years later, both after the video game violence controversies and even his views on Gamergate, because he actually has some pretty standard neutral GG views on everything.
Yeah, well, he tried to distinguish himself, if I recall. It was an interview, I think, with maybe it was Jordan Owen. I don't remember. I
Yes,
believe
yes,
he,
yeah,
I believe he says that like he views his criticisms as being different from Anita Sarkeesian's criticisms, and he doesn't like that people are like lumping them together, basically.
right. And there are very distinct differences, because his concern was pretty fair, which was, one, are these video he never even, most of the time, he never even said directly that they are causing kids to be violent. Most of the time he was saying he was concerned that these violent video games could cause kids to have violent tendencies. And I think there's a distinct difference. One, he was trying to figure out more information. He was trying to find more proof. He was trying to do that in a court of law. He also was looking for ways to make the ESRB rating system a bit more enforceable in a lot of places, which they are now. And don't get me wrong, and being a parent now, straight up, there are some video games I probably would not want my child playing, unless I absolutely understood if they had understandings of, this is fantasy, this is reality, this is fiction, go from here. Being a parent now, you do get a different perspective on it. And straight up, there's a lot of video games I played when I was younger that I probably should have not played. I mean, I turned out okay. Obviously, I didn't do any nefarious, villainous, violent activities, but that's because my parents also taught me right from wrong. And also, I consumed different types of media that I knew media was fictional. So,
Yeah, I don't want to cape for Jack Thompson because like I during when I was a
yeah.
kid, I hated the guy. I fucking despised this.
Oh, yeah, same,
Which like
same.
he's a human being. Obviously, I value his conscious experience just like I value Anita Sarkeesian's or anybody else's. But at the time, I I know that like in the interview he did with Jordan Owen, it seemed like he was kind of like downplaying maybe. I'm not an expert on Jack Thompson's history, mind you, but in his interview
Right.
with Jordan Owen, it seemed like he was like downplaying some of like his views back then because it does seem like this was the perception I had that he really did actually want to use like the legal system to try and get laws changed to regulate video games. Like that seemed like very much an objective of his. And it did seem like he
Right.
was I don't know if it was him or someone else, but in the Airplay documentary part 2, uh, there's a whole skit where they talk about the Jack Thompson era, where they talk about it at length. They have like multiple different things from the Jack Thompson era in the documentary. And
Yeah, I
I
to
believe
watch the
he
part two.
Oh, you have seen that?
The part two of Airplay 2. No, I haven't yet. I still need to see it.
Okay.
I was, yeah, no, I gotta give $10 on Patreon if I want to see it, which I gotta do. I'm gonna do probably right after this, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. You seen the part 1?
Yes. I even briefly talked to the guy who was organizing it because he wanted some more information, and I gave him some information on Airplay, and a lot of misconceptions about Airplay, and I wanted to give him, like, hey, like, well, here's information I have. Here's video that I took during this. If you want to use this, if you want that information, that kind of thing.
Okay. So Jack Thompson though, I know I hated him when I was a kid, but maybe I don't
Yeah.
know all of the arguments he was making in the documentary part 2 of the Airplay documentary. It does seem like I don't remember if it was him or somebody else, but there was a scene where somebody I thought it was him, but it could have been somebody else. Somebody was saying that they see they play Grand Theft Auto and they commit the crimes in the game and it trains them for real life. And I don't. I
Sure.
remember I thought it was Jack Thompson. Maybe it wasn't. I don't want to put that in the book if I don't know 100%. I'll have to go back and double check. But um, like that sort of rhetoric I feel is like way like you have to have like really good evidence if you're gonna make claims like that.
Yeah,
and it doesn't.
and
And he
that's
didn't.
I have a lot of personal views on that. Both as a gamer, both as someone who grew up in that era, and even as a comedian as well. Like I've always thought it was probably the most asinine argument ever. Especially because one, it's always been the scapegoat argument of new media. New media is new. You don't fully understand how it is, and because it's new, it's scary. So you can easily scapegoat it and blame it for a lot of societal issues. I mean, look back in the 50s and 60s when Professor, I think Frederick Wortham, wrote a book called Seduction of the Innocent. And that book was a scathing criticism on comic book culture, saying how comic books were causing the youth to be fascist, be violent, commit crimes, commit sexual crimes, or God forbid, come out homosexual. Different time. So that was literally, and it's because of that moral panic, you ended up getting the Comics Code Authority, which regulated what could and couldn't be in comic books. And there were a lot of random rules, like the police couldn't be the bad guys, or you couldn't show drugs, or you know, the villain could never win in any situation. So like there were a lot of these asinine rules because of that. And then the same thing happens in the 70s. In the 70s, people thought arcades were a den of sin because they were corrupting the youth, they were causing kids to have gang mentalities, they were causing kids to do drugs, to steal money to play in arcades. And these were the news reports at the time. You go into the 80s, you have the same moral panic with Dungeons and Dragons. People thought it was going to cause satanic rituals and stuff like that because it was devil worship and they were playing with dice and gambling and all that stuff. And then the 90s, video games cause violence. And the thing I have an issue with these arguments is these arguments never made any sense to me. As someone who studied speech and debate, the debate made no friggin' sense. If you were actually going to use this argument, it would make sense if it was a more realistic thing you could blame it on. And I say this in my stand-up comedy is if anything is going to promote kids how to use guns and commit violence, it's Nerf guns. Because Nerf guns nowadays, one, they look like guns. Two, you can load them like real guns with magazines, with revolver settings, and all that stuff. You can add sights, you can add scopes. These things are teaching kids how to use guns, not video games. Especially because, one, the Nerf gun actually operates kind of like a real gun. So why aren't we blaming Nerf guns for kids being violent instead of the thing that requires a, you know, controller? Um, like this is different than a gun. Yeah, it has triggers, but like, you know, this is a basic point and click interface. Guns require a lot more complexity than that. And, you know, we blame the one that has more fantasy elements than the one that actually has role playing elements, ironically. I mean, if we're gonna blame video games for being violent, I think we should blame Pokemon for promoting cockfighting for pocket change and Boy Scout badges.
Now, obviously, I mean, again, I'm if people want to talk about whether or not they think Nerf guns cause violence, they can do that, but I think they have to do the research.
But no one
Not that you're doing
though,
that, but like,
ironic.
if you're gonna do that, you have to have like studies that show, like, okay, kids who play with Nerf
Right.
guns with their kids have a 20% more likelihood of being a murderer in real life, or like you'd have to have some sort of study
But
that
no one
showed that. I
but no
think.
one's done those studies and no one's actually ever accused Nerf of really doing that. Instead, we've had people make the studies on do video games cause violence, and most of the time the studies say no, they don't actually. In fact, it challenges kids to be creative. And that's the better study. And that's the study that doesn't get cited as much as that. It helps promote creativity, it helps promote problem solving. None of these studies have ever actually said these games promote violence, they promote sexism, or any of that.
Now, Jack Thompson,
So,
we can move on from him soon if you want, but
yeah.
you said he got threats, and also that someone threw bricks through his house. Did he provide evidence of this happening, either contemporaneously or after the fact?
I mean, offhand, I don't remember. if he actually gave the evidence of it, but there were a lot of claims and reports of it years later that um, I think he said in one speech that he was getting phone calls in the middle of the night saying, like, either violent things or things like the tamest things he would hear is, "You don't know what you're talking about. Shut the f up. Stop saying lies." But he was getting phone calls in the middle of the night, so that he actually acknowledged. Um, I think the brick through the window thing. I don't know. I can't confirm or deny that happened. Like, that's an allegation. I know that was something that showed up in there was a made for TV movie about Rockstar Games and with Bill Paxton playing Jack Thompson of all actors, which fine. But that was something that was in the movie, and I'm not sure if that was done for dramatic effect or if that actually had happened. But he did over the years mention vaguely that he was getting harassed in some way. Um, as for what the clear ones were, I don't know.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I like to see evidence and receipts for things because, especially since so many people make so many claims that, not him specifically necessarily, but like it seems like there is an issue where people will often claim, "Oh my God, I'm being harassed by somebody," or in this case, I guess he didn't really blame any specific individuals or groups, but um, and sometimes these stories don't seem to be accurate. Um,
Right.
Not saying that he's lying or anything, but it's interesting the Jack Thompson hate because he was really. I remember as a kid, he was like the person I hated more than anybody else, maybe. Like really,
Yeah.
and I just want to say because like in
The
Airplay documentary part two, there's this amazing segment too where they go through how much this person was despised and like there were entire
yeah.
mods that people would make of games where he'd be put in the game. I think some game development studios even put characters who were like obviously meant to mock him, like be satire
Yeah.
of him inside of their game. And like one, and he even thought it was funny actually at one point. Jack Thompson did because he was being interviewed about this, and like in the game, there's a character that seems to be you, and he's asked about this, and he's like, yeah, his ability, his special attack is legalese. He seemed to think it was like kind of humorous actually. Uh, or he seemed to be a good sport
Yeah.
about that specific thing at least.
Yeah. I mean, over time, people kind of ease up on these kind of things too. But I mean, honestly, it was kind of weird because, like, for me, like, I grew up with the three people I hated as a child, as a kid, as a teenager. Like, the three people who I thought were the enemy of video gaming at the time was Joe Lieberman, Hillary Clinton, and Jack Thompson. Were the three trifecta of these are the people who are coming to take our games because they said they are. And looking back on it now, no, like they didn't really have the power to do that. It was kind of an impossibility. They could, even if they were to do regulations, they would have to go through a series of strenuous hoops and leaps and bounds to even regulate the gaming community. And the best that they could do was the ESRB. And that's fine. The ESRB is, I still believe, is a useful tool, but we also made it very clear in a court of law that video games are a work of art and they're protected as such. I mean, at the end of the day, it's up to stores to enforce whether or not they want to sell a game or not. I mean, that's the reason why you don't see adults only games in stores is because one we don't publish a lot of them in America because there's not a big market for it, ironically. But two, you can't have them in stores because of store regulations, not regulations from a government entity or governmental person of any kind. That's the stores doing that. So that says a lot in how the gaming world is operated. Ironically, with the three people who I thought were the enemy, Joe Lieberman, he stopped working in politics. He left. Jack Thompson got disbarred for X, Y, and Z reason. I forgot why. Hillary Clinton, I hated her and I voted for her, which take what you will on that. But then again, I also like, man, she tried to take away my video games as a kid, but the alternative is this guy, so I might as well vote for her. It's actually the lesser of two evils, ironically. And I don't really talk politically that much, but that's how I felt about these people, honestly.
Yeah, I want to push back a little bit. I understand
Yeah,
that
we
this.
kind of started a little off the rails. I apologize for that.
No,
We
no,
just
I think
went,
it's great. I think it's fun.
yeah,
And we're gonna get to Airplay 2 in a little bit, which I have to disclose something about that too, by the way. But
yeah,
uh, I think it was good. I think the reason these people lost, Hillary Clinton, Joe Lieberman, I don't know what Joe Lieberman and Hillary Clinton specifically said about video games, but like Jack Thompson, people like that, people calling for video games to be either regulated or banned or anything like that, or certain types of games to be banned. Um,
right,
I think they lost in large part because people pushed back against them. If they met zero resistance at all, either from their fellow lawmakers or from the gaming community or from the gaming industry, like the companies or whoever, if they got zero pushback, they probably would have succeeded because like why wouldn't they if they had zero pushback on their ideas? I think that and
well,
obviously I don't support someone throwing a brick through Jack Thompson's house window or whatever, right? But
right,
like people pushing back in terms of debating them, discussing the issues, doing studies showing that they're wrong or doing studies in good faith and then those studies happen to indicate that oh look you're actually wrong about that, right?
right. Well, it comes back to this though, ironically, with everything with GamerGate and everything else. The ironic thing is when it came to Joe Lieberman, that was more of a committee sub hearings that they were doing back in the 90s with the whole night trap thing, and their pushback was actually from the game publishers. They brought in the president of Nintendo, they brought in representatives from different games companies, and they were actively asking them questions. And they uh, a lot of the game publishers were coming out saying like, no, this is how this works. This is why these games are like this. No, we're not actually promoting violence. Joe Lieberman would be holding up a Joy-Con, not Joy-Con, a gun-con light gun, saying like this is training kids how to be violent. And he goes, no, it's just, then game companies were like, no, it's peripheral. How is this any different than giving a kid a BB gun? And they would say a lot of these things, and they were actually doing a very ethical argument in the 90s about it. And the same thing with Hillary Clinton. When Hillary Clinton was, saying that we should ban games that are violent and stuff like that, game companies were going, no, this is a work of art. If you ban this, you need to start banning motion pictures. You need to start banning television shows. You need to start banning this and that. So with Joe Lieberman and Hillary Clinton, the pushback came from game publishers defending both game as an art and the gamer identity at the time. With Jack Thompson, on the other hand, the biggest pushback wasn't from other lawmakers or policymakers or even other lawyers. The other lawyer he was challenging against, they were challenging back on a business end to just defend Rockstar. But the biggest pushback he got was from the gaming public and games journalists. It wasn't from publishers themselves. The only publishers that really went against him were Rockstar. Everyone else kind of took the step back because they were in the crosshairs. Rockstar was in the crosshairs, and the army that they ended up springing up, not from them directly, was the gaming public and gaming journalists. So that's a really big compare and contrast when it comes to, well, who stepped up on those arguments.
Yeah. And I it's we it I'm sure you know this, but like you talked about Frederick Wortham, sometimes these moral panic crusaders win, right? Like Frederick Wortham really did get the Comics Code Authority, which resulted in not government censorship, but industry censorship of comics
Yeah.
to a very high degree, where you couldn't have basically any adult themes in your comic for the most part, if you wanted to work with a major
No.
publisher. Now, independent comics could get around this by if they weren't part of the Comics Code Authority organization, but independent comics weren't as big, obviously, and obviously a lot of censorship did happen. And other countries like Australia, Germany, and Australia both. I think Germany's actually eased some of their laws recently, but Germany and Australia both had
Yeah.
really strict video game laws for a long time, and Australia still does. But they banned video games
Australia
even.
still does. Yeah, Australia's been really strict about it, and it's kind of funny because Australia is probably one of the biggest places where gaming piracy happens because of the censorship laws. Um, and then the same thing with but the problem is with regulations in place, it does promote another problem, which is that's really not going to always stop the problem because people are always going to find ways around it. And the one story I love to tell is with the Comics Code Authority. Stan Lee was asked to do an anti-drug comic book featuring Spider-Man, and he went through the Comics Code Authority saying, like, what are all the rules that I need to do this? He followed the rules, and the Comics Code Authority still said you cannot publish this book at any comic book store. I'm sorry, at any newsstand because you're promoting drugs. And he goes, no, I'm doing an anti-drug thing. Did you not read the comic? And they're saying, yeah, but you're explaining a drug. You're showing the drug's effects. And he's like, I made up a drug. I'm not actually showing the drug's effects. I'm showing the downside of all of this. And then he went through his lawyers and found out that the rule was only for if the newspaper if it was going to be published and distributed through newsstands. But comic stores were just opening up, and comic stores legally could not be defined as newsstands. They were classified as alternative stores. So he was able to sell them through there. And that was his way to work around it. And that's the thing is people, both publishers, both the artists, and both the actual content consumers will always try to find a workaround to get it. That's why for the longest time, when you look at manga, for example, manga has been pirated for a very long time. There's still a lot of websites just for people to download and read manga online that's only available in Japan. And realistically speaking, a lot of people use that information to find out, hey, what's the next big manga I should release in America? Well, this is the most pirated one. We should start publishing it, and we can make money off of it. And 9 times out of 10, people will stop pirating it and start buying the American version of it that's been translated. Or they won't because maybe they screwed up the localization of it, and then they go back to pirating. It's always going to be a vicious circle at the end of the day.
I'm not an expert on the Comics Code Authority, but real quick, did they actually change the laws, or was it just the industry practicing quote unquote self
It
censorship unquote?
it was industry self censorship because it while the Comics Code Authority was technically a government organization, it was an independent government organization. So if you wanted your comic to show up on newsstands, it had to have this stamp of approval saying that it was safe to be on newsstands. So you would finish up your comic, you would send it in, they would give it that stamp, you would put the stamp on the comic and send it to distributors. That's how it worked, and it was completely voluntary for the longest time. And over time, the people who would be running the Comics Code Authority, they would lax up on it. And the reason why they would lax up on it was because, well, since comic book stores were a thing and they couldn't be regulated there, this was only for general publications or general publishing for the mass public on newsstands. This was a different story because every state has different rules on how you can um, how you can sell magazines and comics and different things like that. Like for example, in New York, uh, newspapers and magazines, general newspapers can be open, anybody can touch them, anyone can pick them up. Specialty magazines and adult magazines like Guns and Ammo or Playboy, you can't easily grab them. You actually have to tell a clerk counter, hey, I want those magazines in the back. And then they have to do their due diligence by checking your ID and then getting the magazine. So pretty much that's what the Comics Code Authority helped do. But over time, with the way comics have been sold and distributed, and the most of the self-regulating happening from the comics companies themselves, a lot of companies just stopped using the Comics Code Authority in general. And because a lot of these comics companies stopped using it, the company kind of went the actual government organization kind of just went defunct, and we don't use them anymore. So now, if you buy a comic book, the publisher themselves is going to tell you, hey, this is for adults only. Hey, this is for mature readers. Hey, this is for everybody.
Okay, so I want to get to Airplay 2.
Right.
I need to disclose I donated to Airplay 2. I was then refunded for Airplay 2. And
Right.
I supported Airplay 2 happening. I talked about it publicly a few occasions. I covered Airplay 2
Yeah.
events in my This Week in GamerGate series. I also interviewed Nicole Sund, who was a participant, well, going to be a participant in Airplay too, and I talked to her about it at length in an interview at the time. And
Right.
I thought it was a really good idea. I was really hopeful that this would be a great thing. And I also am the one who exposed, in part, aspects of it that turned out not to be well, we'll get to that. So Airplay 1
Yeah.
happens. Michael Koretsky and the Society of Professional Journalists put on this convention, Airplay, where they have two panels. One to discuss gaming
Right.
journalism, one to discuss the way the media covered Gamergate. Were you there
Right.
at that event? What did you think of this event?
I was there at the event. So I'm gonna have to backtrack with some history with that actually. So I was on vacation in Portland, Oregon with a friend of mine, and I had gotten a alert that Michael Koretsky was going to be planning Airplay 2. I'm sorry, was going to be planning an event called Airplay, um, which would be panels during a journalism conference thing that was happening. So I was actually kind of taken aback because I actually knew Michael Koretsky before Gamergate. When I was studying journalism in college, um, I would go to a lot of journalism events in college, and he would be a rotating guest speaker and advisor for a lot of college events. So I actually got to know him over the years before Gamergate. He used to do a lot of these fringe events that would make you think in regards to the ethical standards of journalism. Um, we had talked with him when I first talked with him. He was doing a lecture about how he started doing an event at college campuses called I forgot what it's called exactly, but you can get a free meal, but you have to give up your First Amendment rights. And he wanted to see, like, it was a social experiment to show you how the First Amendment is very important. And he did this with a lot of college journalism publication groups. Like, this was to show the importance of the First Amendment, where they would set up an area where you will get a free meal. But suddenly, Gestapo type people will start harassing you and start taking away your rights. Like, hey, you can't be sitting down. You have to stand while you eat your meal. No, you can't eat your meal with a fork. Hey, are you on the phone? You can't be on a phone in here. Hey, are you asking your friend a question? You can't ask them questions. You're only here to eat your meal. And it was these kind of events that would make you think. And he would also talk about design and layouts and how how you can like do attention grabbing articles by not falling for clickbait traps kind of thing. So that was I knew him in college, so it was kind of jarring that suddenly why the hell is he getting involved in this? And then, I reached out to him. I'm like, "Hey, do you know what this is going on?" And he goes, "That's why I'm doing this is because I want to know what's going on." And he used the metaphor of if people can explain baseball and not make it boring, why can't people explain Gamergate? Why am I getting different things about it? So he was hearing about from his journalism students and from other people like what was going on, and it intrigued him, so he wanted to start doing these panels. Um, so I initially had offered, hey, if you're looking for panelists or things like that, I'd like to throw my hat into the ring. And he told me that, well, there's a whole panel selection process. And I was like, you know what? I'd rather cover it. So I decided, I would take some of my staff and we were going to go to Miami. I was living, and I was living in Tampa at the time. So going to Miami was not a big deal. I had family living in Miami still. Um, so we decided we're just going to take a road trip to Miami. We're going to meet up with some other GGN people there. We're going to interview people, and we're going to both do live streams and talk about the events as they happened. And we got there, watched the first panel, watched the second panel, did live streams in between. Um, and
Real quick, are
honestly,
those
I
live streams still available online?
yeah, they should be. If you look for the GJN YouTube channel, they should all be readily available for anyone to
Okay.
watch.
Sorry to cut you
I
off. I just wanted.
honestly, no, you're fine. And honestly, it's kind of jarring that, and I'll get to actually, let me go in order because I'll just jump around hard. So we go to Airplay. We watched the panels. I was both pleased and displeased at the same time because I felt that a lot of things were kind of being left out in regards to the big scope of the conversation. Because the biggest victory was getting professional journalists to say that, yeah, unethical things happened. The problem was for me was that wasn't the only thing that was going on in Gamergate. Other things needed to be acknowledged. So after Airplay, I reached out to Kretzky. I'm like, hey, what's the possibility of doing another Airplay event? And he said, he pretty much said, I'm one and done. If anyone wants to take it and continue the conversation, they can. And I committed that to memory, which was like, yeah, we should continue the conversation. Um, so after that, I talked to John Smith. I talked to other members of my staff, and other various people, both within Gamergate on the pro side, the neutral side, and even a couple on the anti side. I'm like, let's actually try to continue this conversation, both learning the mistakes that happened during the first Airplay and trying to continue what happened from there. And that's when we decided to start doing Airplay 2. Backtracking Airplay 1, I think I'm actually one of the few journalists who actively attempted to cover Airplay and everything that was happening. In fact, I have live streams that both talk about us being evacuated, the aftermath that was going on, post Airplay interviews of what people were doing, and all that should still be available if anyone wants to watch it. It's kind of ironic that of all the I was actually kind of disappointed that when a lot of people talk about what happened after Airplay, I actually have footage. I actually have coverage. I actually have live streams saved, and not a lot of people use it. And I'm not saying that in a way to like boost ego or fame or anything like that. No, like I actually have documented footage, and no one seems to know it exists, but it does exist, and it's not hidden anywhere. It's not behind a paywall. It's not on a private or link only thing. No, it's available on the GGN YouTube channel still. I even checked the links the other day because I was going through old uh, emails, and I even sent out links about it. Like, hey, here's footage of when it happened. So
Links
it's
to
all
who?
readily available for anyone to watch it. Huh?
Who did you email the links to?
I don't remember. It was the person I interviewed for. It was the person that interviewed me who the person doing the Airplay documentary.
Oh, Air Raymond.
I gave him, yes. So I gave him links to that, and then I gave someone else links to that. That I don't know who offhand.
Now, I know we're in the Airplay section. I forgot to ask you something. You also interviewed three people I've also interviewed as well. You interviewed Game Diviner, the QQ, and Bone Golem. Anything you
Yeah,
want to talk about regarding those three interviews? Because I've interviewed those people as well. I didn't
yeah.
see those
No,
ones though.
I right. I remember interviewing Paulo Munoz, Game Diviner. That was probably the strangest interview I did because I think that was happening during his mental break when it was happening.
I probably saw
Because
it at the
honestly,
time. Sorry, go ahead.
because the one thing I honestly remember from that interview was him like ripping his shirt open and like freaking out and saying we were Gamergate. That's honestly the only thing I remember from that interview. And I remember after that interview, it was like, I need to step outside and get a beer or something. It was a weird interview. Bone Golem was probably the most cut and dry interview I did. And it was also pretty informative too. And um, I honestly don't remember my interview with the QQ. I do remember interviewing him. I remember interviewing a lot of people, honestly, and but the one interview I honestly remember the most was, sorry, the dogs hear the mailman. No, not the mailman. No, just the truck passing by. Sorry, I have 4 dogs now, so um, the one interview I do remember the most was Christ-centered gaming, because they were just coming off of a very hot controversy over their coverage for something, but at the same time, they were one of the few independent gaming journalism outfits that were both faith-based, but being fair and even-handed. And that was probably one of the most non-GG interviews I ever did that I feel was probably one of my favorite.
So do you have any? Well, do you have thoughts on the second Airplay panel? Um, the one that got interrupted by the bomb threat with Milo, Kathy Young, and Christina Summers.
Yeah, so I'm sitting there watching this panel. It's devolving heavily because Milo's being Milo during that whole thing. Everybody's already talked about how Milo just goes off the deep end during that and just starts like taking control of the whole thing practically. So one of the first things I did was I said to myself was why do we even have this guy? Like I was telling uh, my business partner and one of my colleagues and my wife, we were all sitting there in the same row, like why is this person here? Like for the second half of the interview, this didn't make any sense to me. So we were kind of upset with that. Bomb threat happened, and honestly, the first thing that came to mind was, of course. So are they going to dismiss it, or what's going to happen? And they ended up evacuating us. So as they evacuate us, the first thing I do, and I probably should not have done this, was I had a gut feeling that the bomb threat was fake. So I didn't immediately evacuate. I kind of Bruce Wayne'd out of the way and kind of like went behind the set because my backpack with my laptop and my camera and everything else was in there. So I didn't immediately evacuate. I went and grabbed my stuff. Um and I saw people actively leaving. I just grab my laptop, I grab my stuff, I go out, I make sure the battery's fully charged, and I'm like, we're gonna start live streaming. So I hand my laptop to a buddy of mine. Um, we're outside. He sets up my laptop on a garbage can, gets the webcam back on, and we immediately start live streaming everything that's going on. So that's what we start doing. Um, Throughout the live stream, we put a pause on it because my computer starts overheating because it's humid, it's 90 something degrees. I'm slowly taking off my shirt and just going into the undershirt because I'm that hot. I don't want my computer just exploding from the heat. And after we get off the live stream, I hear about how a journalist from the Miami Herald was there and said that GamerGate made a bomb threat, and Paulo, game designers, running back and forth, pissed off about it, talking to Koretsky, trying to find out the person who did this. And I ended up seeing the editor from the Miami Herald who was there who wrote that. I'm like, oh, I know that guy. So I go up to talk to him. I'm like, hey, like, what's going on? He tells me, oh, I sent out this tweet about GamerGate like causing this bomb threat. And I was like, yeah, you might want to delete that. That's actually not correct. And then before I could even say anything further, like everybody else started going up to him, started talking to him, and right there I was seeing actual journalism work to the extent of, hey, people are coming forward, they're giving information, he's going as they go. And honestly, at that moment, I thought, hey, this is a bomb threat. There's journalists here. This is going to get Gamergate coverage like no other, and if anything, disprove everything that everybody's been talking about. And this is going to be everybody promoting the most neutral story about Gamergate possible. I was wrong, evidently, because one, Miami Herald briefly writes about it. They talk about what happened, and it's a very standard John Doe took a dump story. Um, I think NBC Miami does a brief blurb about it, but no one else covered it
Well,
except for myself and a few other people.
Polygon shockingly did a fair job. uh, Owen Good at Polygon did a fair job
Yes,
covering it,
did.
and
Yes,
he got
did.
a bunch of
Got it.
flack from people on the anti-Gamergate side who basically wanted his head on a platter. It seemed because they thought he was too fair to the Gamergate people. Um,
Which is ironic. It was like, but he wasn't even being fair to Gamergate people. He was just telling a story
reporting
that
the events,
happened.
he was just
Yeah,
reporting the events as they were.
like he did the most. He did the bare minimum,
Yeah.
and he didn't even take a side in that, and he still got flack for it. I was astounded by that too. But the fact that the story didn't blow up any bigger than it did, because there's a joke I remember from The Simpsons where Homer goes to space as an astronaut. Something happens, they start coming back to Earth, they crash land in a journalism convention. And the second the door opens, all the journalists are there trying to do their job, trying to report on it. And I'm sitting here saying, like, this is the Homer Simpson moment, but why didn't that happen? Like, literally, like, a story was given to all of these participating journalists on a platter, fresh, and nothing happened. Like, just a handful of articles about it.
Yeah, and
And
good.
yeah,
Rise Miami News, a local, I don't know if they were a newspaper or just like a website. They
there,
did also
it's kind of
cover.
like a, it's kind of like a counter, it's kind of like a counterculture, like freebie news publication, I think.
Yeah, I don't know that much about them. I actually wrote an article because they because this happened in their city. They said we're
Yeah,
gonna take editorials from people on both sides, and they did. So I was one of the people who
yeah,
wrote them. I wrote an article for them on an editorial, an op-ed, or not op-ed, but it was an editorial on their site, along with like a half dozen other people who wrote them as well on both sides, um, explaining the GamerGate controversy and like and trying to like clear up some misinformation about it a little bit.
right.
So, but they don't exist anymore. Rise Miami News, at least as far as I can tell. They're
No, I don't think so. I honestly don't know. I've not been in the loop with um I haven't been in the loop with that for a while because after spoiler after Airplay 2 and after all that stuff, I ended up leaving journalism and I ended up becoming an English teacher for a couple years. I'm only now dipping my feet back into journalism, ironically, and you know that and ghostwriting and a little bit of editorial work here and there, but nothing too crazy. So, but anyway, so yeah, so after all of that died down, I talked to everyone else on my staff about like, hey, let's do a second airplay. Let's continue the conversation. And yeah, that's we started getting the ball rolling on that.
so you ended up you publicly announced it and you raise money. How much money do you raise?
We did a GoFundMe that we $5,000 was for the GoFundMe, and then we had two other private donors um, for an additional $1,000. So we raised about $6,000. I had about 2 grand I pulled out of my own savings to use for that as well. So we had about 7, 8 grand to work with. Um, so when it came to the planning of everything, the I'm not sure if you wanted to ask about that or if you just want me to go on it or
Yeah, go ahead.
uh, yeah. So we we myself, GJN, my wife, and John Smith. We were all sitting down. We were talking. We're like, how are we going to do this? One, we needed to raise money, so we started a GoFundMe. We started pushing that around. We got some private funds from. Um, they were mostly like from family, honestly. Like it was like hey, like like a cousin or like one of my cousins was like, hey, I've been watching this whole GamerGate coverage, and I kind of want to help you out with that. Here's like a couple bucks, things like that. So we started planning on that. Before all of this, one of the things I used to do a lot, and I still do, is I used to plan and organize and even be a part of comic book and video game and anime conventions, a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. So I was very familiar when it came to event planning, the logistics of that, budgeting, how to source locations and things like that. So I immediately started planning Airplay 2, honestly like a comic book convention, but not in the sense of like a dealer's room or people to do cosplays or anything like that. More of the how to get guests, how to get the location, how to organize the time of events, the panels and stuff like that. So I wanted more of that side. of how those are run. So that's how I started organizing it. We made a whole, I got a whole whiteboard of people of who we're going to invite, who we're not going to invite, what side of the argument should they be on. Are we going to do panels exactly like Airplay 1, or are we going to do individual panels to go into in-depth information on everything involving Gamergate? Because, again, we didn't want to come off pro, we didn't want to come off anti. The goal was and always had been be neutral in this entire situation. And, we wanted to give everybody who would speak a potential fair shot at it. So we also chose not to reach out to a committee to help plan who the speakers were. We figured, no, that kind of messed us up last time. Well, not messed us up. I mean, I should say messed up the first Airplay last time with Milo Yiannopoulos and stuff like that. So I was like, no, we're not going to have Milo, but we don't want to also randomly add in people who probably shouldn't be here. But we felt that we were probably going to have controversial people that we should bring into this conversation. So we were thinking Mundane Matt or an aristocrat, because they were the first people to cover this, and we wanted them to at least give them like a little moment of, hey, you kind of broke the news on this. What were your thoughts of now versus then? And we felt that if we can get a lot of these people, we can kind of both bridge a long-term story, what happened, how it happened, and it'd be more fair and balanced. We were even reaching out to a lot of anti people who, um, surprisingly enough, there were a lot of YouTubers out there who spoke about Gamergate, anti-Gamergate, but they never got a lot of traction. But a lot of them had poignant points, and we were like, okay, well, let's try reaching out to them. They're relatively unknown, but hey, we can at least get anti-Gamergate people to show up. We were going to bring back some people who were at Airplay, so we reached out to Ren LaForme. We reached out to Kathy Young, and then we also reached out to other people like Nicole Sund. We reached out to Paulo Munoz. We reached out to as many people as we could. We were kind of just, we're going to shotgun as much, see what we hit, and build panels and debates and conversations from there. And I was also going to be moderating everything. So the goal would be, where I'm going to ask all the questions, I'm going to ask all the counter questions. It's, for some of these panels, these will be like a courtroom. Again, I don't have subpoena powers. You're here voluntarily, but I'm going to ask all the tough questions. I'm going to ask the counter questions. If I ask a question that follows up with, hey, you never said this, this is what you said in the past, or this doesn't sound like the thing you said, I would call you out on it. So I was going to be fair but firm at the same time. And I wanted to essentially get to the bottom of all this, continue the conversation, try to clear the air on everything, and go from there. We had a lot of people we reached out to, a lot of people we had started conversations with. Again, like I mentioned before, like we were going to bring in Jack Thompson. We also tried reaching out to a lot of people who wrote for a lot of these gaming journals and magazines, either former employees or present employees. The two emails I was most shocked at were, I reached out to Leigh Alexander and Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu was, I spoke to whoever their representative was, and then it eventually got to me actually emailing Brianna Wu, and they brought up some very they brought up varying concerns of safety, of harassment, of things like that. I'm like, look, I'll give you the option if you want to be on the debate or not, or if you want to have your own standalone panel. I will be asking the questions. I even made arrangements where, look, I will make sure you have security. I will make sure that you're secured in a safe location, all these other things. I had a buddy of mine who actually worked in private security at the time. And he was like, I have a security license. I'll do this for you. No questions asked. Like, I'll pick them up from the airport. I'll take them to a secure hotel. I'll take them here. I'll take them back. They'll have an actual bodyguard. So I was, and they even volunteered to do this for free. I was very happy about that. We did get a lot of pushback from a lot of people. Oh, I'm sorry. The second person was Leigh Alexander. So Leigh Alexander, for those who don't remember her, she was the editor-in-chief, but that wasn't the title she went by. She had like a fancier made-up BS title. Um, but I'm gonna say editor-in-chief. Leigh Alexander was the editor-in-chief of Gamasutra, and according to DeepFreeze.io, had the most journalism ethic violations in
.it.
gaming journal. What?
Deepfreeze.it.
IT, thank you. What did I say?
You said .io.
Oh, okay, yeah, IT, thank you. But yeah, so she had the most violations of journalism malpractice ever, and she even said this publicly multiple times. There is a video of her at a conference saying straight up that she wanted to promote her friend's game. She wanted to give him a better like public space to do that. I'm in charge. I can do that. Sorry, not sorry. Literally said things along. I'm paraphrasing. And the fact that she was the editor in chief and actually openly acknowledged it was kind of always pissing me off. She was, I, I emailed her, and the response was WTF no. That was it. That was the only email
Well,
response I got from
Leia,
her.
hey, that's shockingly mild for her. When I reached out to her to
Yeah,
interview her for my
yeah.
book, she ended up releasing my full email um, that I sent to her publicly to her 120 something plus thousand followers, um, who were mocking me, and then she mocked me in Twitter, and then she revealed my email address and my full name, which isn't not a big deal because I
Wow.
consider that public information. But she probably didn't know that the email address was public, and she just did it anyway. And she also has advocated for doing that to other people. And she tried to blacklist someone who wanted to be a game developer. And
But
a member of the IGDA, a regional coordinator for the IGDA and Global Game Jam, tried to blacklist me from the industry. This like just happened like 2 weeks ago. uh,
geez.
yeah,
So
it's kind of a wild thing.
so she so I honestly look at it as isn't she doing the thing that she was complaining about that pro GG was doing? Like, I mean, calling the kettle black on that situation when you think about it. So yeah, that was pretty mild actually, all things considered, and even that happening recently. So we reached out to as many people as possible. We were also not going to disclose a lot of the guests until we got closer to the event. Both because we were trying to curb a lot of the trolling that we knew was going to happen. Everybody who was working on Airplay 2 was like, we knew trolls are going to happen. What can we do to mitigate trolling as much as possible so we can actually do our job? And as we were having this conversation, the next day, my Twitter account gets hacked. And someone had tweeted that I had died from cancer and that Airplay 2 was canceled. And immediately I'm getting calls like, oh, thank God you're alive. And I'm like, okay, nice to hear from you too. And it wasn't until like maybe the fifth phone call, someone, it was John Smith, who told me like, yeah, your Twitter account got hacked. Okay, let me go online, switch all my passwords around and whatnot. And then went online, did a live stream. Like, no, I'm alive. No issues whatsoever. Airplay 2 is still happening. That ironically, whoever that troll was, congratulations. You gave us a boost, and because we received a little bit more funds when that happened, on the GoFundMe. So we kept doing the planning, kept going forward with it. So while we were planning, I was working with John Smith. John Smith, if you don't know him, he's an interesting kid. Because he was I think he was 19 or 20 at the time of all of this. And he was very pro GG. He was very in the sense of, no, this is only about games journalism. This is about protecting an art form. This is about protecting the gamer identity. He acknowledged that, yes, harassment has been happening and it sucks, but we really shouldn't be concentrating on that. He had a lot of opinions on who we should have on the panel side of things. All of us did, and but at the end of the day, he was trying to really be gung ho about planning Airplay 2, um, and he initially one of the places we looked at was a cultural center. It's like a meeting. It's like an auditorium kind of place in Carrollwood, which is a small subdivision in it's a upscale subdivision in the Tampa area. So we were originally looking into that, but the problem was the internet was crap at that location. They didn't even have 1T internet. They were on basic wireless, but nothing too fancy. And we were like, well, if we're gonna live stream, we're gonna overload their modems, and it's not gonna work. So we were trying to look for any other location we could. At the same time of me planning of myself and others planning Airplay 2, I was on the staff of a anime convention that was in Land O'Lakes, Florida, just north of Tampa, like one exit up, and you're in Land O'Lakes, Florida, like the butter company. So I was working on the staff of an anime convention called LameCon, Library Anime and Manga Enthusiast Convention. And it was organized by I forgot his formal title, but he was in charge of the kids and teenage and young adults events at the library. So like he was instrumental in like starting like early maker spaces, having like gamer and like tabletop gamer meetups at the library, having safe space events for kids who are really into anime and a lot of pop culture. So he was actively following GamerGate, but he also was pretty neutral in the whole thing. So one day after we were doing like the event planning for that, we were all sitting down. We were all doing like a group meal thing. We were talking to the side, and I'm like, I'm still trying to look for a location for this. And he then suggested, why don't you do it here at the library? And the thing that was working out for that was, one, he was in charge of that section of the library, so he was able to get the go ahead on events, no questions asked. However, we were going to try to do this on a Sunday, and the good thing about doing it on a Sunday was, for Pasco libraries, they try not to do events on Sundays. They try to keep the libraries closed. However, on a case-by-case basis, private events can happen at these libraries. LambCon, for example, was happening Saturday and Sunday. So while on the website and like the head librarians will say, no, we don't do events on Sundays, we can. It really depends on what it is.
Okay, I
And we
do want to
thought that would
interject
be
here
perfect.
because, sorry, do you mind if I interrupt?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the library thing in particular. So I, the gumshoe in me, the nascent gumshoe at the time, I didn't really think of myself as being like a good investigator at the time necessarily, probably, but I called every fucking library in that fucking area. Like I practically I called almost every library in the region to try and find out which one it was, and I found out which one it was. And
Right. It's Lakes Public Library. Yeah.
yeah, and so I talked with them because you didn't announce which library it was going to be at. So I talked with
No,
every
not
I talked with like every library in like the region where it was supposed to happen, and I finally eventually found one just through like sheer chance, I guess. And they said that you had approached them to do it, and they said
right.
though that they don't do events on Sunday. That's what they told me
Right. So, and
over
this
the
this is
phone.
where it gets
So
a little.
I made
Yeah.
that. Sorry, I just want to say I made that public. I didn't announce the name of the library, but I sent the name of the library to the Kotaku in Action moderating team so that they could verify it for themselves. And then I made a video. I
Right.
didn't want to like dox anybody or anything, like reveal where you live. So
No,
I didn't.
no,
I didn't make the name
no.
of the library
Fair,
public.
fair. And honestly, it was kind of one of those things. It's like, man, like internet investigations is fucking amazing to me. Like when that kind of shit happens, um, because realistically speaking, if anybody wants this information, they can just grab the information. Like, it's not that hard to do. But it's also kind of astounding that like it's that easy to get this information. People still get things wrong, ironically. So in this situation, what had happened was I was talking to the the person. My point of contact for Land O'Lakes Library was in charge of events, and then the head of that the head of that library, the head librarian, I don't forget what his formal title was. We hadn't talked to him yet because I was trying to talk to my main point of contact when that happened. Because as when we were talking, suddenly my friend who worked at the library got a call from the head librarian saying, "We got people asking questions about this event that's supposedly happening." And I go, "Whoa, how did they even find out that quick?" "No, here's what's going on." So we told him everything that was going on. He's, "Oh, I see. Okay, well, yeah, we can try to do this event here." So we started trying to get the ball rolling, and we were getting ready to get contracts sorted out. Uh, Before a contract could even be made, we were still looking at other locations as backups. And we kept having so many different issues with trying to find locations that would both meet internet needs and at the same time work with us when we tried to explain to them what we were trying to do. And a lot of our backup locations just either kept churning us down or did not like the idea for whatever reason. So we kept getting closer and closer to the event. Um, we were working with the library. We were ready to sign a contract, and then we're sitting in front of the head librarian, and then they get a call from Pasco Libraries saying no library is ever going to do events on Sundays ever again because it's starting to cause a lot of issues. And they didn't disclose what the issues were. So that also meant no anime conventions at these libraries ever again, no private events at these libraries ever again, no private meet and greets with authors ever again, nothing like what I was trying to plan. Suddenly they made this blanket thing because apparently a lot of people were concerned about these Sunday events and that they were getting a lot of weird phone calls and emails from different people. I would find out later that most of those phone calls and emails weren't actually anything Gamergate related. It was just a lot of random things that like just fell in the wrong place. So
Yeah, to
we were
clarify
kind
real
of at a
quick,
point.
I think I'm the only person who actually called them, unless the Kotaku and actually moderators did too. This was like
No, I don't think they did
solely an
because
initiative on my part, just because I'm like, well, hang on, is this thing actually going to be happening? I want to verify this, and so that's
right,
why I decided to investigate it. But go on.
right. So I was at a point where I was gonna say fuck it, I'm gonna do it in my living room, but that didn't look professional. I was even trying to see if I can use like my local because the neighborhood I was living in at the time, they had one of those like event spaces you can rent out, but they wanted a lot of money for that. I was like, that's not enough, and we were already working on a small budget. So most of our money was going to honestly getting guests to come by, and uh, we probably allocated about a small amount of it for technology, mostly because we already had some of the technology available. Like we already had laptops, we already had um, video streaming devices and stuff like that. We had bought camcorders because we felt our webcams weren't going to be enough. So we were going to use essentially like the modern thing you see that streamers do on Twitch, which is they'll get like a nice small high-end camera or anything like that, attach it to a streaming device, and then attach a streaming device to a computer. So we were going to do it like that, to that regard. So we were going to kind of jerry rig a whole thing, but we wanted to have something that was going to be one, great streaming quality coverage, two, great audio coverage, three, um, solid internet to work with. But all these things kept like working against us. Things kept getting like dropped off, or things kept just not working in our favor. So we were like, we're just gonna cancel Airplay too, and we will start trying to do refunds. So that's what we initially started doing, was working with refunds. Now, um, the weird thing with GoFundMe at the time was it was harder for anonymous people to get their refunds for whatever reason. And that was kind of out of my hands because I I did do like some early withdrawing so we can try to get the ball rolling on like plane tickets and equipment because plane tickets were purchased. Equipment was purchased, and when we decided to cancel everything, I'm like, you know what? I have the receipts. Let's just refund what we purchased, or do what we can, and try starting to refund people. So I reached out to GoFundMe, like, hey, how do these refunds work if I've already like done advance withdrawals? They said, well, once you do an advance withdrawal, it's kind of hard to put the money back in. And I'm like, well, but I need to refund these people. How do we do that? So I was trying to work with GoFundMe on that, and they were able to help refund a lot of the larger donations, but a lot of the $1 and $2 donations, they were a lot of like anonymous people who were like just using throwaway emails and like, quick, like, here's $1, I don't care kind of thing. So we were able to refund about 70, 75, 80% of a lot of the large donations. A lot of small donations, we weren't able to figure out how to refund. So it was kind of one of those things where it's like, I don't know what to do with this. So I sent the money to GoFundMe and then closed the account. Never touched the money after that ever again. It was kind of like, well, now that money's lost in the ether. I don't know what to do. And then things kind of got a little weird after that because I was trying to do these refunds. I was trying to be transparent and work with people. But then immediately I started getting called out as a scammer. I started getting called out as someone trying to take advantage of the situation, trying to just be an e-celeb. And I was like, no, that's not what I was trying to do. I tried answering questions. I tried talking with people online, like, hey, ask me anything. Let me answer and be truthful about everything. I'm on an open book. And a lot of people wouldn't ask me questions directly. They would immediately make these assumptions or these other things. And then I started getting legit harassment thrown towards me. People started doxing me, um, which I was like, that's, initially I was like, that's fine. That's public information. Um, and then I got a little bit paranoid because in the apartment complex next to me, police started showing up. And I was like, am I gonna get fucking swatted? Are they gonna like do that kind of shit? And I was getting concerned because, um, one, I have a dog at home. Like, if I get swatted, do they shoot my dog? Two, what if I leave to go to work or go to leave errands and my wife is at home and they get swatted and she gets swatted while I'm out? What's going to happen there? So then I also started getting random pizza deliveries for whatever fucking reason. I ended up getting 10 pizza deliveries. I had to put a sign on my door saying, please stop. Like, I did not order any food, don't deliver anything. So it was a weird situation to be in, and I kind of uh, was like not sure what to do at that point because I tried answering people's questions. I was trying to be as transparent as possible. I was trying to work with people. Um, John Smith showed up to my door to deliver equipment that we purchased, and he was kind of sad and just dropped off the equipment. We said goodbye. He walked away. I sat down with the rest of my staff with GJN, and I'm like, I'm not sure what we should do. And my wife gave me probably like the easiest answer I can get was, this is internet controversy. Someone else is going to screw up, and then that's your quiet exit out, and don't look back. Because this is just being stressful for you. You tried reasoning with people, but the trolls are kind of winning in this situation. So I did what I could, and then we just walked away from it. Refunded as best as we could. Like I said, the little refunds that we couldn't give out, which were the small $1 or $2 donations that were anonymous, never could get refunded because I don't know how GoFundMe was supposed to work in that. So we just walked away from it. Never touched the rest of the funds that were in the GoFundMe. If people wanted to reach out to GoFundMe for a refund, they were more than welcome to do that. We did get a couple of emails from GoFundMe about, hey, can you authorize this refund? We did. A lot of those refunds came out of my own pocket. Um, and when people stopped talking about GJN, when people stopped talking about me and stopped talking about Airplay too, I just walked away. Didn't look back on it. And that was kind of my quiet exit out. And it wouldn't be until about 2 years later I was asked to do a panel at a convention because at that point I was still doing panels at conventions, and they're like, "Hey, we need someone to do a panel about gaming controversies. Would that be something you're interested in?" So I was like, "Yeah, I'll do a panel about gaming controversies." I brought up GamerGate, softly brought up my side, like um my work in it, and that was probably the most chill thing that happened after that with GamerGate. Never talked about it ever again until I talked to the guy who did the Airplay documentary and you. So that's pretty much what happened with that and a little bit of the aftermath of that.
Okay, I have so many questions. Sorry.
Yeah, no, go right ahead.
Is the
I will
panel
answer all of them.
is the panel on gaming controversies recorded?
No, that one was not recorded, but I'm actually going to do that panel again at a convention in February called Comic-Con, which is in Birmingham, Alabama. So I'm a regular guest at that convention. So I'm actually going to do a history of gaming controversies there and as a panel. Um, so I'm actually going to record that one if possible and probably put it online. It's something I've been thinking about doing with all my panels actually. So it wouldn't just be that one. I was actually thinking about starting a YouTube channel with all of my convention panels and like putting them online for people to watch.
Yeah, well, dude, good luck because oh man, the some people don't want people to talk about this topic in any way, shape, or form unless you're saying that they're a bunch of misogynist harassers. I literally
Right.
I ran two panels at this, two panels at conventions. One of them they tried to cancel it and get it banned. People emailed the organizers apparently and were demanding that they cancel my panel. The convention stood up for me. A third panel I was going to do, a group of an online mob actually on social media was demanding that they cancel my event, and they caved to the mob and gave them what they wanted, even though it was already pre-approved and everything. I was working very closely with the organizers of the convention, and they were totally cool with it at all, everything, until the mob came, and then they caved in. And then the same thing happened to Cuckoo Ruyo when he was supposed to do a debate at Comic Con in Spain. They actually an online mob went after him too and got that event canceled as well. So like people
So
really do want to stop these conversations from happening. So be careful, man.
no, that's the weird thing is because I've already done this panel 3 times in the past, and I never had a single issue at all doing this panel. And I think it's because I'm not talking about Gamergate for the entire panel. It's when I literally the panel is billed as a history of video game controversies. So Gamergate's not in the title for this panel at all. And the second thing is even in the subheadline, I go from loot boxes to video game violence to this to Gamergate to this. We're going to talk about the history of these controversies and their impact on gaming. So off the bat, I'm not even taking like a pro or anti approach with it. It's literally just a simple discussion and lecture with it. So that's usually why I tell everybody when I do this panel, and it's just an informative lecture. Um, the only time I ever had an issue doing it as a panel at a convention was there was one other guest. Um, she's a cosplayer and a gamer. I'm not going to disclose her name, but she she heard I was doing this panel and was asking me questions all about it. And I found out very quickly through her line of question, like, "Oh, you're anti-Gamergate," and then she goes, "Right. So, are you going to be talking about the harassment or anything like that?" I go, "Yeah, I am. I'm going to be talking about everything," because I even had to explain to her, I'm like, "Listen, I'm neutral in this. I'm not taking any side on it. I am literally going on the middle line of it. Not, I'm talking about everything associated with it because Gamergate wasn't just this or that. You have to talk about all of it, and I'm using that to have people make their own informed decision." So when I did that and I cleared it up that like, hey, I'm going completely in the middle of it, and I acknowledge what you're saying on this, but these things also did happen, and I had an open discussion with her about it. she kind of chilled up about it. She kind of eased up about it, and there was no further issue from that. But then again, this is also a panel I don't do regularly. It's a panel that only happens a couple of times. So yeah.
All right. Um, what panels or topic? I know you. I remember at the time you had a huge list of panels and topics you
Yeah.
wanted to cover. What were the panels and topics going to be?
I don't remember offhand. That's why I wrote them down so I wouldn't have to remember. But a lot of the panels were going to be, but one of the panels offhand, which we felt was going to help appease the situation, was um, online harassment. We wanted to actually talk about it, and my reasoning for wanting to talk about it was harassment was happening in the entire controversy, to everybody. And I wanted this panel to be both, hey, let's get some pro GG people to acknowledge it. Because and that's the thing, is like I already knew about the anti-harassment patrol that GG started. I knew about how a lot of people in GG and pro GG were already against harassment and were trying to decry it and, make it publicly acknowledged that, hey, we don't like harassment. It shouldn't be happening. And we're sorry it's happening, but this is not really part of the thing that is happening. It sucks, and we don't condemn it. I'm sorry, we condemn it, but we got to move on from it. And if it sucks, do something about it. And these were the different things I was hearing from pro GG people. But if I could do a panel that, one, you have someone from the pro GG side talking about it and condemning it, it might quell that situation. But two, this is something that's happening to the pro GG people and the anti GG people and some of the neutrals as well. So if there could be a whole conversation about it, maybe that could quell and show what's really happening with these harassments. Um, uh, if we had gotten Brianna Wu, I was gonna ask them. Uh, Pretty much, it was gonna be a full interview with them. Like it was, I would have had some pro and anti questions written out. I would have asked a couple people, like, hey, if you have any questions, like, now's the time to ask. Their involvement with everything, and again, I was gonna be firm but fair. Like, if there was something that just didn't smell right, I would fish it out. Um, with Mundane Matt, it was going to be a little bit of an interview as well, and it was going to be, hey, well, when you started it versus now, like, what do you think is going on here? Um, when if we had um, if we had a nice even amount of pro, neutral, and anti, we would have probably continued both the debate and discussion about it and gone from there. Um, we were going to have a discussion of other controversies in the past and how they were handled. Had we gotten Jack Thompson, we probably would have done an extended interview with him and even seen like what's going on now. The goal at the end of the day with all these panels was, how do we link all these to Gamergate, but at the same time prove and show that all these things are similar in some capacity. How do they link up, and what lessons can be taught from them? Because at the end of the day, my goal was, with Airplay 1, we had actual journalists acknowledge ethical things happened. Gamergate 2 was, can we actually fully define Gamergate into one cohesive argument and actually explain to everybody what exactly the hell's going on? Because that was another thing that I felt was never addressed in Airplay, nor had it ever been clearly addressed, was what exactly is this controversy, because everybody seemed to be getting it wrong. And that was the other goal with all these panels and questions that we were hoping to do.
Were you going to do a panel on artistic freedom?
Yes, no, we were, and that was another. Had we invited had Paula Munoz, had Game Diviner, been able to go, we would have had him on that panel. We would have had a couple of indie artists and from different industries, because everybody has a different take on it, but a lot of these industries do run in the same circles. So that would have been one of the goals, especially because and my personal view on this was I didn't feel that artistic expression was fully on the line because at this point and years before, video games were already considered a protect were considered an art form. So why was artistic freedom being questioned about this? And that was something I was hoping to also get an answer for with that because there was a lot of concerns about that. And at the time, I didn't fully understand it. I do understand where the concerns are now, but at the same time, it would have been more of an in-depth conversation to try to clear the air on that and see where the concerns were and how they can be affected and changed.
Were you planning on doing a panel on feminist analysis in games, discussing like Anita Sarkeesian's
Yes.
ideas, things like that?
Yeah, I had actually reached out to a college professor at the University of Tampa um, to ask her about all this stuff. It was she had no idea like what the hell GamerGate was or what was going on. So I actually I went I cold called the University of Tampa. I talked to um a professor who I forgot her name for the life of me. Um I don't even think she works at the University of Tampa anymore, but um anyway, so I reached out to her. Um Actually, it was my wife who reached out to her because I felt, let me get my wife to reach out to her because it'd be better if it came from a woman than myself because I didn't know how this would come out. So she reached out, um, uh, sat down, had a conversation with her at the campus, and was like, "Hey, here's this controversy that's going on. Here's this person. Can we get a feminist professor?" Because my logic was, let me get someone in academia to be a part of that conversation. One, because if I can get someone who is an acknowledged professor in a professional setting, in an academic setting, one, this could both disprove a lot of Anita Sarkeesian stuff, but two, we can actually get a proper standard understanding of what's going on that side of things. Um, I I wanted to reach out to Christina Hoff Sommers about that again, but honestly, I felt at that time she already did the first Airplay. Let's try to get another fresh face in it. And she already made her positions very clear on everything on all of her YouTube channels about it with the Ask a Feminist stuff. So I felt like that was going to be a moot point because everything I would have asked, she probably would have said the same thing. So she had agreed to show up because she started getting quite interested in it. And then um, after Airplay 2 got canceled, I reached out back to her. I was like, "Hey, we're going to cancel this. This is not going to happen." And that was, I felt, going to be the last conversation I had with her. Months later, my wife would end up getting another email from her saying that she was looking into a lot of Anita Sarkeesian stuff, and she felt that a lot of the stuff that she was saying was either incorrect or warped perceptions of a lot of things. Because I found out that her son was a gamer and she knew half the games that Anita Sarkeesian was talking about, and she was getting them wrong. So I wish we had her for that. I really wish we did. I want to try to track her down and get her information on that because she had an interesting perspective on a lot of stuff. By the way, I will like to acknowledge briefly with the Anita Sarkeesian stuff. Um, a lot of her criticisms I do not agree with, both as someone who's played video games for a long time and understands the moral arguments and how they can be warped and perceived. I will say though, I did learn a couple of things from Anita Sarkeesian. Like I didn't know about the Miss Man trope, where if you take a standard character, attach a bow on it, and call it a girl, that's the Miss Man. I didn't know that was a thing, and I actually felt that was kind of interesting that I learned that from her. You know how the whole Miss Pac-Man thing came about, how like the Mickey to Minnie thing. That's a very common thing, and I didn't really think too much about it because yeah, it does come off as low effort sometimes, but that's probably one of the few things I actually agreed with. Other than that, a lot of stuff I felt that her research was poor or not backed up correctly or she was cherry picking the wrong information. And I'm even gonna acknowledge that she even did the whole using footage and getting the information wrong, like the whole Hitman thing, where like, oh, if you kill X, Y, and Z women, you get more points, but you actually lose points for it. So like, where did she get that information from? So I don't I don't fully understand a lot of her stuff from behind the scenes and why she planned a lot of these things. There's been a lot of accusations, but I can only say that they're accusations at this point. I don't agree with a lot of her stuff, and I have a lot of other personal opinions about her, but I'm not going to really get into that.
Liana Kersner would have been a great person to reach out to, in place of Christine Summers.
I thought about that, and this is the sad part. We the only reason why we didn't reach out to her was because we felt that her flight from Canada would have been the most expensive. Um, we were trying to go with like what our budget means and whatnot, but she is someone that I wish we could have spoken to, and had things been different and had things been planned out differently, she would have been a great get for this.
All right, we're gonna finish up with this portion. Then, if you want, if you need to take a break to the restroom, grab a drink of water or anything, you can, and then we'll do the big question list. All
Yeah,
right.
sure, no problem.
Were there any other panels or topics that you plan on having at Airplay 2?
None I can think of at the moment. But if I can find the list
It was on the
for
website
them, there
for a
it
while.
was, and I if I can find that list or if someone screenshotted it,
I'm sure
awesome.
there's an
I also
archive. If you go to the
yeah,
Wayback Machine or archive.is, you can probably find it. But I didn't look
hopefully.
because I don't even remember your URL, the URL of your website. So I
I don't either. I'll be honest with you. A lot of the websites we developed for GJN, I don't remember most of them. The only one I remember is how to get into the YouTube channel, and that's because it was linked to a Gmail, and that was about it. But other than that, I don't remember anything else on how to get in there. Sadly,
were you going to
it's been a
revisit?
hot minute.
Oh, sorry. Were you going to revisit games
Sorry.
journalism too? Like have a games journalism panel as well?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
What do you mean, like for
For
Airplay
Airplay
or?
2, were you planning on having a games journalism panel or a panel on how to cover Gamergate well? Events like that or no?
Um, we no, not exactly, but we were going to have a panel about the ethical standards of gaming journalism and what needs to change.
Ah, okay.
And for that one, we were hoping to, like, if Ren LaForme would have come back, if we had gotten any other people who are experts in ethics or even journalists, like, to weigh in on how this could have happened, and what changes should be made. So that was one hopefully we were gonna do, and yeah, um, that one I think would have been a earlier panel. It would have not been a later panel. We would have kept that one kind of like, that's an easy one, half an hour, and then the heavier stuff later on. So that would have been like one of those quick filler panels, unfortunately.
What about one about because part of Airplay, the first Airplay, the second panel, the PM panel, was in theory to talk about how the media covered Gamergate or how they should cover
Right.
Gamergate. How they could do a better job. Would you have tried to do something like
So
that as
that
well?
yeah, that would have been the first big panel. That would have been we were gonna do two 1 hour panels, and the rest of the other panels would have been like 30-minute mini panels going through. That would have been probably like, if not an hour, it probably would have been an hour and a half long. That would have been one of the big ones because that conversation never got completed. That conversation never ended. So our goal was, let's actually continue that conversation and actually do that panel and actually do it correctly. And the goal was we would have to treat this like an actual proper question and answer panel with a moderator, with an interviewer, and we would have needed to put in the rules of debate for that, at least, because that was going to help with that. But at the same time, choosing the right people who weren't going to take over the conversation and warp it like Milo did. So that would have been one of the big important ones, was to actually finish the PM panel.
You you did have some anti-Gamergate people, which was great, including I think you had one of the Gamergate one of the anti-Gamergate people who was a power editor on Wikipedia. Not Ryu Long, but
Yeah.
the other guy, Mark Bernstein,
The,
I believe, right?
yes, we reached out to him, and he was intrigued and excited to actually do this. And we were gonna ask him. I was gonna ask him all tough questions like, "Hey, why is the article like this? Like, why are you citing this information? How come you're not citing or even acknowledging the other sides of this? You know, like, and you know, I've made it very clear. Like, look, I'm not coming this in a pro standpoint. I'm coming this in the middle of the road standpoint. Like, I've defined GamerGate like this. These are my cited informations. Why are you and Wikipedia putting it like this? Why are you putting these sources like that? Um, we had a couple of conversations back and forth online, and the problem honestly was, and it still is a problem, is Wikipedia has very strict sourcing policies that change over the years. So it's not just like it's a good example is if if Wikipedia had an article on me, for example, I could not use my website. Let me try this again. If Wikipedia had a Wikipedia page about myself, hypothetically speaking, and they were filling out bio and information, and let's say I was an actor, for example, they're going to pull information from acting websites like IMDb for credits, for filmographies. They're going to pull up the official websites of those movies for information. They will cite um, interviews from journalists and stuff like that for that information. What they will not cite is if I had my own website that I monitored, that I maintained, and I put my own information on, because they don't want to have an inherent bias of self promotion if I were to uh, submit that information to be fixed in Wikipedia. Why they have that policy in place, I don't fully know. I'm assuming something happened where they needed a policy like that in place. So it's a lot of these weird asinine policies that they have that prevents a lot of websites from having proper information, and Wikipedia sometimes falls for that. That's why sometimes if you go on a lot of like Wikipedia pages, fan theories sometimes slip in to a lot of these uh, pop culture sections of Wikipedia, and they're not correct. There was for a long time. I'm a big 007 fan. I'm a James Bond fan. Both literally, both for the literary aspect and the movie aspect and the video game aspect. And for a long time on Wikipedia, they were actually promoting the fan theory that 007 could be, that James Bond could be a code name, which explains why all the James Bond actors are different all the time. Like that's a fan theory. That's not an actual official theory. No one ever actually said that. And it was on Wikipedia for a couple of years before they removed it. So I I I humbly agree that the Wikipedia website article for Gamergate needs to change. I addressed this to Mark Bernstein, but it's probably not going to change for a while until someone either probably writes a very thorough, middle of the ground, informational article about Gamergate or something along those lines, then it might change. Because right now, all the sites that they credit seem to be articles from main party news sources where they've interviewed people like Quinn and Wu and a lot of the anti GG people who had the loudest voice in the room at the time. And because of how they disseminate that information,
Yeah.
that's where Wikipedia gets that information.
Well, and there's this. I went through this too because the Wikipedia article. It's like it's so much of it is just factually inaccurate. Even it's wild because like they even have on there that there was no conflict of interest between Nathan Grayson and Zoe Quinn, that it was made up. They literally say it was proven
Yeah, and
false. It was proven
but
false.
that's not conflict of interest.
And then if you look at it, it's like,
Yeah,
well, where did they get that from? And it was some gaming news site is the source. So it's like, well, wait a sec, because this gaming site got
yeah,
this story wrong, maybe on purpose, maybe on accident, who knows? Because of that, that's now on Wikipedia.
yeah. No, I don't know how that happened, and that's like it's so
Well,
asinine
I
to me,
think
and
I
that's
do know
why
how that happened
I
actually.
wanted to get him as a panelist That's exactly why I wanted to get him as a panelist. Is like, and that panel was mostly going to be why Wikipedia cites their information the way they do.
Well, Mark,
Is
go
Yeah, yeah, no, that's that.
Mark, though, there's another anti-Gamergate Wikipedia editor. He's even bigger than Mark. You could have got Ryu Log. He probably wouldn't do it though. Do you know him?
No, more likely would not have.
Dude,
Like,
he made what is it? What, close to 10,000 edits just to the Rational Wiki article, plus thousands of edits to the Gamergate Wikipedia article. Encyclopedia Dramatica says that his edits alone compromise over 25% of the article. Over
yeah,
25% of the article was written by him, at least at that time period. Maybe it's changed over time. And then he's also taking
as
money. He's taking money from GamerGazi. He's in the GamerGazi IRC. He's doing AMAs on the
yeah,
GamerGazi forums. He's literally connected with Zoe Quinn and the Crash Override Network. He's in their chat
yeah.
group logs. I believe he's in the chat group logs, and they even say in the logs, "I don't like the way this part of the article is written." And then someone literally says in their chat room, "I'll get Ryu Long on it." Like this guy was so corrupt.
So that was something that when GJN died down, we were actually going to do a series of videos covering this. And we felt that the way we were going to go about this was, um, had we done this, we brought up the question of this is going to come off as a very pro GG. So how do we do this in a neutral standpoint? And it was like, we're not saying this is pro GG. This is actually happening, and we were gonna do. We had screenshots and we had a lot of information that we were going to cover about that as a video we were going to do. But we were also going to go on both sides of this. Like had we done that video, the next video we would have done was specifically about the proof of harassment that was coming from Pro GG, but it wasn't specifically Pro GG. It was actually going to be, here are the trolls. Here's why they're doing this. And they're not actually Pro GG. These people are just being assholes, and they just want to wave the Pro GG flag as a way to hide behind things. So we were going to, again, try to be as even-handed with it as possible. We were going to call out harassment as it is, because it was kind of one of those things. It's like, hey, it's happening, but it's not how you think it's happening. And yeah, it's a shame. We were almost done making a whole video about that, and then we just decided to fade away, and we never did it again. We never thought about doing it again like that.
Well, I'm not sure if you saw, but I actually interviewed two of the third-party trolls. I interviewed Pterodax and I interviewed Avius too.
I Yeah, I saw actually when you reached out to me, I started looking through your YouTube channel. I saw these people you're interviewing. I'm like, damn. And then the only one I listened to was Koretsky's interview quite recently. I haven't had a chance to like start listening to the rest of them, but I really want to, because honestly, like, it's interesting listening back to all this almost, what, 10 years later now.
Almost, yeah.
So yeah, so hearing a lot of these interviews and like how these things played out is quite interesting, honestly. So I I had a theory that we're probably not going to get a true answer to what Gamergate was, or a true generalized statement of what Gamergate was, until years later, because of how crazy everything was going with it, how things kept moving around all over the place with it. It was going to be hard to define then. I made the attempt to define it then, and I actually still stand by what my definition was for it
Well,
back
I'll
then.
ask you that in a minute, but I'll
Yeah,
probably after our break I'll ask you that actually. But um,
yeah.
I do want to ask too because I know Nicole. I haven't talked to her in a couple of years actually, but at the time, after Airplay 2 blew up and got canceled, she mentioned that there were, I think, were some of the panelists themselves trying to help facilitate the refunds?
I don't. Uh, I don't think so. A lot of them asked what they could do to help, and I pretty much told them like, I need to handle this. Like, I don't want you guys getting involved in that way, because I didn't want, if any fallout was going to happen, I didn't want that going towards the people who were voluntarily coming, because I felt that was going to put an unnecessary target on them if they tried to help with that. And then at the same time, this was also going to come off as that we're now exploiting the people who are volunteering to do this, to help out with this. It would not have, the optics of it were not going to look good either way. So I pretty much started telling them, like, they offered, and I'm like, don't, this is something we got to handle. I don't want you getting involved in that. That's just not going to work out well.
Well, unfortunately, yeah, I'm not saying that any of the panelists gave up money or anything. I don't have any reason to think that that was the case. But I know that Nicole was very much a big fan of people getting refunds. And I mean, look. The fact is, a lot of people. I don't think that like her reputation was like super harmed, or like other people's were, or Paulo or anybody. But like they were actually kind of harmed to some extent because it's sort of this joke. Because Airplay 2, after it failed, became a joke. No
Yeah,
offense, but like no, but like
no,
seriously, like this was something like, oh yeah, you're the Airplay 2 person. Like just like people would be like, you know, I like, and some of the people they kind of after Airplay 2 blew up, they kind of like quietly moved on to other stuff, and
yeah,
they shouldn't have had to have done that. I don't know if they felt like they needed to do that because their reputation was shattered, but like some people are like, okay, look, I'm just gonna move on. I wanted to do this really bad. I really want to do this panel, like Nicole and like other people, but like then
yeah.
it blew up in their face for no reason. I mean, for a reason, right? Because like you kind of were incompetent, right? I mean, like no offense, but like that's kind of what happened, right?
No, no, none taken. I mean, it was both. It was honestly, um, look, we bit off more than we could chew. We really tried. It was both a mix of bad luck and circumstance, and you know, we looking back on it now, I think we would have done Airplay 2 specifically only as an online event. And that's it's I've always been looking back on like how we would have ran things differently, how we should have ran things differently. The thing about doing it in person, what was appealing to it was the fact that if you're online, you can hide online easily. Like, um, not everybody gets to show their face online. Like I'm doing that now because honestly, like, one, a lot of people never got a chance to really ask what happened, and I figured, if you're gonna want to know what happened, let me at least show you my face and tell you what happened. And that's something I believe in. And it's something that we couldn't really do with um Airplay, because we wanted it in person. So, I there's a lot to really blame. The only people I can blame is one, you know, I can blame bad luck as much as I could, and I know bad luck happened with it. A lot of circumstance happened, and honestly, I tried putting an unrealistic deadline, and I put unrealistic circumstances, and I think had we taken more time in planning before just making and immediately jumping to an announcement and jumping and doing it before any pre-planning, I think things would have turned out differently, but they didn't, and it didn't happen. Um, Honestly, if anyone's reputation was ruined, it it wasn't the panelists, it was me. Like we screwed up, but um, I figured if anyone's going to take responsibility for it, like at least let it be the face of GJN, which was me. Um, and you know, I always wondered if I should apologize for it, because who would I be apologizing to? Was what I always wondered, because I never took a side on any of this. So if I apologize to the pro GGers, what am I apologizing for exactly? If I apologize to the anti GGers, what am I apologizing for exactly? Um, Especially being in a neutral way, because I felt like, well, that would still be taking a side. So no, if anything, like I am sorry if there was like a preconceived notion, or if there was a thought that there would be like a hard won victory with this or not. The only thing I wanted to do was just do the journalistic side of things, tell the middle of the ground story, and that was it at the end of the day. Um, for the people who thought I scammed them, God no. If you thought this was a scam, this is the worst scam imaginable. Because I don't even know how people thought this was a scam. That I mean, I understand how, but like this I don't even know how I could have even made this a scam, even if I wanted to.
I mean, Aaron, you could have
Um,
like, don't don't pity yourself too much, man. The fact is, like, you should have took it, you should have made it happen. People don't care if it gets delayed. Yes, they might be a little bit mildly
oh
annoyed,
yeah, no,
but
I
like,
know.
if you could have pushed it back 3 months, you could have pushed it back a year, you could have done
Yeah,
another crowdfunder to get some more money for it. You could have done it from your house. You even say this yourself. You could have
yeah,
literally gone to a park. You didn't have to live stream it. You could have recorded it in person. You could have even done like an online version, or you could have, which I think would be like the dumbest. Don't do that. I think I anyone could do an online stream. I do that all the time. I think doing
yeah.
something real in person is better. But it's your show. Do what the fuck you want. But like seriously, make it happen. Okay, you ran into some roadblocks and you just gave up. Okay, like no offense, that's how I see it. I think that I think that you did have a moral responsibility actually to follow through
No,
on your crowdfunding
I,
obligations, and I think that you
I
failed,
actually,
and I think that you didn't try to make it happen. I think you tried. I think you put some effort in, obviously, but I think that you didn't. Once you hit
let me stop
roadblocks, hang
right,
on. Let me my
stop
high
right
horse.
there, because
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
because one, I do agree with you. Like one, this should have been an in-person event, and again, these are things I look back on that like we had no idea what we were doing half the time when it came to planning Airplay too. Um, and it was literally like we tried doing what we knew what we could do. We tried doing what we could do at the bat. It didn't work, so we decided to give up. And yeah, no, like everything you're saying is like pretty much what it was. We could have continued. We could have tried doing something. We could have delayed it. Um, and we just gave up. We were like, this isn't gonna work. We can try again later, but we have to acknowledge like what isn't working and what isn't working. And once it fell apart, it fell apart. So I do sincerely apologize for like those notions of that, like if ands or buts about it. And I even look back and I'm like, yeah, I took the way out. I took an easy way out with that. I mean, yeah, I gave the refunds to the best as I could. Canceled the event when people stopped talking about me. I faded away. Um, yeah, I took that out. I acknowledge I took that out at the same time, but to this day, my views on everything still remain unfeathered on where I want to stand on things with everything. So I wish a conversation continued. I still think to this day a conversation should continue. Honestly, I think if there's any time to be an Airplay too, to be honest, I think now's the time that there could be one. Looking back on it years later, I would not be volunteering to organize it. By the way, that's I'm not. I would not wish that on myself, on friends or family members or anything like that. But if there was ever a time to do an Airplay too, honestly, I think now is the time because it's 10 years later. A lot of things have come out of the woodwork. A lot of things have changed in the public eye. So yeah, now now would be a good time to see that. I would not ever try to take the reins of something like that again. Even with what I know now, just not for me to do. If I were to go back into doing journalism of any kind, let's say gaming journalism, if I was to go back and do that, I would still try to do what I tried starting with GJN. You know, the same thing, just the boring journalism. Keep everything separated as it should be, disclose everything. Just be honest about everything. That's all it came down to.
So, do you think that you said it's a good time to do Airplay too, but you wouldn't do it. Do you think that you personally have a moral obligation or an ethical obligation to do so? Since you did take people's money for this, you did make a big deal out of it, and then nothing happened.
Um, that's a good question. Well, first of all, let me respond with the whole taking money thing. I did refund the money.
Only
So I
70% of
like
it,
to make
according to you.
yeah. Yeah, I like to make that clear, and like, I was working with GoFundMe on that, and the rest of the money that couldn't be refunded is probably still in the GoFundMe sphere. I don't know where it is at that point. A lot of them were the anonymous donations, but I did try my damnedest with that. I really did. And if there's a way to reach out to people and do that, some people are going to get like $1 in their mailbox probably randomly, and they don't even know how. I don't even remember how to do. I don't even know how to do any of that. So, but aside from that, the moral obligation should be a part of Airplay too. If someone were to plan it and they wanted me to be a moderator for it, I wouldn't mind doing it. If they wanted to do Airplay too and ask me questions in an advisory standpoint, I would maybe consider it. If they wanted me to be on a panel to ask questions, I'd be okay with that to some degree. I mean, I'm not in the gaming journalism sphere anymore, so I'm not sure if now would be the best time to do that. Honestly, I haven't been 100% on what exactly has been going on with the happenings of Gamergate since 5 years ago, I think. So,
You didn't miss a whole lot.
even though like it's been,
That's
yeah, so I I I would say yes with reservation.
okay. All right. Well, I do want to ask one. I know you already kind of have probably answered this. We can move on to this last one on this, okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Why not just do
Ask
it
as
at
many.
why not just do it at your house? Why take the easy way out? Why not just find some way to make it work?
Uh, I I I had a lot of people ask me why didn't I just do it at my house, and I did consider it. And the reason why I didn't do it at my house was because I was living in an apartment at the time. So if there was a bomb threat, oh my God, that would have been terrifying. Not for me, for everyone else living in the apartment. I had this nice lady living across from me, and she had like two newborn kids, and I'm like, shit, if a bomb threat happens, that's gonna be like hell on them because they're not gonna know what's going on. Um, and we had a lot of random people living in my apartment, and I didn't know half of them. So I was like, that's gonna be a fun way to meet people. And I really don't want to be the person who causes a bomb threat or anything like that because of that. So that was one reason why I went doing it in my apartment. Two, also my apartment was not adequate enough space for something like that, especially if we were gonna have all these people. Three, it didn't feel professional enough to do it in my apartment. It just didn't seem right. And when the question of why didn't we just do things at X, Y, and Z location that would have cost more money, I felt it was going to be, it would have sounded sus if we said that the campaign was successful and then suddenly asked for more money. I felt like there probably would have been a lot of people who would have been like, why is he asking for more money? What happened to the $5,000 that he already got? And they said that the campaign was successful, but it wasn't successful. So now they need more money. This sounds kind of something out of Anita Sarkeesian's playbook or something like that. So we kind
Well, I
of went
don't know
into
if
like
Anita
a,
did that actually. I don't
but we don't know.
I don't
That's an
think she
allegation. I
did.
said that.
Or to my knowledge,
No,
but go ahead.
no, but these were, and I'm not saying that she
And at
did
least
that.
Anita finished her
These were,
project.
yeah, yeah. Ooh, well, I need some burn ointment.
Well, she made it
But
less
no,
ambitious
but
than her initial plans, I think. But like
yeah,
she did end
but
up doing.
these were questions that we were asking amongst ourselves, which was what would people think about that? Because we were thinking too much about the people and the optics of that it was like we felt it would have made more sense to just cancel it and refund it because we felt that would have been the higher, we honestly thought canceling and refunding would have been the higher road than trying to do an event that would look shit tier at best and unprofessional. Because if it came across looking shit tier and unprofessional, who's gonna take anything seriously? So that was one of the rationales behind it, unfortunately.
Okay.
And we tried looking through every public space we could, and it's just either were not working within the means we were looking at, or it just wasn't going to look right, professionally speaking.
Yeah, I just
That's
I
what we were thinking.
I haven't organized. I've done panels at conventions, and I've done a real life book signing when I made my 2019 GamerGate book. I did a real life book signing. There's tons of small businesses out there in the world. I'm sure if you call up a coffee shop, if you call up a fucking cigar lounge, which is where I did my book signing, if you call up, if you
Yeah,
call up um, a restaurant, a bar, whatever, be like, hey, look, I want to do this event. Probably bring in some patrons. They'd be like, yeah, sure, let's do it. Because like
yeah,
tons of small businesses want to do something. A local video game store could be anything. A ton of
yeah,
small
no,
businesses would want
and
to do something like that for free. You wouldn't even have to pay them, okay?
yeah, I'll be honest with you. These were things we didn't. I'll be honest with you. These were things we didn't think of at the time. I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. Years later, I remember 2 years, about a year or two after Airplay 2 and all that stuff died down. We went to my wife and I and a couple of family members. We were at a Bob Evans in Tampa, and we saw a private room in the back. And then I was like, "Hey, like, how does that private room rental work at like the Bob Evans?" And they go, "Oh, you can just call and make a reservation. It's free. You just have to like order food." And then the back of my mind, I was like, "Could have done Airplay 2 at a Bob Evans." So many memes would have happened after that. But
Oh,
still, like,
that would have been
these,
great. See, see that
I
was
know,
something we missed out
but
on because
there
uh,
was a golden there was a golden corral that also had like a private event space that you just had to order the breakfast buffet and you would get it. But these were things I didn't think about at the time because I wasn't thinking about doing it at a restaurant. I was trying to find a secure location with good internet. Um, I and my team, we put standards on ourselves that were a little too high for that, and these were just things we didn't think about at the time. Nowadays, I would still do it. Like nowadays, um if I was at the age I am now, and I was planning Airplay 2 then, I would have said, "Screw it, we're just gonna do it." On the back on I live in a cabin now in Georgia, by the way. I would have said like, screw it, we're just gonna do it on the new patio deck I just built. Everybody's out there in the cold. We're just gonna do it outside with the nice trees and apple orchards in the background. Like that's what I would have done. Like now compared to then. But yeah, again, historical hypotheticals and at the same time, things I just honestly didn't think about at the time.
okay. Well, hey, do you want to take a break for 5 minutes and come back?
Yeah, yeah, just a 5 minute quick break, and then we'll get
Cool.
right back
All
to it.
right. See you in
Yep.
5 minutes.
Thank
See
you.
you, chat. All right, I'm back. How's chat doing today? All right, welcome back.
Hey, you want to hear something funny?
Sure, what's up?
My wife was doing this interview. Um, like so it's a with the um,
You're
you know,
super blurry and you're
she was
cutting
going
in
out
and
doing
out. Hang on.
errands. All right, hold on, let me try that again. How's that better?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready. What were you saying about your wife?
Yeah. So my, yeah, she literally didn't know I was doing any of this, and apparently she messaged me during the interview if I wanted to get any food. Apparently she was at Five Guys, and I was like, man, that's perfect timing that you wanted to go to Five Guys today of all days. So
Well, I'm going to ask you about the Five Guys thing later. Um, Before we get to the battery of questions, though,
okay,
do
okay,
you want a confession from me? Also, your audio and video is
sure,
still
go ahead.
horrible.
That's the confession.
No, well, no, it's coming up, but like you're super blurry,
Oh,
and the
hold on.
audio's cutting in and out.
Let me try adjusting. Now, all right. How's the audio now?
Audio seems better. Video still a little bit blurry, but lower resolution. It's fine. We can make you out.
Yeah. Let me try to. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the video quality. So that's. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I'm sorry.
It might automatically adjust. It might have later on. Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So confession. I also had a GamerGate project that failed, though I didn't take any money for it. Um,
Which.
I ran the
Oh,
GamerGate. Well, I didn't run it. I was I'm the person who came up with the idea of the GamerGate Investigatory Commission. Do you remember this?
I remember hearing about it.
Yeah, the idea was that we were going to have pro GamerGate and anti GamerGate people, as well as some neutrals. And we actually had an election where people voted for who they wanted to be on the pro GamerGate and anti GamerGate sides. Um, so we actually had people vote. Now, I don't know if like the voting process was like the world's smartest way I could have done it. We ended up getting Seattle for Truth to represent the anti GamerGate community, which caused a lot of problems later on.
Wow. Okay.
He did identify himself as anti-Gamergate at
I.
the time,
Yeah. That.
um, but he caused his participation. I think kind of harmed the credibility of the project, even especially since he was representing the anti-Gamergaters. Um, I think there were a couple of there were other people too. It was a commission of like I don't know, like 6 people or 7 people or something like that. Um, so that was a mistake on my part. I so and that's my fault that he was allowed to run too because I had the rules where it's like okay well anyone who's
Yeah.
self-proclaimed anti-gamergate can run in the election for the anti-gamergate slate of commission members and he
Right.
technically had identified as anti-gamergate for some time at that point not like a super long period of time like a few weeks few months because he became disillusioned with gamergate and viewed himself as opposition to it so he's like well I'm going to put my name in for the running and he declared his
Right.
candidacy for the election. I'm like, oh god, this is going to be a disaster. I hope he loses. But he ended up winning. Maybe people
Yeah.
voted for him
No,
because
that's
they thought it would be funny. they they thought it would be funny to have him. Um, so he ended up winning the one of the anti Gamergate seats on the commission. Um, and I allowed it because I was really torn. I'm like, should I ban him from running? And I'm like, well, no, I'll let the people decide. It's democracy. Uh, so he won the seat, and then the commission. I think I did a couple things wrong with it. I one allowing him to run. I don't know. Maybe I should have run. I don't know. It's democracy, right? It is democracy. He won the vote fair and square, as far as I could tell. So if that's what they want to vote for, they can vote for him, I guess. I don't know. I'd have mixed feelings about that to this day, even. And then two, um, I don't think I did like a good job explaining to the other commission members what the plan was. Um, I think I could have done a better job outlining like here's the kind of work I want us to do. But the idea was to have this commission come together and create an official, like quote unquote official, right? An official timeline of events, um, and understanding of the history of GamerGate. And that would be the pro GamerGate
Right.
people, the anti GamerGate people, and some neutral people. This commission of people with different competing viewpoints and interests uh, would create this official timeline that would be like, okay, here's what happened during GamerGate. Here's what GamerGate was about, basically. And it would be like a definitive something that all sides could agree on. The pro GamerGate people, the anti GamerGate people, and the neutral people can all agree. This is what GamerGate was about. These are the events that happened, etc., etc. Really ambitious, cool idea. Um, and I wasn't on the commission myself. I just ran the website and the internet forum and helped organize the elections and stuff. But I wasn't on the commission myself. And this ended up falling apart a few weeks, maybe a few weeks after it started. It kind of fell apart. Um, Maybe a couple months. I don't know. I was involved with GamerGate for a long time. um, it fell
Right.
apart, and and I think the commission voted to disband itself as like its last act, but I'm not 100% on that. I don't remember. I know that I was trying to get them. I'm like, well, look, if this isn't gonna work out, if we're pretty convinced that this isn't gonna work, um, and you guys do want to end it, again, I think we should continue, but or, we can continue or we can end it. It's up to you, but that's your decision, not mine. You're the commission. So if you want to vote to disband yourselves, that's your choice. I'm not going to pressure you one way or the other. That's entirely up to you because that's you're an independent body, right? Um, you're an independent body from
Yeah.
me, the person who set it up. And they ultimately the project fell apart, unfortunately. I think it was a great idea. And do I think that I have an ethical obligation
I
to
mean,
continue to do it again now? No, not necessarily, because I didn't take money for it.
right. And that's again, this is always one of those situations where sometimes money's a motivator and sometimes it wasn't. For me, with Airplay 2, money wasn't a motivator, but money was a obligation to do it. And again, that was one of the reasons why, like, when we felt this wasn't going to work, and we felt like we had to give it up, which was, well, we'll just refund as much as we can. We'll refund what we can do, and we'll work with trying to get the money back. Because if we can't do it, what are we going to do with this money? And again, that's where we were at with that, because we were also trying to be ethically sound with it the entire time. But it's how levy, it's how it's people can view things differently. I'm not. I mean, I don't lose any sleep over anything that happened with it anymore, at least. But and that's the weird thing about a lot of these, like, small things that happened throughout the whole controversy was people tried to do things, and it was also, if anything, a very interesting social experiment into seeing, like, how a lot of these culture wars and movements and how they get organized, or how they can be disbanded, or how they can uh, pull up and break down very easily at the end of the day.
All right. So, first question on the list, a little bit open ended. We've already talked about it. We can go through super brief. Well, normally
Yeah.
it's tell me about your Gamergate experience, but I'll word it differently since you've already done that. Tell me about your experience covering Gamergate. How about that?
Um, my experience covering it was uh challenging, to say the least, because I I had never done games journalism before, so I assumed it would be easier, to be completely honest. It was actually a little bit. It was actually probably one of the toughest journalism jobs I've ever done because a lot of people didn't want to talk. A lot of people were very just believe what's going on, but I'm like, yeah, but I want to hear your side of the story, and a lot of people didn't want to talk, and I felt that was kind of weird that a lot of people either didn't want to talk, but they were ironically the loudest people in the room. So it was a very hard challenge to do a lot of these stories. So it was honestly one of the toughest journalism jobs I've ever had. Um, and I've wrote and covered and transcribed a lot of different stories I've had over the years. But this was the toughest, honestly. So my experience was tough. It was a challenge, if anything. Um, Even though I knew what was going on going into it, it was tough.
And can you define what Gamergate was?
Yeah, I believe I can, and um, it's the same thing I've been saying since I started GJN. It's the same thing I will continue to say. Gamergate was a pop culture controversy that encompassed a variety of different issues, including the ethical standards of gaming journalism, the protection of the gamer identity, harassment and sexism in the gaming industry, and any other controversies related during that time.
So to you, it was a controversy or an event, a scandal almost.
Yeah, it was in itself a controversy, and like I said, it encompasses a variety of different topics. It's I never believed in defining Gamergate as one thing because a lot of things happened during the controversy.
What are the two factions, like the pro Gamergaters and the anti Gamergators? What are those two groups? Are they movements? Are they consumer revolts? Are they what are they?
They are. I I describe it. I've described it often as two sides of one coin, essentially. One side decided that the most important thing that needed to be talked about and addressed was the ethical standards of gaming journalism. That was the biggest priority for the pro side. And there are, of course, a couple like, small bullet points in between and underneath. The anti side was for most people who only saw the one side was this is a harassment campaign against women in the gaming sphere. And then of course you can bullet down there even further and further and further. So again, that goes back to pro Gamergate, which I never liked the term pro Gamergaters or anti Gamergaters because that really never honestly made any true sense to me. But because people identified it as such, I had to roll with it because that was the general agreed upon terms with it. Pro Gamergate stood for protection of the gamer identity, protection of games media, um, fixing the issues with the journalism ethical standards of games media. Um, and then anti was, a lot of the issues involving sexism within the gaming industry, which a lot of issues came out were true. Harassment again also happened within during that time frame. So the list goes on for both sides.
Harassment happened during that time frame. Do you know? Well, first off, you yourself received doxing and you had your Twitter account hacked. Do you know who did that or what their affiliation was?
No, I never I never pursued it. I never investigated it myself. Um, One, I felt it was going to be a waste of time to investigate any of the harassment done towards me because what was I going to do with that information? And two, if someone posted my information online, unless it was like my social security or anything that would affect my financial well-being or work well-being, that would have been one thing. I would have investigated and pursued it further. People posted my address online. That's actually not the first time that's happened, so it didn't bother me. It did concern me, as I mentioned, like with the whole could I be swatted, could this, could that happen, but I felt there was no need to pursue it or go after it because I felt like that would have been feeding trolls in that situation. If I went online, if I said, "Hey, stop posting my stuff online," that's messed up. Wag finger harder. What's that going to do? They're going to then do more. So I felt I didn't need to investigate it or pursue it any further because that would have been kicking a hornet's nest. I felt at least.
You say that if you would have confronted the people about it, it would have made things worse. Do you think that that's kind of what ended up happening with like Brianna Wu or people like that?
I partially. See, for me, what happened was it was very minor. It was a handful of people who did this. Brianna Wu, however, um, in their case, it was she did get harassed. She did try confronting it, and there's nothing wrong with trying to confront it. In this case, a bunch of people riled up against and did harass, and
Well, did they
um,
though? I'm just
they. I mean, the definition of harassment can actually vary from person to person.
right.
So
Well, she did.
I'm.
She did
I mean,
receive. She
if
did
I'm,
receive mean tweets,
yeah,
and Pterodex
she
did
did
tweet a
receive mean
picture of a gun
tweets.
at her, which could be perceived as a death threat.
Yeah,
And there was
and
that
that's the
death
thing
to
is like
Brianna
all
Wu
these.
Twitter account that, but she herself also used sock puppets to troll people. So I don't know if that was one of hers or
Right,
if that was somebody else's account or who knows.
but at the end of the day, like there's only so much we do and don't know, and that's why I always say allegations. At the end of the day, like a lot of these threats or a lot of these harassments are allegations. So again, I am only going with the knowledge that is received and given at the same time. That being said, though, I mean it's also impossible to say no one ever did not get harassed. I think it's more reasonable to believe that harassment did happen. As to what that harassment was, I don't know. That's also a personal perspective of things. So harassment could be if a credit card company is calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning because they want their bill paid. They're technically harassing me at 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, I could say that's harassment. Other people can say they're just a company trying to do their job. It really depends on who you ask at the end of the day. So all these are different definitions with it. But harassment did happen to some degree in the sense of depending on how you look at things. And for example, doxing is a form of harassment. You're putting someone's while the information is publicly available, the goal of doxing is you're putting that information online for other people to use to antagonize a suspect in some way, shape, or form. That is technically harassment. Um, Harassment can also be I am constantly spamming you and doing unsolicited emails or unsolicited calls with the intention of trying to get a rise out of you. Technically, that's harassment and a lot of legal standards and a lot of legalese with that. Um, However, if I say this person sucks, this person is not a great game critic, this person did not make a good video game, that's not harassment. That's criticism. And yeah, there is a fine line between criticism and harassment, and people just need to either get tougher skin when it comes to getting criticism thrown out their way. But if I am saying that uh, Brianna's Wu's games are garbage or Zoe Quinn's games are garbage, I'm not harassing them. That is criticism, and they need to understand that's criticism. If I went to Anita Sarkeesian and I said I disagree with all of your rhetoric, that's not harassment. That's criticism. So people calling red on criticism as harassment, I will call you out on that, no question whatsoever. But doxing, sending personal information to other people with the intent of messing up someone's day mentally, that's harassment.
Well, so I just want to get your definition of doxing because you said if it's already public information. Well, if it's already public information and it's linked to your online persona, I don't consider that doxing. Like if I like when Leah Alexander released my email address publicly, because that email address was already associated with my Tachyon Blue persona, I didn't consider it to be a form of doxing. Now, if she released my private personal email address that isn't released linked to my Tachyon Blue identity, then I think it would be doxing.
Right, but also there's also the fine line of why are they releasing that information? Why? Well, yes, that is publicly available information, but I also look at it like this: if I'm a rando internet troll and someone posts this information with the intention of other people to use it for nefarious reasons, even though that information is publicly available, you're essentially grabbing the ammunition and giving it to someone else. The ammunition is readily available, but there's not much you can do about it. At that point, if your information is publicly available, sure, that's fine. That is a risk that anyone can take. If I was to put a random name on Google and I can get their information about it, that's public information. But what can I do with that information? Some people can use it to, for example, cold call them for refinancing their car's warranty, or use it to send them coupons from the local uh, mailers or whatever like that. That is publicly available information that can be used in that regard. However, if I'm taking that information that is already publicly available and I'm putting it in a group or an environment where I know or have an idea that people are going to use that to troll and harass, that's a different story.
Well, that's shitty behavior. I
So
wouldn't call it technically doxing, but we might just have different definitions. That's fine.
yeah, I mean
Like
there's a lot of
I
ways
would
you can get around that,
like it would
honestly.
depend
Yeah.
on like what exactly we're talking about. Like if it's like I don't
Yeah.
consider Leah Alexander to have harassed me. Like her intention
No.
probably was to do so, but like I didn't receive a single mean email from one of her followers. I should qualify. I didn't actually. I'm sure like she kind of hoped that I would or thought that it was possible because she's like a massive public figure. So her
Right.
122,000 followers and she got what like probably over 100 people most likely who like retweeted this or liked it. Like so like obviously the potential for me getting a bunch of mean messages is very much real. But it didn't happen and I don't and it's my public email. Like so like if I put my personal address out there and was like, "Hey, look, here's my address. Be sure to send me your feedback about my book." And I get a bunch of hate mail, I wouldn't call that harassment either. But like if I don't have my address out there publicly on purpose linked to this identity. And somebody's like, "Hey, here's where Tachyon Blue lives. Please do with that what you will, or whatever, or like say something like that, or they just post it on like a Baphomet or something, right? Then that's a whole different thing."
Right. Again, these are all. It depends on how we want to look at it, because we can always go with the legal definition. We can also go with a personal definition. But at the same time, it also depends on who has thicker skin in this environment too. That's another factor I look into that when it comes to being doxxed or harassed or anything like that. Like I said, some people looked at being criticized as harassment when you know they weren't being harassed, but that's my definition for it. But then again, it's also how they perceived and looked at it. I mean, this is one of those things where we can go either way with it all day, honestly.
Yeah.
So, um, kind of like GamerGate,
Yeah. Well, and
you know.
Anita herself, like she did say at the United Nations that harassment isn't just the death threats. Harassment is when I log in and I see the daily barrage of mean messages saying you suck and you're a liar. Like obviously the United Nations, no governmental entity whatsoever should probably be interfering with people saying you suck or you're a liar on Twitter. Like that probably isn't
Yeah, but
something
do
the
you think
government should be
someone from the
involved in.
United Nations? Do you think someone from the United Nations heard this and probably thought, "Get over it"?
No, I
Because
think the United
I'm
Nations took
sorry,
it
like that's
seriously
the kind of
because like they think that these people are like cyber victims and like in some ways they are, I guess. But but like that doesn't make
there's
them an expert on policy making.
no, they're not. And honestly, the fact that I'm not even going to go into the UN thing, because that was a headache on my head. Like for when that happened, I was like, I'm not. Wow. The fact that it got that far is asinine to me. Um, I mean, it would have made more sense if she had that conversation at a cybersecurity conference or a panel. That would have made more sense. The fact that it got to the United Nations, like, look, I'm sorry, unless you're doing something to help women in Africa or one child policies in China or something about the world um, health of like feeding the hungry or talking about like actual policy based on war crimes, that's one thing. Internet harassment, why the hell were you at the UN?
Yeah. Well,
Like,
I
why weren't you
understand
talking to the
it is an international issue. If somebody in Russia like sends you a death threat on Twitter, like the United States government can't do anything about that. But so
no,
it
but if
is an
someone from Russia
international
sent me a
issue.
death threat on Twitter, what did I do to piss off Russia?
But
That's the first
also,
thing I'm
like,
going to be
how
wondering.
seriously do you need to take that? I don't know. Probably not that
Yeah,
seriously. But like, anyway, like
yeah,
it is an international issue. But I don't want the government. Jesus, I don't want. I'm terrified of like what the government would do or what various governments around the world would do in order to stop so-called cyberbullying. Because I don't think people
yeah.
should cyberbully people, but I don't want
No,
the government to be like, well, criticism is harassment, or the government to start like mandatory requiring like Nikki Haley, right? Who I like in many ways, but her policy on social media, she wants everyone to require that they provide like a government issued ID to every social media company to verify that they are who they are and have that linked to their account. Like that's insane. Like I don't want that to happen. That's going to
yeah,
have
no.
horrible consequences for humanity and for freedom. So
Yeah, no, it's and the question comes to the right to digital privacy at the same time, and then it's the same thing when you hear about like states trying to put in like you have to put in your ID if you want to go on a porn site, and I'm like that's very big brothery all of a sudden, like and people are also using that defense of like, oh, but if you go into like an adult video store, you have to show them your ID, and they go, that's different. They're not taking a picture of it and logging it and then like using it to make sure that you're on the up and up and stuff like that. This is a digital website where there's a digital footprint where they could use that information and actually turn it and use it against you, because what if someone actually hacks those websites and then gets your identity and then uses it to spoiler alert, harass you or things like that. It's a little different than if I walk into an adult video store and I show them my ID. No one's taking a picture of my ID and then taking and going to the adult video store and then grabbing the security footage and then getting a copy of it and then mailing it to my wife and saying, hey, we saw your husband at this adult video store, or going to the husband and going, hey, we saw you at the adult video store, give us $500 and we won't send this to your wife. Like the extremes are very different.
yeah,
One's more realistic than the other. Not
for
not
sure.
the physical trail. The digital trail is more. Yeah.
Oh, and just imagine like either one,
Yeah.
the company themselves could be corrupt, or they could get hacked, or the government could have access to this data, and now they know that you're downloading videos from fucking I don't know, like waterworks.com or something. And it's like, well, what kind of. And now they have all this extra information about you that they can use, like,
Yeah.
that they could use to smear you if you're trying to run for office, or the
Yeah.
consequences are disastrous, potentially.
No, extremely, extremely. So, what were we talking about?
Do you consider yourself a gamer? What does that mean to you?
I mean, I can hold it up, and that can say a lot of things. It can also not say a lot. I've always considered myself a gamer. I've been playing video games since I was a kid. My first system was a Super Nintendo. I'm sorry, a NES that my cousin gifted to me because he got a Super Nintendo, and then I got a Super Nintendo. Um, I've I've to me, being a gamer is someone who plays games not just casually. Someone who goes out of their way to not just play a video game with the intention of having fun. There's challenges. There's, you know, can I get the high score? Can I beat this story? But can I get all the alternate endings to that story? There is a level of love and respect and hatred, all mutually, to video gaming as a whole, as a gamer. the definition has also changed over time because I look at I look at gaming as being a gamer as athlete. What makes someone an athlete? Is it that do they play sports? Do they play sports professionally, or do they just like sports casually? And you can also like divide that down because you can be a sports fan, you can be an athlete. That doesn't mean you actually play the sport, but you play multiple sports, or you're just athletic in general, or you're a pro athlete and you're like you know Michael Jordan or Ken Griffey Jr. or something like that. So now the gamer identity is kind of shifted over the past couple of years. I now define a gamer as this: someone who loves and respects video gaming, with a gaming lens, and also now the athletic term is like someone who plays video games regularly, both for professional and private and even monetary content. So the term can change over time. I personally still feel I'm a gamer. I've been playing it for years. I collect consoles. I collect games. I have a love and appreciation for the art form in a lot of ways. One of my bucket list things to own as a gamer was when I went to Japan on my honeymoon with my wife. We went to the Super Potato Store in Japan, and I tracked down a vintage Famicom. I own a Famicom, and I haven't had a chance to plug it in. I haven't had a chance to play it, but I wanted it personally because I have a love and respect for this is the unit that brought all of us as gamers here today. This is a part of history, and I wanted to own a part of history as respect as a gamer. So that's that's where I see that definition as for me.
Gosh, I don't know how I'm going to put that into statistical data. How do I classify that answer? um,
I abstain. I abstain. I don't know.
okay, fair enough.
Or put an asterisk and then just link to this. I don't know.
On August 28th, 2014, 10 competing publications all published articles on the same day calling for an end to the gamer identity. These 10 articles were followed by 9 additional articles on other mostly gaming sites over the next few days, also calling for an end to the gamer identity. Do you have any thoughts on these articles?
Yeah, I was upset and pissed off. Because one, I was seeing, as I mentioned earlier, I was seeing journalism malpractice happen. Two, there was obvious collusion going on. And three, you were literally attacking your audience. Because I grew up thinking a gamer was someone who loved to play video games. And the problem is there is a difference between someone who loves playing video games and then a stereotype. The stereotype that a lot of gamers have gotten over the years is that they're giant man babies who get angry, throw controllers at the TV when things doesn't go right. And I'm like, no. Like that's a stereotype, and you're feeding into the stereotype, and you're now reinforcing a stereotype that you both denied and or defended for years, and suddenly now you're doing this. Now if you wanted to criticize how gamers have been the past couple of years, there's probably a better way that could have been written, and there could have been a compare and contrast and arguments on it with those articles. But no, it left a really bad taste in my mouth, and I was just so upset when I saw those articles.
What do you think are these negative aspects of gaming culture that you allude to? Or potential negative aspects, I should say.
Well, again, there's the stereotypical aspect of things. So a lot of people have over the years stereotyped gamers as nerds or incels or boisterous men babies who say things online on chats because they think they can because they think they can, and that's not the case. Anybody can be a gamer. So when they were accusing these stereotypes and going after it, that's you know the stereotype that comes to mind is the 12-year-old kid from Arkansas saying the N word online or a big fat gamer with Doritos on his beard and like Mountain Dew spilled in the corner and getting pissed off that the ending to his favorite video game sucked and we should like rise up and like bang our keyboards and throw controllers at people. Unfortunately, like that stereotype became a thing because those became the loudest voices in the room. No one bothered to ask like who are actually playing video games, and the answer is everybody's playing video games. Everybody's a gamer. You are specifically using a specific subsect of gamers that, yeah, unfortunately do exist, but they don't identify the entire gaming sphere. So you're telling me that um one of my best friends growing up, I would play Pokemon with her regularly, and now she has a Twitch channel. If I feel she's a bigger gamer than me, and I used to play Pokemon with her regularly. So you're attacking her all of a sudden, like someone who I personally know, who I love and respect, who made a whole career about playing video games. You're attacking my wife, who, yeah, she probably didn't play Halo or Call of Duty, but she still loves and plays video games with me and other video games. Like honestly, like why are you attacking her, or why are you attacking like the 5-year-old kid who's just starting to get into video games who identifies as a gamer? Like, why are you now doing this didn't make it. It still boggles my mind that those articles even were written to begin with. I'm surprised they were even approved of. I don't know why they were approved of, but
Well,
like it's still something that frustrates me to this day.
our mutual friend Leigh Alexander says that she got some backlash from the owners of Gamasutra, or from her boss at Gamasutra rather, for bringing such negative publicity to their site. She claims she almost got
Smallest
fired,
violin,
but
smallest violin right
but
next
also
to
Leigh
me. I'm
Alexander's kind
sorry.
of an asshole, and like she shouldn't have written those articles, and she does this. She probably should have. They probably should have talked to her and told her, "Hey, look, what the fuck are you doing with our brand?" Because that's, I mean, like, right? Because like, yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, I also find that a little like shocking because that seems to have been the only uh contrary viewpoint that we've heard about the Gamers Are Dead articles. Everyone else, like, all the other like websites and aggregates kind of knew what was going on and either turned a blind eye, didn't care, or knew it was happening. And Game Sutra, ironically, is the only one that there was a little pushback on it from the editors. I find that kind of, you know, strange at the same time, but it also gives
Well,
you an
that's what she
idea of
claims.
how
I don't.
out
I
of
haven't.
touch and yeah,
I don't have recordings of like her conversation with her boss.
right. I would like if she wants to like, pull proof of it, please do so. That would be nice and interesting to hear.
Yeah, let's send her another email and see if she leaks it.
Oh God. I'll probably
uh,
get WTF no again.
I might email her again just to see what she does. About this, and be like, "Hey, look, do you have any
No, no,
evidence of the
I
conversation?" Um, what do you think of games journalism?
uh the name is fun to say. Uh because honestly, I always felt that the term games journalism is something that kind of felt a little weird. I akin games journalism for longest time. I akin games journalism to sports journalism. I always felt sports journalism was easy. There wasn't a lot you had to do for sports journalism, unless you were like talking about stats and statistics and like um, who was going to be drafted in certain things. That's the hard journalism aspect of it. Everything else when it comes to sports journalism is this game just happened. We are going to talk about what you just saw, and I'm going to break it down in words for the thing you just saw. I always felt games journalism could technically be lazy. I was of course wrong because over the years I felt that games journalism, when it started, when you hear about how games journalism started with Kunkel and all those other people in the past, their goal was we're just going to be hobbyists who report and talk about the hobby that we liked. Over time, it honestly became very corrupt off the bat. Well, I say very corrupt. Let me rephrase that. It became easy to be corruptible if things went certain ways. Because early gaming publications, most of them were actually owned by game publishers. And there's nothing inherently wrong with it, but when people started identifying game publisher owned magazines as journalism, that's where I had concern because hold on, they're not talking about the negative aspect. If PlayStation Magazine is talking about like their latest next gen console, no one's going to ask, well, what about the criticisms from previous years and things like that? They're not going to do that. They own that magazine. Now, if Gamer Monthly does an article where they weigh in the pros and cons of a new gaming system, they're not tethered or owned by Sony, so they can say whatever they want. So there's the limitation right there. However, we also knew over the years that, you know, gaming publications were going to be in the pockets of gaming companies and game developers. So we were never going to get the whole story on everything. So there was that I was always concerned of when I heard of games journalism. I'm like, are you actually conducting journalism? Are you actually conducting the hard work? Sometimes they have. Sometimes they've came out with like hard hitting stories, but it's very rare and far between. Now, what I dislike very heavily is when someone says they're a games journalist and they're doing game reviews. You're not a journalist. You're a game reviewer. Don't co-opt that definition into something that has nothing to do with journalism. When you have people reporting on the happenings in like when E3 was around, or when Nintendo Direct, or when PlayStation like does their massive press release and stuff like that, and you're reporting on that, that's fine. When you're speculating, don't call yourself a journalist. You're speculating. You're doing theory writing. That's fine. So when I hear games journalists, that is a term that I feel is only reserved to a very few amount of people who can actually earn that. Now, I claimed to be a games journalist, but at the end of the day, that is up to the people to decide if I actually count as a games journalist. When I was doing GJN and I was actually reporting and I was, trying to do these interviews and work on both sides of the stories, I felt like I was able to attain that goal of being called a games journalist because I proved that. I didn't put any opinions or any editorials, and when I did, I made it very clear what they were. Half of these gaming journalists out there don't do that. And half of these gaming journalists, I hate to say it, for the most part, were never actually trained to be journalists. Most of these games journalists that got hired, they wrote a blog or they were on a blog about how they liked certain video games. They built up their own following and got hired by these magazines to be games journalists. Many of the people who run these publications never actually went to J school or anything like that. They just managed to work in the magazine industry, found their way into gaming because someone found out they were gamers. Hey, can you be in charge of a gaming publication? Sure. And that's how they fell into that. No, I've never met a journalist who said, I want to be a games journalist. A lot of them seem to have fallen into that. So when I hear the terms gaming journalism or games journalists, I chuckle and wince a little bit at the same time.
So, is a review an active journalism though?
No. And I say this because is a movie reviewer a journalist? No, they're a movie reviewer. Like um Siskel and Ebert never called themselves journalists. They called themselves movie reviewers and movie critics. Now, a journalism outfit can have a review section and they will mark it as so. That's okay. That is fine. There is nothing wrong with that. But there is a very fine line between being a reviewer and a journalist. Because a journalist, you really should not be having opinions. A review, if you're reviewing for yourself or for the face of the company, you are putting an opinion. You're not reporting the news. You're giving a review on how this thing works, how this thing operates, how it plays, how it looks, and you're giving it a score. That's that's a review. That's not journal. That doesn't inform me of anything. Now, if you wrote an article saying about how the Avengers video game day one had all these bugs and technical issues and stuff like that, and you wrote it as a news story, but you didn't write it as a review because you're not reviewing at that point. You're saying there's these tech issues and limitations and hardware issues, and you're reporting it. That's different. If you are saying that this game makes it virtually unplayable and I couldn't continue playing this game and this made the game suck for me, that's a review. There's a difference.
So you were a games journalist. Did you or anyone at your company get paid for this? What was the salary like, if anything?
We it was a labor of love. We never actually got paid. We never made any money off of Games Journalism Network. Um, we we made we tried doing the Google AdSense thing. We tried adding the Google like metrics and stuff like that. Try to get that. We hardly got anything out of it. So it was a labor of love for most of us, honestly.
Did you ever think about going back into that? I know you said that you became a teacher and then you were starting to get back into journalism now. Is gaming an area where you're going to be looking at for journalism?
I've thought about it, and it's been a very fleeting thought. I've considered it. Um, Honestly, at least once a year. If I would go back into games journalism or even reviving GJN in any way, shape, or form. Knowing what I know now and knowing how things can operate, and also with the way streaming and doing things has made things easier, I've leaned towards yes every year or so, but I'm still not sure. And a lot of it is one, I'm a dad now. I have a kid, and I need to maintain a normal career to pay the bills. If I was able to do this and actually make it a proper career and revitalize it, I would more than likely. But I'm not at the place for that right now. Right now I'm um, I was a teacher for a little bit. COVID kind of put an end on that, and then I became the manager of two bars for a while. So I flip flopped over the years. I became a bar manager for 2 years, and then after that, I started going back into journalism. Right now, I'm just doing. I work for a local newspaper, like a small town newspaper. I that's about it right now, and I'm happy with that. But also, I have other jobs I'm not going to disclose. But I've thought about it many a time. Probably not this year, but maybe in the future I would go back into it and try it again.
Honestly, though, I think if you do decide to go that route, yeah, it's your life. Do what the fuck you want. But if you do decide to go that route, I think you gotta do something about the Airplay 2 thing because the fact is that was you took money for this project. You did refund 75% of it to everyone you could, basically, you say. But I still feel like that's gonna hang over you forever until you like actually fully address it. And I think that probably means like doing
Right.
some sort of
Well,
project relating to Airplay 2.
right. So
Try to make
that's
it
what I feel
happen.
like I'm doing now. Honestly, with you is I'm addressing and I'm answering everything I could about it. Um, if I were to start GJN again, I would start the same way like I started with it before. I would start with an editorial, go with our views and balances and viewpoints on everything and how we wish to conduct ourselves. And I would probably do another video that would disclose everything in the past and, look at it as both, hey, here's what happened. I want to wipe the slate clean and try again. So, um, this is what I'm hoping to do with it now. One, clear the air on that, and two, yeah, I would immediately clear the air on it as much as
Yeah.
possible.
Well, and thank you for agreeing to the interview with me, by the way. But it might be a good idea if you do decide to go that route. I said maybe in the future, not a top
Yeah,
priority for you, but in the future, if you ever did re-enter games journalism, um, I think the best, at the very least, I think the bare minimum is you should probably and seek other people's feedback on this too, including other donors, including other people who are panelists. But I think they'll and just seek their feedback. But I think at least do an online thing. Just pick a weekend, Saturday, Sunday. We're gonna do 7, 8 different live streams. Okay, during this weekend, we got events, online events. We're doing a panel with 3 different people about harassment, online harassment. We're doing 3 different things on gaming feminism. We're doing 3 different things on games journalism. We're doing 3 different things on how the media covered Gamergate. Or 3 different people at the panel, or 4 or 5 or whatever. Have an online discussion. Have a weekend. That way people can be like, all right, the big Airplay 2 weekend's coming up. Let's all go check out the live streams, and then we have parties. Like I'll have a party in real life, probably with my friends if they're interested, and we'll all watch the Airplay 2 over the 2 day period, and it'll or 1 day period where it'll just be like 2 days of just this event. It'll be an online stream even. I think that that's fine. I think that that would probably be a good way for you to like redeem yourself. No offense.
No, none taken. And if I if I cross that bridge with that, it's something I would heavily consider. Um, and it would probably be like maybe a GamerGate anniversary stream or something like that. I don't know yet, but again, I'm not there yet. But this is something that if I were to cross that bridge, more than likely I would do that.
Okay, and it couldn't just be like one stream. I think you'd have to like put a little. You'd have to have at least like multiple panels to make it similar to the
No,
real
of
life
course.
conference would have been. Yeah.
I would probably try. I would probably doing it the same way again, but like with a different lens and different ears on that. Again, if I were to cross that bridge,
Yeah.
so um, and yeah, try from there. I agree totally.
How responsive to calls for reform do you think the games press was?
Not very. Honestly, I don't think I saw much of a reform until after Gamergate died down. But when I forgot what the exact term was when people started having to disclose when websites or aggregates were making money off of clicks and links. That was like an SEC thing that was the Security and Exchange Commission thing.
No, it was FEC,
And when
right?
those laws started going,
Or
FCC, something like
FTC,
that. It
Federal
was.
Trade Commission. Federal Trade Commission.
Thank you. Yeah, the FTC. When those laws started coming in, that's when we started seeing a bit of a reform on that. I also feel like after Gamergate died down, there was a silent reform because we did start seeing people disclose that they had that information. But again, it's not fully known how much of them were perceptive of it. But we did see a lot of independent gaming journalism websites pop up with very clear ethical standards. So I was okay with that. And it also gave people more of a choice on where they could get their information from. Um, and, we're even seeing that with YouTubers and Twitch streamers who do their own gaming news blogs. Like most of them are doing way more journalism in 1 hour of doing a live stream than many of these gaming journalism websites have done in their entire publication run.
Yeah, like this
So
actually.
that's yeah, like so that's the level of reform I saw. But from the publishers directly and from like the main websites that were involved with all of this, it was very little reform, if any.
Were there any games journalism reforms? Well, you've kind of already answered this. Shoot. Um, are there any other specific reforms you'd have liked to have seen?
I would still like to see a clear line between someone who's acting as a games journalist versus someone who's acting as a game reviewer because that line still gets skewed kind of hard. Oftentimes, I'll find myself going on IGN or Polygon or any of them, and you will if you look up the names of some of the people who work on their websites. If you just search on their main websites, you'll have people who are writing both news stories and doing critiques or reviews, and I feel like like that's double dipping. You're either a journalist or a reviewer. I feel like you cannot do both because there is perception that you are going to be inherently biased. If you are writing an article about how the Halo series is kind of stupid, but then you're doing a review on the latest Halo game and you're giving a good review, something about that doesn't stick. And that's an example. I'm just throwing that out there, but oftentimes you will see that. So I still want to see a clear fine line between if you're going to have a staff for your gaming journalism publication of any kind, your journalists are journalists and your viewers are viewers. They cannot do both.
So let's play devil's advocate on that slightly. I know we've been going for a while, so we can like rush through these, but um, wouldn't they say that look, this is not an industry where we got a lot of money. We got, seven employees like you, right? Or like 10 or 15 or 20 if you're like Kotaku, or maybe like, I don't know, maybe Kotaku's like 50 or 100, I don't know. Um, but
Yeah.
we have a smaller staff, so and we don't get a lot of money for this, and we're paying our people not a whole lot of money, generally speaking. They're not making big bucks. Um, so
Right.
we expect them to take on a lot of roles and wear a lot of hats.
Well, when I was doing JJN, when I was doing GJN, we didn't do that. We didn't have enough staff to do game reviews, so we just didn't do game reviews. We just stuck with the journalism aspect of things. Now, if our staff had grown and maybe we hired one person to just do reviews when they could, I we would have just had them do that. But that was with like a team of 6 people, 7 people at the most. It's not impossible to do if you can disclose and make it very clear we can't do reviews because we don't have the staff for it, or we're just not doing reviews period, and we don't make any like assumptions or lies about it. That's fine. There's no there's no issue with it really. If you can't do a game review and you're only covering the news like what we did, that's fine. Um, and that's the thing is most of these UBO publications, they have about a staff of 15 people. You're telling me that you could not allocate one person on your staff to just do the reviews or just do the journalism aspect of things and like have the rest do the other thing? I mean, it's not uncommon for like most publications to clean house and have people reassigned. I mean, very often, like you have people. Most journalists in the news divisions, they get promoted from being the lifestyles editor, or they're from the sports department, or they're from other departments. They just get cross promoted into something else, but they don't go back to what they were doing. They stick to the one thing going forward. So you're telling me that you couldn't have a person be promoted as a reviewer and just stop doing the news part of things? I feel it's kind of lazy to just not attempt it at all. Just make a fine line, and that's the end of it.
Well, I ask everybody this next question, but for you it's special because you were the founder and presumably editor in chief of a gaming website.
Yes.
So if some of your employees were accused of ethical misconduct, what would you have done?
I would have done exactly what I was taught in college because I actually had this happen a couple of times when I was the editor in chief of my college newspaper. One, immediately have them stop working, do a proper investigation as to what's happening. If there is any evidence of wrongdoing, have them reprimanded the correct way. If it has a chance of tarnishing the reputation of my publication, fire them. If it was a mistake that easily got misconstrued, um, find the fine line, write retractions, write updates on the article, and that's the end of it. It's not a hard thing to do. It's if someone's being unethical, or if someone's not disclosing any information, and if the public finds out, and I'm the boss, I'm gonna want to find out because it's not the reputation of my writers on the line. It's the reputation of my publications on the line. I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out what happened. If something happened that went south, fix it, address it, do retractions, do whatever's needed. Like it's not hard to do, honestly. The fact that many of these publications didn't do anything is says more on their actions than trying to do anything at all.
Well, your answer about possibly re-entering the game journalism world kind of already addresses this, but do you think there is still a role for good games journalism in the world? And if so, what does that look like to you?
Right now, gaming has changed significantly. When you look at things of game crunch, behind the scenes developmental issues, patches, uh, some games having legal issues with either the publishers or the platforms that they're presented on. um, gaming being an official sport. Like there's, esports for a reason. There is more opportunities and chances to actually conduct proper gaming journalism as normal journalism. So gaming journalism now is very different than it was 5 or 10 years ago. There's more nuance to a lot of things that can be reported on. Uh, uh, and the same thing when it comes to reviewing. Now people look at the way we review things differently. I mean, Rotten Tomatoes has kind of set a new standard on how people review things. You have the website score, and then you have the public score. And a lot of websites are doing that for a reason. They're showing that, hey, this is our review, but if we're wrong and you say otherwise, let's hear your thoughts on it. So now there's a new open-end engagement with it where people can be involved with it. So if anything, yeah, it's very different now.
Some GamerGate supporters believed that pressuring advertisers to pull out would be a good way to convince gaming publications to initiate ethical reforms. What did you think of them engaging in this strategy?
I honestly think it was a good strategy. It's something it's a tactic that's existed for years, both on the television side of things, on movies, and physical publications even beforehand. So that's not a new tactic. Um, I'm just surprised on how effective and ineffective it was this time around. But at the same time, it's kind of an interesting thing where usually when people advertise, it's because when people do an advertisement boycott, they do it because they want something removed. They want something that they don't like out. This was something where the public wanted the actual publication to change. That was to me something very different and kind of worked actually.
In the first few weeks of Gamergate, it was revealed, or so, let me rephrase that. In September 2014, it was revealed that nearly 150 games journalists were from competing publications were in a mailing group called Game Journal Pros. What did you think of this revelation?
I was both shocked and not shocked at the same time because one, it isn't nothing. That's not nothing new in journalism. There are a lot of email groups and private chat groups and chat logs where journalists talk to each other privately, and they do things because maybe they're all working on a similar story and they want to get like some similar information. So that wasn't anything new. But what did shock me was when the chat logs started popping up and the fact that the Games Journal Pro list was using that kind of system to write editorial and opinion articles. That I felt was a red flag. That I felt was a major level of collusion that shouldn't have happened. And keep in mind, like it's not uncommon for a lot of journalists to write the same stories on the same day. I'll give you an example of this. When 9/11 happened, you're telling me not a single journalist didn't write the same story? Everybody wrote the same story. When the Queen died, everybody wrote the same story. The Queen died. Nothing. There was nothing collusion about it. Like, but that's a world-breaking event. Now, when you go into a smaller bubble and a smaller sphere, and a lot of people write the same story, you can still say the same thing. Halo 3 came out. Everybody's going to be talking about Halo 3 came out. Now, if everybody has the same opinion and it comes out the same day, that's a little sus. That's a little fishy. Now, when you had people from the Game Journalist Pro list all talking about writing an article about the gamer identity and how like it needs to die or change, that's a red flag. That is collusion. That is pushing a narrative. There wasn't even a chance for no one even debated on it because they were all influencing each other or working with each other. So at that point, we weren't just seeing like, journalists talking to each other. We were seeing toxic people being toxic people to each other. So that was the more shocking side of it, is what the conversations were. The fact that there was a list didn't bother me at all. These lists exist everywhere. in a lot of spheres and a lot of industry. That's nothing new. The conversations were more shocking.
Do you have any thoughts on deep freeze?
Um, I never actually had an opinion about it, but uh, now that you ask, I think it's actually been probably one of the best things to happen in the Gamergate controversy because a lot of people have always wondered for years, how can you, like, is there a way we can gauge someone's trust as a journalist? There's never been a review aggregate or a website that has ever shown the ethical points that a journalist has made. And I think that was kind of cool to see, like, here's where they made these mistakes or or these errors or where they deliberately committed malpractice. To know that and to have that information gives a lot of people a better idea and understanding of, should I actually trust this person if they write something? Because, and that's the other thing as a journalist, your reputation matters. Like, you have to build a reputation to be a trusted source of information. A website like that makes a lot of sense to me, and I'm actually surprised that more websites didn't pop up like that for other journalists in the future and outside of the gaming sphere.
Do you have anything else you want to say about the first Airplay?
Nothing I can think of, honestly. I think um, no, I think I said what I had to say about the first Airplay already.
All right. And you already talked about why the media didn't cover it too. Anything else you want to expand upon there before we move on to the next question?
No, I think we can move on to the next
Okay.
question.
I know that you covered SavePoint, the panel at South by Southwest. Do you want to talk about that?
Well, I didn't get to actually go there. I only got to talk about it. So I got to talk about the controversy about it, and I think I only interviewed one person about it, but didn't get a chance to go to South by Southwest. I did remember getting nominated, like, so, like there was a list going around of like who we should nominate, who should nominate people to go to Save Point, and my name has shown up on the list. Now, if the opportunity presented itself for me to be a panelist at Save Point, I would have done it. But that's pretty much all I can say about that. I really can't answer anything else about that, unfortunately.
Okay. Did you have any thoughts on the event? Yeah, I assume you watched it. Yes, when you covered it, when you talked about it on your show.
I did, and honestly, I felt like they did what they could, and I think it was one of the few times where if Pro Gamergate could ever have another win, that would have been it. If they wanted to claim that as one, and they did a right, and honestly, they did a good job of even showing the anti side of things in a very neutral stance. And um, these were people who went there, they were well informed, they did their job, they did it well, and that was the end of it, really.
Did you see my panels at Arch Anime or Natsucon? They were on video as well.
I i did not get a chance to see that, unfortunately.
Have you saw part one of the Airplay documentary? Do you want to talk about that?
um Honestly, I think it's a very good, well informed edit of everything that's going on. One, I like the fact that one, documenting the entire Airplay event as it happened, going into a clear idea of like, this event happened. Why was it not covered more? Here was what they talked about during it, and backing it up with other evidence is something that is going to help define what the controversy was in the future. So, I think they did a great. I think he did a great job, editing that together. And the only other thing I wish that would be different would be if it was promoted more so other people could see it in a different way. Because honestly, this is not one of those things where people are fishing their way out to see it. You either have to find it because you happen to be looking up GamerGate stuff, or you didn't. This isn't like one of those videos where, like, if I put on a video and someone randomly does a deep dive onto an old TV show and it might show up because it's trending. That's one thing. It's one of those videos I wish was trending so more people could have a better understanding both of the whole Gamergate controversy and at the same time what happened.
Yeah, he definitely. I've told him this too. He needs to be more aggressive in how he promotes it. I think he's a little bit shy about reaching out to people. But he needs to do like a media tour. He says he tried for a while to get it at festivals too, to get them to show it at festivals.
Yeah, that's actually going to be tougher too because a lot of festivals they don't like their documentaries being too long. They want like the 15 minute to 20 minute documentaries.
Yeah, and his is like 5 to 6 hours, which is
Yeah,
great because it's tons of
yeah,
material, and he actually does a really good job with it. But
yeah.
that's
No, he
that's
does.
that's a long
He
time for a
does.
festival.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, you mentioned them earlier, but do you have any thoughts on the Kunkel Awards?
I wish they continued. I honestly, there's always been a lot of journalism awards out there. I mean, going as far as the you know, there's not one. I think if the Kunkel Awards continued, or if gaming journalism awards were able to continue, I think more people would take games journalism seriously, including the journalists themselves, because it would push them to do harder hitting stories. It would push them to have more ethical standards as well. And that's the thing is like when you look at any other normal journalism award out there, and there's always so many from to choose from. A lot of them are based on hard hitting investigative stories, or based on reputation too. Some journalism awards are based on public trust. So if the Kunkel Award or some kind of games journalism award were to continue, I think we would see more reforms in the gaming journalism sphere.
Some Gamergate supporters say that they got involved to advocate for what they saw as artistic freedom, the right of artists to make the art that they want to make without fear or censorship or shoddy localizations. What did you think of this aspect of the conversation?
I think they should have been louder and more clear about that because unfortunately their argument, while valid, was very muted because of everything else going on with the controversy. Um, I did briefly try to talk about it while operating GJN, but sometimes those voices kind of get muted. And again, if they were louder, I think that would have been another thing that would have helped stamped a pro GG win in some regards because a lot of people don't like localizations. A lot of, like sometimes there's a simple translation and that's fine. Translation errors can happen. That happens a lot with a lot of things coming from a foreign country. But when you're changing the aspects of the original art of the story to make it more Western, I mean, people still joke about jelly donuts from Pokemon for that reason. Like it's been like that in a lot of media over the years. So especially when something as interactive and as thought provoking as games, localizations are a big deal, and I wish that argument was a little louder.
What do you think of the argument that video games can cause and or reinforce sexist attitudes?
Uh, it goes back to my view of do video games cause or promote violence? Absolutely not. But then again, it also depends on the media you consume. Because let's be real here, there are video games out there that allow you to sexually assault women. They're not publicly available. They're hard to find. You have to go out of your way to look for them. But if you're going out of your way to look for them, that says a lot about the person than the video game itself. At the end of the day, I feel like there's a straw man argument. I feel like that is a nonsensical argument. It goes back to what I said earlier about violent video games.
And that's the next question. What do you think of the argument that video games cause violence?
God no. Nerf guns cause violence. Pokemon should be promoting cockfighting and Boy Scout badges. I still that's a hill I die on. I mean, Legend of Zelda should be promoting breaking and entering at that point.
Some political activists believe that using social media campaigns to demand artists change artistic elements of their work was a good thing, such as hashtag change the cover. Some in Gamergate thought that this was going too far and or going to have a chilling effect on artists. Do you have any thoughts on this tactic?
I think the artists should be doing their own thing, and if again at the end of the day, if they are causing a stir or a commotion, then they did their job. But at the same time, if someone doesn't like something, if if you want to criticize it or have an opinion about it, that's one thing. But to do an entire campaign just to change something because you didn't like what the artist had to say about it, I feel like that's another form of censorship. But at the same time, sometimes I've only seen it work one time and I was okay with it, and that was with Mass Effect 3. That to me made sense. That to me was, you had a game studio who made a game and willingly distanced themselves from the previous two games, made it a sequel, did all these things that made no sense, and the gamers who were following the plot were so upset about it that they did a campaign to change it to get a new or better ending. I get that. I was okay with that because we all followed because anyone who followed that game felt betrayed at that point. But it wasn't like, how in the last Metal Gear games that came out where, you know, Kojima was pushed out of the studio and he didn't get to finish the game fully, so we got kind of a rough cut ending. We weren't upset about the ending. We were still okay with it because he still wrote that ending. We just wanted Kojima back so he could finish the story. So people were messaging Konami and going after them saying like, "Hey, put the artist back to finish his job." And that's the complete opposite of what's been going on. I'm okay with stuff like that. But to attack or go after the artist because you didn't like their work, congratulations. That's called art. It's supposed to be subjective. Sorry you didn't like it. Sucks to suck.
Where do you think the lines are between criticism and a censorship campaign?
I mean, in its own definition, it's already a fine line because criticizing is you're giving an informed opinion, and a censorship campaign is you're going out of your way to block it. The only issue I've ever had with censorship campaigns, honestly, is it unintentionally causes a Streisand effect. You want to censor something, so we're going to put more public views on it to censor it, so more people are going to see the thing we're trying to censor. Honestly, I feel censorship campaigns are kind of hypocritical.
I know you've mentioned this briefly, but do you have any thoughts on the removal of content from some foreign games when they are localized?
Doesn't make any sense to me, honestly, because you're changing the original intention of the game. You're changing the cultural aspect of that game. Um, I've always found it weird that game studios do that because they say it won't make sense to the audience, but the audience knows where the game's coming from, so why would they not know what's going on? Um, like I'll be honest with you, like I go back to the whole thing with Pokemon and the whole in the show they called onigiri, the rice balls, they called them jelly donuts. And here's the thing: as a kid, I'm like, that doesn't even look like a donut at all. Why would you change that? I want to know what that actually is because I knew it's from Japan. I assumed it was Japanese in some way, shape, or form. Why don't you just call it like it is? And congratulations, you just taught an entire generation of people what rice balls were. I would have been much more okay with that. And I was a child when that came out. I was thinking that logic. So even and then next day when that episode came out, I'm talking to all my friends like, have you ever seen a jelly donut that fucking looked like that? What the hell is that? So that to me makes no sense. That is both lazy and doesn't work. The only time I've ever been okay with a localization to that degree, and it's only worked in one capacity I can think of, is when you look at Power Rangers, like they're using the Japanese footage of the superhero suits, but filming the American side of things for kids. I'm okay with that, and that makes sense because it's you can do that. You don't have to worry about subtitling. You can show like more visible interactions on it, and you can localize it for an American audience. That's okay. But when you're taking something that you're trying to adapt the story one for one and completely changing it for that reason, just to localize it like that doesn't make any sense to me. Same thing in video games, same thing in any media, really.
Yeah, I
I
want
mean,
to.
look at K-pop songs. They're not translating K-pop songs for a localized American audience. What are the girls doing? They're learning Korean so they can understand and like the song.
Yeah,
Like they didn't have to localize it.
I'd want to see artists be able to create their full artistic vision, and that we should get that. And sometimes that artistic vision could very, very, very rarely include like deliberate localization choices that from the creator. Like
I get that
I
for some.
believe
I get
the
that for some
Avengers.
things.
I think the Avengers, the first Avengers movie, they have a scene where it's if you look at the scene in different languages, it's deliberately they say different words because they're like making they make a list of like cities or something that they reference. Um,
Right.
and depending on what language you're in, they'll reference different cities, and like that's an artistic
I'm
choice, like that's a different thing.
that that
But
I'm o-
like
that I'm
but
okay with
changing rice
because the
balls to jelly
studio.
donuts is bullshit, and it's also it does a disservice to Japanese culture
Right.
too.
Yeah, and here's the thing: I'm okay because like with the Avengers thing, I'm okay because the studio deliberately made that choice artistically from the back end. It wasn't a third party publisher who did it. That's where I have an issue with it. Same thing when you look at the movie Inside Out. There's a scene where you're inside the kid's head and they're going through the traumas of different things that she ate as a kid. This Disney themselves decided we're going to make different food ranges for different countries because in America it's broccoli. For other places it might be Brussels sprouts. For other places it might be peppers. And that makes sense. That makes sense to me because the studio is deliberately choosing an artistic level for different areas. I get that, but
But
when it's a
99%
third
of the
party
time it's not
studio,
that.
oh no, no, and it's not. And those are the few good gems I can think of for that. But yeah, no, that's. I feel like if if you can't localize, if the artist can't localize it artistically, don't change the artist's art.
Some people have argued that Gamergate was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think that was accurate?
No, I interviewed and talked to a lot of people on both sides of the aisle when it came to Gamergate, and while I never did ask them politically where they were and where they stood, judging based on the conversations I've had, very few of them were really right wing. I'll be honest with you, like if anyone was probably the most right wing in Gamergate, it was probably like Ethan Ralph and he's being a troll and Milo Yiannopoulos were the only two off the bat I could see being right wing, but I couldn't tell anyone else being
Yeah.
right wing.
There were Paulo game designers right wing. Well, he's
Yes,
conservative.
but
He's not like a Nazi, but he's like a
yeah,
conservative.
no, he's
Hasio too.
conservative, and honestly, we live in a weird time where like what does right wing mean and where does left wing mean, and politically speaking, it's hard to like figure that out on the spectrum. But it also depends on what's their question of right wing. Are we talking about are they just Republicans? Are they rhinos? Are they MAGA hats? Like what are they? Like But honestly, like I felt like the spectrum politically of where everybody stood was so mixed and diverse. I couldn't even give you a generalized percentage of where everybody stood.
Some people have argued that. Oh, sorry. Do you want to talk about your political views or philosophy?
So I've always made it a personal credo when I was a journalist never to disclose my political leanings because I felt that it could compromise the integrity of reporting. Um, but at the same time that I've also voted. I voted for both parties of both. I voted for candidates on both parties, but I'm just gonna go for broke on this one. For the longest time, I was a card carrying Republican. I believed in what the GOP used to stand for when it came to having a strong fiscal government with proper spending, a strong military, and things of that nature. That's what I believed in. But the GOP got hijacked over the years. The GOP is not what it used to be, and you know, because of that, okay, so I'm Republican. That means I have to hate gay people. I have to not believe in science. I have to believe that hurricanes are caused by gay sex and not the changing of barometric pressure from, you know, changes of the environment. Suddenly my party got like crazy. And I found myself leaning more towards left ideals. So I only became a registered Democrat so I could vote in the primaries because I didn't find a single Republican I believed in anymore. I haven't seen a Republican I believed in ever for the longest time. Um, so now I'm completely independent, and it's not the way I thought I wanted to be independent. I mean, I mentioned before I voted for Hillary, and I don't even like Hillary Clinton. Um, you know, I had to make a choice between if I should vote for Bernie or other people, and I had to think about that carefully. Um, so I'm at this point in my life completely independent, politically speaking. Now, I have a lot of personal beliefs, and that's the good thing that I like about this country is I can have my own belief systems on whatever I want, but at the same time, I also don't enforce it on other people because that's not my choice. Um, so yeah,
Have your politics changed since Gamergate or due to Gamergate?
my politics never were a factor in GamerGate. I believe. Um, I didn't see any political arguments or entanglements involved with GamerGate at all.
Really? Okay.
Oh,
So
personally speaking, I'm sorry.
so
No, personally speaking, like
okay.
I didn't get swayed or moved one way or the other politically because of GamerGate. Were there a lot of political uh, concerns and questions and stuff? Oh yeah, absolutely. But that didn't alter me in any way.
Okay. Are you okay with gaming sites criticizing games through a political or religious lens, such as a Marxist, feminist, Christian, or other lens?
If you can make a compelling argument about it and you can do it the correct way, absolutely. However, if you're using that as a crutch to shut down a game and to reinforce your personal views and personal beliefs, that's a different story.
What is the correct way?
I'll give an example. One of the most politically charged video games I've ever played has been the Metal Gear Solid video game series. And anytime there's ever been a review or criticism about Metal Gear, they talk about the poignant points of nuclear proliferation and information warfare. And they do it and most people when they criticize it, they do it in compelling ways, but they don't use it to shut down the game. They don't use it to shut down anything. Um, Now, I can't speak fully on the sexist part of things because I'm a cis straight male. So my opinion on this is very different and not valid in certain circumstances. But when you play a video game and the main character just happens to be sexy and you completely discount the game because the woman on the cover is too attractive or too buxom where you have to downgrade the score because of that because of sexist views or ideals about it, that's are you criticizing the gameplay or is that a personal thing you're going in there, and that's where the fine line changes and whatnot. Now, a great example of this is Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. um Obviously the game came out for fan service, obviously the game came out for eye candy for the male gaze. No one's not saying that wasn't true. um Most of the reviews for that game Years later, even when the game came out, most of the reviews were talking about the women. None of the reviews actually talked about the gameplay. And even years later, when people criticize the game, they criticize the fact that there's obviously sex appeal in this game, and that's all it's about. But no one's actually ever criticized the gameplay and how the game's actually trash. Like
Yeah, I've
no
not
one's
played the new one.
actually
I've not played the
criticized it.
first one, but the second one, the gameplay is indeed trash. This is true. The women are hot.
Yeah, but no one's ever actually talked about that because everybody reviews the sexy women angle. They don't review the gameplay angle of it. And that's the thing is like, so what are you actually reviewing? What are you actually talking about in reviews and criticism?
Well, do you think that there is value in the political analysis of games?
I think there is because it also shows you the lens of, if done correctly, it can show you the lens of anything because we can do the same thing with pop culture anywhere. We can do the same thing with movies and television shows. We like if you go on YouTube, like there's always deep dives on famous things involving pop culture when it comes to movies, television, and video games. So there is a way to do it. It's just, can you back up the facts? Can you back up your narrative? And can you use the game itself as a talking point, not just your personal views on it? That's the fine line. And that's the difference is, are you being personal about it, or are you actually looking at what the message is from the game or from whatever medium you're looking at?
Some people say that GamerGate was the quote first battle of the culture war unquote. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
God, no. I don't think it was the first culture war ever. We've had culture wars forever. This is, I think, the first one where it was so muddled and so all over the place, where misinformation was happening during this culture war. But there's always been culture wars going around in different capacities. Um, Pop culture is always going to have a culture war in some way, shape, or form. Sometimes they're made by the companies themselves, and sometimes they're made by the consumers themselves. Um, when you look at, and I'll give you a good example of this. When you look at the format wars, for example, that's technically a culture war. You had two companies that had two different videotape formats that came out. It wasn't the companies themselves that were doing the war. It was the consumer that was doing the war. And that's a culture war right there because you had a level of consumers that were going, do I want long lasting tape that's durable and that can work anywhere, VHS, or am I willing to spend more money on higher quality and sound, beta? And there's a culture war. Pepsi versus Coke is a culture war, and that's still a culture war going on to this day. But even when you look at religious implications in medium and pop culture, that's technically a culture war as well. Some people say it's a religious war, but no, it's also a culture war as well because culture can be defined in so many different ways. If anything, Gamergate was the first culture war where information was used in a way that could negatively affect one side or the other. Misinformation was a big factor in this culture war. And also, it was showing how easily um, aggregates and websites and online information could be easily manipulated in a culture war. If anything, that's the biggest thing that came out of it because a lot of the tactics that happened during the Gamergate controversy is stuff we're seeing in a lot of modern day areas with influencers in pop culture in general, even in politics. A lot of that stuff was unintentionally written during the Gamergate controversy. While not a direct influence, it was a pre-generator of sorts of everything that we see now with modern culture wars.
What do you think of the framing of Gamergate being a reaction to a moral panic about video games?
I think it's backwards. I think that during the controversy, I think before the controversy even fully started, there was already a moral panic happening, and Gamergate got tacked onto it. Because again, when you look at how Gamergate started, it had nothing to really do with the uh, feminism ideals being built in the gaming sphere. The bigger question was, um, what sexism was happening in the gaming industry when it came to people working in the gaming industry, and of course everything else going on with gaming journalism and everything else with that. The whole feminist critiques and stuff like that that happened with the moral panic happened parallel to it and then got intersected.
Well, it's interesting. I don't think I considered the. I don't remember there being conversations about like harassment that women experience in the workplace during gamer. I mean, like there might have been conversations about that during GamerGate, like the Activision Blizzard stuff, and but like no, I think that was more later. But I don't. I wouldn't consider those conversations to be
That is more
GamerGate
defined
related.
more later. Yeah.
Because I guess I so there is this I guess because your definition of GamerGate is like everything that happened between 2014 to like some indeterminate other amount of time, right? Whereas like I view GamerGate as being more like a consumer revolt, like an actual thing that like an actual like amorphous group of people. And so like the
Right.
game, so I guess like different definitions of GamerGate are gonna get you like different answers depending on how you look at that.
Yeah, and I mean, again, my definition is probably varied and different from other people. So
What do you think of the framing of GamerGate as a battle between those who believe in Enlightenment liberal values and those who don't?
I think you're reaching for an argument on that one, honestly,
Well, that's how we saw it
because
at the
I didn't
time,
really think.
or at least a lot of people did. But
Yeah, and it's something I really didn't see because yeah, I mean, there were a lot of political conversations about it, but I felt that the political conversations, to be honest, were very nuanced, and you had to go looking for them because again, my concern was reporting on the journalism part of things, the harassment part of things, the pro and the anti side of things. I didn't really dive too hard into the political aspect of things because it really was not defined as much for me on that one. At least I didn't see that. I mean, now I do, and then again, that's kind of one of those. If you look at the nuances of it, yeah, but that's not what I saw at the time.
you interacted with a lot of pro GamerGate people. What were those interactions
Yes.
like?
Um, a lot. I mean, honestly, I didn't really have any bad interactions with pro GamerGate people. A lot of the pro GamerGate people I interacted with were very upfront with like their concerns and reservations of am I asking the right questions? Am I doing the right job? So whenever I would do pre-interviews with some of them or do pre-talks with some of them, I always made it very clear like, look, I'm neutral. I just want to know what's going on. I'm going to ask both sides of it, and that's the end of it. And most of them were kind of happy that someone was trying to do that because that's what most of them wanted. I just happened to give what they wanted to hear. Most so everything from Programmergate's side of things was pretty chill, pretty good. I mean, up until like the fallout from Airplay 2 and all that stuff, But then again, I feel that a lot of them were kind of justified in being concerned and angry about it. I'm not gonna deny that. I felt I was getting more into standoffish situations more with the anti GG people. Um, they never wanted to talk to me. Or if they did, they were very concerned about what I wanted to talk about. And I felt that was kind of weird considering like, look, I'm asking questions. I just want you to answer them. I'm not going here in an accusatory format. I just want to hear your side of the story. I want to give you a chance to tell your side of the story and let me do some follow-ups with that. But that was like pulling teeth half the time. Um, it was very hard to find someone anti, and then the few times I did, they would get cold feet, back out, or just not want to talk anymore. And I felt that was kind of odd during the entire controversy. And then the most anti people I did find, they weren't associating with a lot of the higher up people in anti GG. These were people going way lower at the consumer level who who made an opinion, got immediately dunked on for having that opinion, and then doubling down on their opinion because I have an anti-Gamergate opinion. People are being very retaliatory about that, or saying I'm wrong about it, and now I'm seeing the anti-GZ side of things. Those people I ended up talking to more, and then when I had a conversation with them, they no longer classified as anti-GG. They went more neutral on the thing. So if anything, that kind of says a lot on the people who were on both camps of this.
Well, now my next question was about the anti-Gamergate people, but you've already answered that, so I'll ask: how could the
There you go.
Gamergate conversation have been more productive?
It should not have been a leaderless movement. And that's, if anything, recent history has taught is that leaderless movements don't work. Um, I when I was a journalist, I covered Occupy Wall Street. Well, not Occupy Wall Street specifically. I covered Occupy Miami, which because every state and every city had their own Occupy movement. And the problem I had when I was trying to cover Occupy Miami was I didn't know who the talking points were for. I mean, I heard the basic rhetoric of the 99 versus the 1%. Okay, cool. Then the next day, oh, we're going after the Koch brothers. Okay, the next day, well, we're here to reinforce the NAACP and their help with that. And then the next day, we're here to talk about Bradley Manning or Chelsea Manning and all that stuff going on. Now we're talking about WikiLeaks. Now we're talking about conspiracy theories. And the problem with these leaderless movements is you have too many talking points because you have this sideways leadership where everybody should have a voice. But that's fine in theory. But the problem is when you have that sideways leadership, a message can easily be corrupted. A message can easily be lost, or a new talking point that has nothing to do with the original talking point can come into play. And I saw that happening with Gamergate on both sides, actually, both on the anti side of things and on the pro side of things. Is both of their messages got muddled. If there was a effort to have some kind of leadership and a clear message or something of the like, that would have made sense. I had this conversation with Koretsky actually, during the after Airplay. After Airplay, I sat down with Koretsky. We shared a glass of rum together, and it was literally like, I asked him candidly, like, what do you think would have made both sides better? And he goes, do you know both sides don't have an official website that tells them their talking points? Like, we live in the technological day and age. Why was there not an official GamerGate.com website that said, here's our talking points, and if you have any questions, here's what you can ask? And why didn't anti Gamergate do the same thing? Why was there no anti Gamergate.com or .net or anything like that? Here's our talking points, and if you have any questions, here are the people you should ask. If that happened with Me Too, there was official email listings and websites that said, here's our concerns, here's our talking points, here's the lawyers that you should talk to if you have any questions, and here's our press manager if you have any questions about that. Um, if Occupy Wall Street had done that, Occupy Wall Street would have probably had a stronger message. If Gamergate, both pro and anti, did that, I think there would have been a more civil conversation and a civil debate in a lighter sphere. I think the controversy would have not gotten as muddled or as messed up as it did.
Hmm. Okay, I was going to ask you later on about the leaderless aspect, but we can dive into it a little bit here um, instead of later. Um, I don't know. Like, well, one, they're like, there's not going to be like an official because it's a leaderless thing, but there are a ton of like obvious pro
Right.
GamerGate websites, and obvious anti GamerGate ones too. Like there's GamerGazi on the anti GamerGate side, Reset Era, NeoGaf, and then like also on the pro side, there's Kotaku in Action, GamerGate HQ, GamerGate.me was one at one point for a long period of time, like for the first like year, I guess, or first like 8 months. Um, or maybe it was like a year and a half. I don't know. But like GamerGate.me was like a real website that had with a wiki and everything and resources on it. Deep freeze, of course. So like, there's obvious like pro game, or just go in the hashtag and ask people like, hey, who should I talk to? Um, I think that you'd get like a lot of different like really good information. Um, but I understand like
But
how that.
that does bring up another thing is that our generation and younger, we can easily look up things by a hashtag and ask those questions, but not everybody can do that. None of the older journalists who are asked to cover this, they're not going to think to look up a hashtag. They're not going to think to like go to Reddit and look at individual subreddits and ask these questions
I mean, they
because
probably shouldn't cover
that's
GamerGate then. Like that's the reality, I think.
they probably shouldn't, but at the same time there is a level of disconnect where, yes, there's a modern way people do things, but not everybody knows how the modern way works. Now at the same time, I can also like we can also go into the fact that like who should have covered Gamergate and who shouldn't have covered Gamergate when it came to, the mass media and stuff like that. Um there's a lot of ways that went south, and I honestly don't know where to begin with it. But I've also been a firm believer that the reason why the mass media covered Gamergate the way they did was because they couldn't think of where to find that information because not every journalist is going on Reddit. Not every journalist is using Twitter in the way they think they do. I've met multiple journalists who were like, why can I only write this in 120 something characters? Like, why are they shorthanding this? Why can't they just make a website where they make it longer? Then they're like, some of them are out of touch with it, and that's because everybody looks at things differently.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know how TikTok works, and TikTok's the biggest thing right now. But if Gamergate was happening right now and TikTok was a thing, I probably wouldn't be covering it because I don't know how TikTok works. And
Well,
that's
but
just me,
yeah.
but
No, I see what you're saying,
that's just me, yeah.
but also I think like some people like myself, I tried to make it easy. Because I even created a list of GamerGate communities. Like you could literally just like, I don't know if it, well, the video is not up anymore, but it was a list of GamerGate communities that I did. I made a video about it, and I went through all the GamerGate communities I could find, like 2 dozen, 3 dozen different communities. And I was like, so that way,
Right,
like
and
a journalist who was
I would be
Googling,
able to easily find that.
yeah.
I would be able to easily find that because I'm tech savvy in that regard. But no journalist is going to think, "Oh, should I Google Gamergate communities or anything like that?" No one, no, that's not the first thing they're thinking of. Most
But like, why wouldn't
journalists,
they, right?
when
If
they
they're
were
writing it,
covering,
sorry,
if they're writing an article, the first thing that they're going to ask is, "What is Gamergate?"
right.
That's
But
the
then,
first thing they're going to
okay, so
ask.
then
And
they
when they
say,
write that down, and this is the problem is when the first thing the general public is always going to ask, and even a journalist is going to ask, is what is this? That's the first thing they're going to ask. And when they do that, what are we all going to do? We're going to Google what is whatever it is I'm looking for.
well, they didn't even do
And then the
that
first
though.
thing that's
They
going to
didn't
come
even
up.
do that because like the first results for a long period of time wasn't the GamerGate Wikipedia article, which was biased. Well, actually, in the beginning, it was more neutral. It became more biased over time. Um, but um, but if you looked it up, like a lot of the top results for stuff like that, like what is GamerGate, it didn't have the mainstream media or the games journalism claims. It wasn't, oh, Gamergate hates women. It was Gamergate is a consumer revolt. Like Know Your Meme was like one of the first, and still is, I believe, one of the first results that comes up. Know Your Meme as a much more neutral accounting of what happened. So like, why didn't the
Right.
journalists didn't even
And
Google it? It seems like they just like they said, hey, look,
well,
Brianna Wu said she got some death threats. Um, we're gonna write an article about how,
right.
and then Kotaku
And the
says that
good
Gamergate hates women. So therefore, we're just gonna like go ahead and assume it's true and run with it in the Washington Post without doing any research at all. Like that's what it seemed like, actually.
here's that's what it seems like, but here's also like this was the theory that I put together with this is one, they would Google it, and depending on your search histories are going to change from things like that. Two, there's a good chance that, and most journalists are guilty of this, is if they don't know something, they're going to ask someone who they believe is a professional in that area. So I think what more than likely happened is this is if a mainstream journalist got the assignment to cover Gamergate. One, what should have happened was Are they gamers? Are they do they understand gaming at all? That should be the first thing to ask. But that probably didn't happen. They're like, well, I gotta put money on the table, so I'll take any assignment I can, and I'll go from there. So what more than likely happened is this: they got the question of, you're going to cover GamerGate. Cool. What's GamerGate? Well, it has to do with gamers and something like that. So let me talk to someone within my area, within my department, who covers gaming. And what some journalists do is they'll go through their online Rolodex, or they'll talk to someone who works cross publishing and go, do we have anyone who is a games journalist who is covering X, Y, and Z? Can I get that information so I can call them? So then they will correspond with that journalist. And what more than likely happened was they did that. The journalist that they talked to, who was a games journalist, worked for one of the bigger publications that's at the same publisher umbrella of their media company. And it might have been one of the 10 online publications that did the Gamers Are Dead articles. They talked to the person who wrote about Gamergate there. They said, hey, you covered Gamergate. I work for this publication under the same publisher that you are. I'm covering it. What information can you give me? And they more than likely gave them the information that it's a harassment campaign. Here's what's going on. You're probably going to hear these random asinine things that aren't true. This is the story you should be covering. Okay, thanks. And they're looking at that game's journalist who gave them the wrong information as a credible source, because they're not thinking, I don't know if this person's telling me the truth or not. I know that they're in a position to be a games journalist, and they're being a journalist, and they're most likely telling me the truth. That is probably what happened. So those mainstream journalists who covered Gamergate, I don't think they were being maliciously informationally wrong, or they were committing malpractice. I think they were going with the blind faith that someone within their same publishing umbrella gave them what they felt was honest to true information, because they didn't fully understand what was going on. And a lot of journalists are guilty of this. Now, Gamergate, if anything, was the first happenstance of, this is where that can go wrong. But most of the time, like, I've covered stories where I remember one time I did an article about how this college was doing a study on gunshot residue and how it can be used for CSI forensics and stuff like that. Well, I don't know anything about CSI forensics or anything like that. So I had to call my publisher and ask them, hey, do we have anyone who is our go to forensics expert for journalists? Or do we have someone who's written or published any articles in a science magazine who covers forensics? And then I would get that information, just listen to their information. They would word vomit me information about forensics. I will try to take that information, disseminate it, and write it on that. So this isn't anything new, but this is a first time where we see a hard breakdown of how this could have possibly happened in mainstream media. This is just my theory, by
Yeah,
the way.
I
I don't know if this is 100%
I
true,
I want to push
but
back in
this
two
is where
areas,
I
but
think that
yeah,
might have happened.
I want to push back in two areas. Like one of which is there were leader movements with leaders that didn't get covered the way Gamergate got covered. Um, that's right. That's right. There were movements with leaders that got covered the same way and called misogynists and harassers and evil, like the sad puppies people, right? I'm pretty sure that's not
Right.
true about the sad puppies people. Um, but that they got called the same thing. If you go on their Wikipedia page, it says it's an anti-diversity group. Like that obviously isn't true. Um, and yet that's what's on Wikipedia. That's what a lot of the articles, some of the articles are saying that wrote about this, said that it's an anti-diversity group. They had official leaders. They had Larry Correra, Sarah Hoyt, Brad Torgerson. Like they had like real people who you could like contact for as
Right.
official leaders, and that didn't seem
And
to help them.
and and it comes down to
And then Black Lives
either
Matter, of
there
course,
is
doesn't have
also,
leaders, and they got covered very positively in the press for the most
right,
part.
but then again, there's also that level of, one, who is the loudest person in the room? Where did they get that information first? And there could also be a level of inherent bias. These are things that we're not going to know the full answers to until possibly years later, sadly. But unfortunately, there's a lot of ways that sometimes journalism can get it wrong. But that's why I've been a champion of the few times that people get it right. Those are the ones that need the biggest leg up in anything. I'll be honest with you. Like when I watch the news, I actually don't. First of all, anymore. Um, I I I'm going to tell you the three places I get my news from nowadays. I do the hourly NPR report because you it's 5 minutes on the top of the hour from NPR. They have 5 minutes to give you the most basic news that they can. They try not to put any level of inherent bias on it. If something comes off as biased, they immediately try to talk about the other side, and they don't immediately go into talking heads or discussions about it. They go, here's what happened today, here's the next story. We're done with this story, here's the next story. Here's the next story. We're going to go a little bit longer on it, but only for a minute. Here's this person with the report. Here's what's going on with the stocks. End of coverage. That's it. 5 minutes every hour on the hour, and that's the only thing I really listen to NPR. Aside from wait, don't tell me, but that's because I think it's a funny show. Um, Outside of that, when it comes to news, I listen to Philip DeFranco, of all people, who he doesn't even call himself a journalist, but he's been doing way more news reporting than most of the people at CNN, MSNBC, and Fox combined. He's that's he has a way he does it. He sticks with it. He doesn't cover all the boring things. He covers sometimes the more entertaining and trending newses, but he does it in an unbiased way where he shows both sides of it. I'll give you a great example of this. Is the last video I watched of his. He was talking about how the a lot of Jewish people from New York, from a lot of the synagogues, they've been doing these underground tunnels. I didn't know what exactly was going on with those underground tunnels. Anytime it showed up on the news, I never got or a news report showed up on my phone. No one could give me a clear answer as to why there were Jewish people digging tunnels under New York. And if anything, everything I was seeing was either anti Semitic or weird jokes related to it. But no one could give me a clear answer as why they were doing this. The only time I got a clear answer from this was literally watching Philip DeFranco saying that, oh, they were digging these tunnels to get to these abandoned underground bathhouses so they can reopen them. Why was that never reported? The only thing that was reported was the NYPD coming down and arresting Jewish people in New York for digging tunnels. That was all I saw. So NPR hourly report, Philip DeFranco, and um, ABC World News once in a while. And that's because they only have half an hour to cover like the most important stories at the top of the hour, and that's it. Those are the only three I watch now.
So the other area I want to push back, and this is, you said if a movement wants to be successful, they should have a leader or a leadership organization or some sort of formal structure. Um, but I don't think that's really required. Because like if you want to be covered by the media well, I don't think that's required either. Because like the Black Lives Matter case. But if you do, but also being successful and being covered well by the media are two different things. Like most GamerGate people I've interviewed, seem to think that their movement was at least somewhat successful. And of course, there's other campaigns that people think were at least somewhat successful too, like the Open D&D campaign, where these people came together in the tabletop community to stop Wizards of the Coast from making D&D no longer open source. Uh, and they succeeded. It was this leaderless hashtag movement called Open D&D, and they were successful. And then of course, like Black Lives Matter, some people would say that they were successful in some ways, at least the state and local level.
But I would argue with those that they had one clear motivation in all of them, or at least two clear motivations in those. When you look at Occupy Wall Street, like I used an example before, there were too many things that they were trying to hit, and their message kept changing because it was whoever was the loudest at that point, or whatever they deemed was the most important situation in that point. Gamergate, you could even argue the same thing. It started, people were talking about the ethical standards in game journalism, but then it was also artistic expression, artistic viewpoints, and going back to how those were successful. Um, D&D, they all had one clear message. It was we just don't want the open source license going away, and that's it. Like, and maybe one other thing. That was it. It didn't add too much for it. They weren't asking for all the books to be free. They weren't asking for free dice with every purchase or anything like that. They weren't asking for, like, the reprinting of old materials, and like, no, they weren't asking all these add-ons. They weren't treating it like a Kickstarter campaign. They were just like one simple message, that was it. End of. Same thing with Black Lives Matter. They want reforms in the Black community, but they show how, and and whenever they change their message, they are very clear about it, but they make it as a group effort, and they actually talk about it before they make an exact judgment of it. Now, Black Lives Matter, they have a press officer. They have people who, like, for media inquiries, you can contact them.
Well, but those people declared
To
themselves
some
leader.
degree,
They were never elected, right? They just sort of, and they ended up,
no,
most of them ended up scamming people. Like some of them did, at least.
no, most of them did, but, like, at least there was an effort to do that. And honestly, when you look at how Black Lives Matter gets covered now, there's a general idea of who, like, you're supposed to speak to about it, because there was a level of consistency on who they spoke to when it came to certain things about it. And at the same time, their message is very clear, depending on the situation. But when you look at Gamergate, I again, my biggest criticism on it was, if I was talking to someone within Gamergate, it was because they did something at that particular moment where it needed to be spoken up to, or a situation happened and they happened to be part of that situation. Those were the only times I ever talked to them about. But whenever, like, something within Gamergate and in its entirety was happening, there was no one person to really talk to. There was multiple people to talk to. The question was, who should I have spoken to at that situation, and were they the right person to speak to? And that's where things can get muddled, because things could have gone south with that very quickly. What if, and I'll give you a hypothetical. What if Ethan Ralph decided to say, I'm in charge of Gamergate. I'm the person that everybody should speak to. And he decided to put that out there, and he became the loudest pro GGer in that situation. That could have messed things up for pro Gamergators.
It could,
What
but there
if
were people who tried to do stuff like
what
that. They were
if
laughed at. So I don't think Ralph would have been successful.
no, but he would have, yeah, but again, it could have happened.
It
Again,
could,
these are
but
historical
see, but
hypotheticals at
no,
the same
because
time.
I think because like there were people who did try to like set themselves up to be like basically de facto leaders, right? And or not de facto, but like de jure leaders. And I think that those people were basically uniformly by the GamerGate community, uniformly basically told, "LOL, go fuck yourself. You're not as important as you think." So I think that the community wouldn't have allowed that to happen and didn't allow that to happen.
No, but at the same time, if there was a level of some organization that prevented that from happening, then why couldn't there be a level of organization that said, let's have a mutual party be a de facto press officer or spokesperson that can answer all these questions? So
I,
if you can organize someone to prevent someone from doing that, why couldn't there be an organization of people saying, like, here is a go-to person that could do that?
I mean, like they had a list of game. Like if you go on the GamerGate wiki, there's a list of game developers who supported GamerGate, and you could just go through the list and be like, okay, here's these 17 game developers who've come out and supported the movement. Maybe I should ask them what it's about.
Right. And that would have been great to report on. Unfortunately, it also
I've
didn't
actually
get to the
done
point
that.
to
I've
actually
actually
get
gone through
made.
that entire list myself, and I've interviewing some of those people.
Right. But yeah, like, it's, what was the question again?
uh, it was a long time ago. It was about how the conversation could have been
Wow.
more productive. But I guess I'll ask you, since we can move on, since
I
we've been
think I
going
already
a
asked
minute.
that. Yeah, like, I think I answered that.
Yeah, so we've been going a minute. When, what do you think of Not Your Shield? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Honestly, I think it was great. Because the gamer identity was attacked. Uh, and did this is what I thought of when not when the Gamers Are Dead articles came out. Did no one think about any of the people who identify as female gamers when they wrote these articles? like that was the first thing that also came to my mind when the Gamers Are Dead articles came out. So when Not Your Shield happened, I was kind of happy about it. Um, that one, congratulations, this is the gamer identity, and they are coming forward, and they are saying like all the games that they played, and these were games I've never even heard of, or games that they liked, because at the end of the day, they loved playing video games, and they stepped up, and they proved without a doubt, if anything, like, no, hold on a second. One, like they said, not your shield. Like I think it was the best message they could put with that. It was, if there was anything that actually made me smile in the entire controversial sphere of Gamergate, it was Not Your Shield.
Discussion of Gamergate was widely censored online, including on NeoGAF, RPGNet, 4chan, R Gaming at one point,
Yeah.
GOG.com later on, IMZ. Why do you think this was?
I think it was a very knee jerk. I think for some of those websites, it was a knee jerk response because of the concern of harassment, um, which a lot of websites in the past have done before. It has not been exclusively with Gamergate. It's been exclusively. It's been like that with a lot of different topics over the years. Um, so it really depends on the website owners, and I think most of it was knee jerk reactions. However, I also kind of believe that there may have been a very slim chance that some of them did that because they maybe wanted to do the narrative, but again, that's an accusation, and I can only assume on that for the most part. And I try not to make assumptions on that, or make assumptions in general. But I that I can't even give you a theory to answer for. But honestly, it feels like for many of them, it could have been a knee jerk response to try to limit harassment, or maybe someone on the anti GG side made a very compelling argument that saying like, hey, this is a harassment campaign, quell this down, or you're going to get into some serious trouble. Look what happened on these websites. And they probably agreed blindly and didn't think to question or look back on it. Because a lot of these conversations, when they were getting censored, it was early on when GG was starting up. Some of them were later on, but a lot of the censorship happened early on, if anything.
Why do you think some people claimed that Gamergate was about harassment or hating women?
When I mean, some people say it's because it fits the narrative. I think the reason why a lot of people believe that is because at this point, for a while, there is the stereotype that gamers were mostly men and boys, or male in general. And at that point, there was also concerns about sexual harassment already in the gaming sphere, but in a very light manner. Um, Before Gamergate even started, I remember like there was a concern about there was a live video game competition, and I forgot, it was like a Street Fighter competition, and a guy on the tournament said a bunch of like vitriolic and sexist things towards one of the female gamers there. So there was already a hot charged debate on sexism in gaming at that time, but it was kind of silent, and it was a spark that needed to happen. Now, the reason why I think that happened specifically is because the loudest thing that got heard was a female developer, a female independent game developer is getting harassed. And that was the story that got ran first. And it became the loudest story for a hot minute. And when people from the outside started looking at that story, the first things that were coming up were people immediately discounting the fact that, well, she did this, she did that, and she kind of deserved this kind of stuff, or
Well,
X,
no
Y, and
one
Z.
said she deserved it.
So a
I've
lot of
never met
people,
a single Gamergate person who said that.
no,
Like to
but
be
no,
clear,
but
but
like
like people
but
said
a
she's a
lot of
terrible
these
person, and
competing,
she is. Like she actually killed
right, but a
somebody.
lot of
Like she
these a
killed
lot of
Alaka
these
Loka.
competing
I
arguments,
feel confident saying actually.
right,
I've done tons of
right, but a
research
lot
into
a
her.
lot of these competing arguments a lot of these competing arguments were people immediately doing harsh criticism on her. I'm not saying that she didn't deserve it, but like I guarantee you, there was probably one or two people who probably said that, and a lot of these things just started snowballing into that being the biggest argument in the room. And if you are not in the gaming sphere, or if you're looking at things from the outside in, it does look like and sound like, if you don't look at it hard enough, but if you just speed read it and glance at it, objectively speaking, it does sound like, why is the internet attacking this one, or talking about this one female game developer? So that in turn becomes the assumption of, this is a harassment campaign. That's where I think this probably happened. I know for sure it didn't happen like that. I know for sure that that's not what happened behind the scenes with everything. But looking at it in a devil's advocate perspective from the outside in, is that's why I think that narrative took hold fast. And then, of course, the loudest people in the room end up being the accused victims in this situation. Zoe Quinn, Brianna Wu, and then later on Anita Sarkeesian, even though you can argue she's not really part of this, but she is pseudo part of this, depending on who you ask. But because they became the loudest voices in the room, and because immediately you had people who genuinely liked them but probably didn't interact with them in a close level, immediately taking their defense, that causes that issue.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. It's that some people who knew her and some people who didn't know her, but like had like a generally positive opinion of like Zoe Quinn, decided like, oh, well, who cares about a bunch of these fucking weirdos that we don't like criticizing her, uh,
Right.
or like pointing out that she's done some really shitty stuff, and like because they covered up for this behavior though, instead of like looking into the situation or being nuanced or being fair, because they covered up for her and basically enabled her, she then used that to build a career off of it, which she then used to harass a large number of people, both in real life and on the internet. What she created an organization, the Crash Override Network, which wasn't ostensibly to stop harassment, but there's a lot of evidence that they actually did dox people and harass them. They tried to get a supporter of Gamergate, Foxygon, kicked out of the military. Um, because well he was more like GG neutral like yourself. He was pro and then he switched to neutral and then he switched to pro again and then he switched to neutral again. You know how it was sometimes with some people. Um, um, but they tried to get him like kicked out of the military and then they tried to dox Mombot. One of their members did, Israel Galvez, and then they made false accusations against Tim Saray, and they made false accusations against. They tried to blacklist Brad Wardell and an artist whose name escapes me. I don't have the name of the artist from the games industry, and they tried to blacklist a bunch of GamerGate people who they had doxed, and they made and then because this is all because they decided to cover up for her bad actions, right? And then she makes a false accusation against Alec Holoka, who loses his job because he gets fired because she was falsely accused, almost certainly falsely accused of sexual assault by her, and then he kills himself a few days later after he loses his job. And all of this was enabled because they decided to cover up for her crimes. Basically. Because they said, well, we kind of like Zoe. Probably she didn't do anything wrong. Let's just cover up this whole situation. And all that's because they decided to cover up for the crimes of their friend, basically. That's kind of how I see it now. Is that inaccurate? Maybe maybe it's a little harsh, but I think it's true. I can't hear you, Aaron.
Sorry, I don't know how my mic got muted. Um, right now you're in a position, and that's the thing, is like, if you're in a position where you have this information, you have the proof, you have the knowledge of it, there's so many ways you can go about using that proof. And that's the thing, is one, you either double down and back it up, uh and try to find a way to acknowledge it and show it, which is what I'm assuming you're hoping to do with this book.
Yeah, I've
And I
got
hope you can
tons
do
of
that with this
receipts.
book. But
I've
at the
got
same,
tons of receipts. I could give them to you.
right, and that's the thing, like you have the proof of it, go for it. I'm not a lawyer, disclaimer, but make sure you have that proof before you write all that out in a book, because slander and libel is a bitch of a thing. So that's something I would say on that. But that being said, if you have the proof on it,
Yeah.
show it,
I'm a
do
I'm
it
a
the right way.
meticulous note
Now,
keeper, so I'll be okay, I
do
think.
it. I mean, here's the thing, and that's the journalistic side of me is, if you have the proof to report any wrongdoing, if you have the proof to show the right side of history on things how they happen, go for it. If I was still running GJN, and if you came up to me as a journalist and you had all this information and all this proof, I would have ran with that story 9 times out of 10. And I wouldn't even have to have said, I'm also going to cover an anti-side to make it even. No, if you had the proof of it, make it middle of the ground, go ahead and do it right, back up everything you got to say about it. And that's the only thing that anyone can really do nowadays. Like, look, I look back at a lot of things of Gamergate that were missed and got wrong, and the whole controversy sphere as a whole, that I wish we could have covered differently, but we didn't. And nowadays there's only two ways you can go about it. One, you either keep trying to go with it, or two, hopefully someone else can cover it and write it out and get it correct. Because that's the thing about most of these controversies is, a lot of people don't get it right until years later. A lot of people don't think about the consequences and the actions of it until years later. Like, it's kind of weird. Like, people are talking about how, like, when you look at the Watergate controversy, for example, a lot of people are now looking back at the entire Nixon administration and saying that Nixon was actually a good president. Watergate is this small thing that screwed up his presidency. Yeah, he might have fucked up and done some wrong things, but for the longest time, people were making fun of Nixon, saying he was the worst president ever, worst president period ever, did all these things period wrong. And then we found out that no, actually, a lot of these policies he did were great. And then people are looking at Ronald Reagan and are like, oh, he was actually probably the worst president we could have had because of this, that, and that, and that. But we don't think about that because he helped tear down the Berlin Wall. It's all happenstance, and years later when people look back on things and wonder
Yeah.
what was right and what was wrong.
Well, the
And
thing
if
is,
you and
go-
yeah, no, I'm sorry, good.
no, go ahead. You can finish your point. Sorry. The thing with the Gamergate
No,
stuff, though, with the Zoe Quinn thing in particular, is that it's not like it was secret information. Like, like this whole controversy kind of blew up because of her bad behavior being revealed by her boyfriend, and then a
right,
whole lot of other people came out. Three, two other people came out at the same time, and basically, well, one was in October 2014 actually, Cole Nasrallah, and was like, yeah, no, this person actually defamed my character and lied about me, and too. And then so did the Wizard Chan people because they were she falsely accused them of harassing her in 2013. Um, and they have the site's administrator, one of the former administrators of the site, Frederick Brennan. He even claims that another administrator, Glaive, told him that the IP addresses were coming from brigaders, not from ordinary members of their forum. And she never provides any evidence for any of the
right,
claims that she makes. And then she doxes in the Airplay documentary part 2. You'll see that she doxes doxes not a gamer supporter. He's Matt from the Fine Young Capitalists, and his website gets hacked. We
right.
don't
Because I
know that
remember
she
the
did
Fine
that
Young Capitalist
necessarily.
stuff, and I remember the Rebel Game Jam stuff and all that stuff. I,
And
I
then the
remember a
Maddie
lot of
Lashing
that.
situation. She's got like a whole laundry list of victims, and like half of those were
Right.
prior to the Gamergate stuff. So like, and these people were speaking out. Well, not Maddie Lesham, he didn't speak out, but a lot of the other people were speaking out and be like, "Hey, look, I've been victimized by this person. She's lying," and they all ignored it. No one interviewed Cole Nasrallah. Her story's been public information since 2014. Not I'm the first person to ever ask her to be interviewed. None of the games journalists, nobody at Kotaku, nobody at IGN, nobody at CNN, nobody at New York Times was like, "Huh, maybe I should look into this a little bit."
Yeah, and it's a shame that like a lot of these stories sometimes don't come out until years later, after the damage has been done, and that's unfortunate. That's the unfortunate nature of a lot of these controversies. Is some people either they get overlooked, or because the narrative didn't fit at that particular time, the damage was done. The damage is too late. Now, I mean, look, if in the past
2 to 3 years, I've been seeing more and more talk about Gamergate in a neutral stance from different people. And it's kind of weird that it's happening now. That now we're seeing more of a neutral stance on things. I've been seeing YouTube videos recently pop up where people ask about what the Gamergate controversy was, and they kind of take another balanced approach. They talk about everything that happened, they acknowledge, both sides of the argument, and they don't take a particular side. The fact that it took so long for this to happen the way it did is a little sad, but if people are talking about it now, that means eventually there's going to be one massive situation that's going to rear Gamergate's ugly head back, and then we're going to see one last major conversation, and that's going to be the conversation that probably defines what Gamergate is. I still believe in what I believe Gamergate is, but something is going to change that view and that opinion very soon, and it's going to either be a good thing where we finally get a true neutral answer to everything, or it might flip the switch in a way no one was expecting. Again, that's like that with most controversies years later. That doesn't happen now. I mean, a good example of this I look at is the Monica Lewinsky scandal. For the longest time, Monica Lewinsky was the butt of jokes of what happened between her and Clinton. Years later, looking back on things now, post Me Too and post everything else, a lot of people can argue and even say that she's more of the victim in that situation, and the harassment and the criticisms that went towards Monica Lewinsky probably shouldn't happen the way they did. And we now look at that with a different lens now. So that's like that with any controversy. It takes a couple of years for people to really see the truth behind the controversy. Very rarely do people see the controversy off the bat and almost immediately.
All right, we still have almost like 35 questions, and we're at the 5 hour mark almost. Do
Can
you want
we
to do a speed round?
can we try to speed run? Can we try to
Yeah.
speed run this?
Speed run it. Speed run it. All right. All right. We're still in the
All right.
harassment slash sexism portion, so bear in mind most of the questions will be related to that. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on the studies done on Gamergate and harassment, such as the Women Action Media study, the Newsweek slash Brandwatch study, or the Nimbus study?
Um, I haven't read those studies quite recently, so I don't think I can give you a fair answer on that.
Okay. What do you think of the Gamergate anti-harassment patrol?
I was actually very happy about that because this was something that Pro Gamergate honestly should have done a little bit sooner rather than later, and it probably would have helped the talking points on that side. But the fact that a quote unquote harassment campaign suddenly had an anti harassment patrol to try to fix things, I'm surprised that got downplayed or not reported enough of. But I was kind of happy to see that because it helped prove a point, if anything, that maybe the Pro Gamergate side wasn't a harassment campaign. I don't believe it was, but then again, like the fact that strides were made to prove otherwise was very well condemned was well approved of in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's good PR and like sure it's a moral thing to do. Real quick though, um, what do you think? I interviewed somebody, and he's like, yeah, it was a good thing they did, but like, why is it their job to like stop these like random trolls who aren't even like part of their movement in many cases from sending mean messages to Anita
I mean,
Sarkeesian? Right? Why is that their job, the
yeah,
Gamergators?
right. And honestly, it was one to take back the power and prove what they were trying to do on that side at least.
Do you think most Gamergate people did a good job condemning harassment?
I think a lot of the main players tried to. Um, um, at the very least, even people who some people don't believe were Gamergaters, even they tried to do that. When you look at people like Internet Aristocrat, Mundane Matt, people who were not directly in the movement but were still talking about it and had a louder voice in that situation, at least they tried to condemn it. But then when you look at other people who were pro G, like Game Diviner, the QQ, Paul, the list goes on. They made it very clear that harassment sucks, harassment's bad, and it shouldn't be happening. They've done that multiple times, and they would either say it at the beginning of whatever conversation they were having or at the end of conversations, but they at least tried, and that was something that I will, you know, I will say that they were clear about it, but they could have been louder about it.
Now you say that you received harassment, the doxing, oh, I've already asked you that. Sorry. I did that one early.
Okay, fine.
Um, why do you think the media largely didn't cover harassment that GamerGate supporters report to have received?
I have two answers for that. One was because most of the people who got harassed on the pro GG side were male, and it just doesn't there's, again, it's a sexist quality to it. Whereas if if a male gets harassed and a female gets harassed and they get harassed the same way because of cultural norms and cultural society, who sounds like they're more like the victim? And that's why I think that happened, unfortunately. And it shouldn't have been that. It should have been very even ground on that end. But I think that's why that happened. The other reasoning behind that was because I think that a lot of the harassment that was happening on the pro gamer side of things didn't get mentioned as much because either it was underreported or some people were saying, well, like you said, well, they just put my public information online that was already readily available. That's
Yeah.
not
Well, to be
harassment, and
clear,
that
I
doesn't
also
count.
got doxxed in the pizza thing too. That happened to me, and the phone calls.
Right,
But that was
but
not that
again,
was
like
the
there's
Alexander. That was during GG.
right, no, and
Yeah.
again, I think that's because people weigh how they feel they get harassed differently. Um, and
And
when
I
you
was
look
quiet
at
about it. I
what
didn't
the
talk about it,
third party, right, but when you look at the third party trolls of everything that
though I do have
happened,
evidence.
um, yeah, like there's more evidence to the contrary, unfortunately, and I look at it as who was the loudest people in that room when it came to harassment. If if a if one side was already is already being called the people who are harassing the other people, suddenly they say, "Well, I'm being harassed too." It doesn't sound legit, unfortunately.
Well,
Like
we
from the
always,
outside
the
in.
GG people though, we always got receipts. Like I know who
No,
doxed
I
me.
know, and
I know who
that's
doxed me. I know who
oh, I know
enabled the
that, and that's
doxing. I
fine.
know.
And if you're
No,
gonna
but like no,
and
but like here's the thing though.
and you
Like
guys
we
you
treat
guys
no.
did
Here's
do
the thing
that,
too,
but
and this is something I got called out on recently, Aaron. Someone called me out on this recently. You can't treat claims as if they're the same. You can't treat a
right,
claim without evidence and a claim with evidence as being the same thing. And we had not everybody, but like a lot of the Gamergate people, we got like receipts. We know who was doxing us. We know who was harassing us. We know all of it, and we could show that. I showed it to the police. We could show it to people and provide it. But like, no one ever asks Brianna Wu which of the Gamergate people are doing this to you. What evidence do you have? It's the Gamergate people. But like we were always happy to be like, okay, here's evidence that this specific person or these specific people engaged in this behavior. Because like we
well,
feel like
if
we
I
have to
remember
have evidence for
correctly,
things.
with Zoe Quinn and Brianna Wu, I think they did file official police reports.
The FBI investigated, but
Um,
they never found any. There was never any evidence it was Gamergate people doing it, and
no,
it
and
was
then
also like
there was more evidence that it was third party trolls. And the fact and what I was getting to that was there was more evidence that they were third party trolls, but here was my issue with that was once that FBI investigation report happened, they never said or acknowledged that it was third party trolls. It was only in the reports themselves. And how people found out was Freedom of Information Acts. And then that information being public knowledge. At no point did Quinn or Wu or any of them actually ever say who did it,
Well, they
and
said
they still
GamerGate
kind of
did it.
double down.
Yeah.
They say GamerGate did it, but I'm at the same time I'm like, but no one countered that question because, and that's the thing, the people who they selected and cherry picked to talk about with this is, if I ask them that, they're not going to tell me that. If because I reported GamerGate in a fair and even balance as best as I could. But if I was some random reporter for MSNBC and I asked her that question or asked any of them that question, they will say, oh, well, here's the police report. These are trolls from Gamergate. The thing is, the police report doesn't actually clearly say third party trolls, and it doesn't say Gamergate trolls. It just says online trolls in general.
Well,
And you can open end that very easily, sadly. Now
yeah,
we
but
know that, and it's easy to dissect that information, but it's also how can that information be spun if spun the right way.
yeah, but see, the thing is, like, if she just went to the media and said, "Hey, look, I got some mean tweets, I got doxxed, I got pizzas, I got a death threat, whatever," I'm cool with it. Nobody cares. Like, I don't think anybody would really complain. Like, maybe if it's not true, it's like, okay, you probably shouldn't do that. But like, um, it's when you're making a specific accusation against a specific person or a specific group of people, and she did this, right? She accused the
Right,
GamerGate community of doing the harassment. All three of these people did. And Zoe Quinn herself also,
right,
she singled out a specific Gamergate person, Tim Saray, a game developer who never harassed her. Um, she singled him out and said that he's my harasser.
right.
Okay, like this is
So
like a different
here's
type
the
of
bigger
thing.
question. Here's the bigger question that I don't think ever got asked was, why did she single him out?
I think I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever know why. I know that his game, The Last Night. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
He made the game. It was blowing up on social media. People were talking about it. Looked like it was going to be an interesting game, kind of a cyberpunk adventure game. I never played it actually. Um,
right,
but people were really, it looks good actually. I might pick it up at some point. But it looks like a really fun game, and so people were like, "Oh man, this is great." Tim Saray, he's the developer behind this. He's the brainchild. This is his project. And then some games journalists were like, "Hey, wait a second. This guy supports GG," when he did, but he only tweeted about it twice.
right.
And
And
they
that's the
weren't
thing is
harassing
like
messages. He said it was about egalitarianism.
I I found it so weird that that is how there is some kind of link there between him and Zoe Quinn that caused all that to happen. We're not going to fully know what it was, and it's kind of a weird situation where, like, why did that even happen? That just didn't make any sense to me, the fact that that happened. But then again, like, why didn't no one ever ask that question? And honestly, like, it's one of those things where, like, if I was still running GJN, I would have probably been asking that question. I would have pressed that question a little harder because where's the missing link here? I probably would have been like, I probably would have gotten deranged to the point where it's like, Red String and Pepe Sylvia all over my wall or something like that. Like, it just didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
Like that to me is probably the true big conspiracy theory in Gamergate that
Well,
we
she
never get
also
an answer to.
she didn't accuse Brad Wardell of harassing her, but she did try to blackmail him or blacklist him rather. I mean, um, she literally wanted a bunch of other people. This is public on her tweets. This isn't like private info. Um, on Twitter, she went on a huge Twitter like screed with like 30 tweets where she's like, the industry needs to speak out against Brad Wardell because he told someone on Twitter that they should send an application into his company because he liked his artwork, and the person who made the artwork also several months prior, or maybe like a couple years prior, had also done a piece of artwork basically making fun of the Nathan Grayson Zoe Quinn controversy, in which they showed
Right.
Nathan Grayson. Oh, no, sorry, they don't show either of them two people specifically, but there's a games journalist and a game developer, um, and the games journalist is getting a blowjob, and then he's like, "Oh, this is the greatest game of all time," on his site. But they don't name names or anything, right? They don't like, but like it's implied, I guess you could say, that it was supposed to be them too.
Yeah, and it got very knee jerk reaction on
Yeah,
that.
and
Yeah.
so she freaked out and like tried to get him, Brad Wardell, blacklisted from the industry, and tried to get the artist not hired at the company at Stardock as a result of this.
Right. And
But again, I don't know why she
I mean,
targeted Tim Saray, why she targeted Brad Wardell. I don't know why she specifically made these decisions.
yeah, and that's something that we're either gonna get an answer to either years later down the road or not at all. Um, I I have to speed this up.
Yeah. Sorry, we can skip some of the
So,
unimportant questions.
let's try to speed run this a little bit
All right,
quicker,
all
and
right.
then yeah, because I'm starting to get on my time, and I have to go get some stuff
Okay, all
done,
right.
unfortunately.
What do you think about how the media covered Gamergate?
They didn't do a great job with it. As I mentioned before, I think like I said, I think what happened was a lot of people who were asked to cover it didn't know how to cover it, or asked people within their industry on, hey, what's going on, and probably got the wrong answer and didn't think to investigate further. At the same time, I mean, one the bigger top 10 game journalism outlets were never going to cover it correctly because there was already levels of collusion. We knew about it. The mainstream coverage was all over the place. I think the only people who tried to get a more fair and accurate assessment of it was the BBC, I believe. Or I could be wrong. I don't think it was the BBC, but I remember watching a live stream interview that someone asked about Gamergate. They got one side of that, and then the next day they had to do a follow-up interview with completely different people because they said, "Okay, well, we found out more information about it, and we found out other angles about it, so we're going to cover that." And I forgot who did that, and that was like, I wish I remember who it was because I would love to give them credit for actually trying on that. But then a lot of people kind of stopped covering it because once they covered the main story, they didn't feel like there was any more of it. So I think I think a lot of mainstream media did a piss poor job covering it, especially considering the fact that, like I said earlier, with Airplay, and then during the second panel, there was a literal bomb threat in an event space that was filled with journalists, and no one really, it didn't get covered as big as it should have been. I mean, it got covered a little bit, but not a lot. That says a lot on where a lot of people's priorities were with certain things too, when it came to covering things.
All right, so sorry, real quick, I got to correct. So in the comic strip of the games journalist and the game developer, him giving him being very positive about the game after his sexual encounter, um, I think he does actually call it like the Quinn affair or something like that as the title of the comic. So
Okay.
just so the
Okay.
audience has that information. He might have called it something else. But it mentioned the name of either her or Grayson in some capacity. It made
Do
as
you do
as
you
a joke.
do you have a copy of this comic, or?
I could send it to you probably, but it's not super relevant. I can send it to you if you want. I
Okay.
yeah okay. Um, if you well you were a journalist who covered GamerGate, so what advice do you have for other journalists what advice would you have for others who tried to cover it?
Oh, don't. No, actually, that would be a disservice if I said that. Actually, I say that jokingly because of everything afterwards. But I know, if you're gonna cover Gamergate is one of the few situations where it's not, there's not two sides to every story on this. There are multiple sides to the story, and be very clear about it, because the controversy itself is not just one thing. A lot of things happened. It's going to be a big story. It's going to be a big article. So take your time on it, because there are a lot of nuances on what happened during the controversy itself.
I posted the links for you in the Google Meet
I
chat.
see. I see that. Thank you.
All right. Are there any specific articles or videos you want to discuss?
We already talked about the Gamers Are Dead articles, and um, I can't. I think we talked about the video of Leigh Alexander at some conference where she talks about how she deliberately um promotes her friends. I can't think of anything else I would want to talk to about that.
Okay. What's your favorite video game?
Like of all time or presently?
You can give a few different answers. It's fine.
I'll give you my top 5 game franchises. The Metal Gear franchise has been my favorite franchise. Um, I still play Pokemon to this day, in some way, shape, or form. Um, the Ace Combat series has always been like a deep like love that so much. Like I've gone out of my way to get like a HOTAS controller and like Flight 6 setup to play Ace Combat when I can. I'm a big fan of the Gran Turismo franchise to this day. I I considered actually trying to become a, a pro Gran Turismo player. Like I even bought like a whole like gear like setup and everything for that to like play it because apparently I've been playing it for years, but I didn't know I was really good at the sim driving portion of it. So apparently I'm good at that. So I might consider doing that if everything else as careers fail. And the Star Fox franchise. And it's kind of funny because I've been seeing a lot of offshoots from the Star Fox franchise, a lot of fan made games in homage to Star Fox, and I've been finding myself like following those and wanting to play a lot of those. Right now, the two games I've been playing religiously, um, actually 3 games I've been playing religiously have been Cyberpunk. Um, I try to play it whenever I have downtime. It's kind of hard to do that when you have a kid. So Cyberpunk, 2077, Marvel Snap. I've been playing on my phone actively. But the last game I played, and I've been trying to 100% complete it, is Power Wash Simulator. It is more if there was a video game that was pure morphine, Power Wash Simulator is probably one of my favorite games I'm playing right now too.
Yeah, I just beat Ace Combat 5 a couple months ago, I guess, or a month and a half ago, and
Nice.
I plan on playing through 4 really soon, actually, for the first time ever.
Have you played Zero?
No, I that's on my list. I'm going to at some point. I played
Okay,
7,
so don't
5,
don't
and
play
1.
4. Okay, so if you just finished 5, immediately play Zero because
I
Zero
just
is a
ordered
prequel to
4 like
5.
2 days ago, so it'll be coming in the mail.
Okay. Yeah, yeah,
Sorry.
if you can't hold out, no, if you can't hold out, like Zero is actually a prequel to 5, so it works in tandem for that. 4 is pretty good. 4 is pretty straight and to the point with that. I'm the first Ace Combat I ever played was Air Combat 22, and it was the arcade cabinet version of it, where it had the plastic flight seat and it had like the basic rear projection TV, and you can play that. And that was the game I used to play at my local video store when I was a kid growing up. And I got really good at it, but I never got to beat the game. And then a couple of years ago, um, we went to this restaurant, and I found an arcade next door, and of course, like I'm gonna check out this arcade and see what's in there. And they had an Air Combat 22 arcade. So instead of going to the restaurant, I took $20 and I went into the arcade, got a bunch of tokens, and I sat down in this plastic cramped seat just to finally beat this game. And I don't think my wife had ever been more upset about me going sneaking off to an arcade in my life than that. So,
Any thoughts on
so
Vivian James?
I think it's kind of cool how I think it's kind of cool how like everybody collectively got together to create this character. And let's be real here. Um, I would say a very positive representation of of a female gamer. To be completely honest, um, I kind of like how you know the pro GG. Let's be real here. If I didn't know Pro GG invented Vivian James, the you would I would think that anti GG created her because of the rhetoric of the idea of a positive, strong female gamer who just wants to play video games, kind of has a give no fucks attitude about things. If I wasn't so intertwined with covering Gamergate, I would have honestly thought she would have been an anti GG mascot. because she's just a girl who wants to play video games, and like that's it. No ends if or buts about it, and immediately shutting down like anything that's against her with that. The fact that Pro GG was able to create a character like that um, is honestly astounding and kind of cool in my opinion.
No, I agree, and it's so interesting too because like, um, it's funny. I view that's how I view female gamers, or that's how I think is a good representation of female gamers. I in Cole Nazrella said in my interview with her, she's a GamerGate neutral person, but she has an interesting story with Zoe Quinn. Um, um, in my interview with her, she was just talking about how completely unprompted, how she was like just she wishes that these three people, Zoe, Anita, and Brianna, weren't the face of women in gaming because
Right.
like well one they're just terrible representatives of it, and two like the only thing that they represent is like well I'm a victim, I'm a victim, I'm a victim. And it's like, well, that's not really what most female gamers how they perceive themselves or how they. I am a little doing a little bit of like additional added addendum, but like, but that's sort of like their version of like a female gamer is someone who's like constantly living in fear of being harassed over voice chat, and like that's not how I think most female gamers perceive themselves. Which isn't to say that that sort of thing doesn't happen, but that's not like the defining characteristic of who they are.
Right.
Okay. All right. What was your favorite moment during GamerGate?
I really don't know, honestly. This is gonna sound a little selfish, but a little bit of my favorite moment was um I want to say I have two answers for that. Being the first person to interview Aaron Gironi, and that's my personal favorite thing that happened to me during Gamergate. In general, seeing and witnessing the first Airplay happen. Um, both because it was a definitive moment in that controversy, and also being able to witness it in person.
If you could have changed one thing about Gamergate, what would it be?
Um, if I could change anything, personally, I would have tried starting GJN sooner. As for the controversial side of things, looking from the outside in, I think not making GG a leaderless movement, the pro GG side of things, at least. I think if there was a little bit more organization from the beginning, if there was a faster call to arms on the pro GG side of things, I think that would have shut down a lot of the conversation or changed the tone very quickly.
Yeah, the next question was, what would you personally have done differently? But I guess you kind of answered that. Let's say it's 10 years
Sorry for
from
that.
now. No, no, no. I'm skipping a bunch. So let's say it's 10 years from now and an online movement is looking to Gamergate for guidance for their movement. Aside from, well, you can give whatever answer you want, actually. What
Yeah.
advice do you have for them?
Um, don't look at Gamergate as the playbook of everything. Um, because a lot of things went right and a lot of things went wrong, but um, can you ask me that question again? I'm so sorry.
Let's say it's 10 years from now and an online movement is looking to Gamergate for guidance for their movement. What advice do you have for them?
Um, if you're looking at the pro GamerGate side of things, make your I would say try to be the louder person in that situation and try to make your voice and concern very clear early on. If you're looking at the anti side of things, um, try to be really clear with your rhetoric and make sure nothing is calling the kettle black in that situation.
What have you personally learned? I do want to echo your earlier sentiment, though. Don't just look to GamerGate as a historical of me, like, oh wow, this is the playbook. Like, there's things you can learn, a lot of useful things maybe you can learn, but it's not the only thing. Look at other things too. I'll
Right.
say that. Um, and what have you personally learned from GamerGate?
Um, not every story is going to be nuanced and easy, and um, with GamerGate, I I assumed that there were two sides to this entire story. I learned very quickly that there are always going to be multiple sides to a story, not just two. Because a lot of people have often taught there's always two sides to every story. No, there are many sides to every story, and GamerGate to me was a crash course on that. Seeing that very quickly. Um, how many sides of one story? How many sides one story can have? Um, and I kind of see that now a lot more of other stories nowadays. Um, you know, through osmosisly, through watching the news, that it's not just one or two things. There are multiple things. Even personally speaking, I now see that there are multiple sides to one story.
Do you think GamerGate was successful?
Uh, Partially because people are still talking about it, and I this is where I think it was successful. Is if you look online now, there is still a level of division on how people view Gamergate. Um, I subscribe to two podcasts right now, and I'm sorry, let me phrase that. I subscribe to many podcasts, but recently, two podcasts came across my feed, and both of them talked about the Gamergate controversy. And one controversy, in one podcast, they talked about how it was a harassment campaign, but another podcast talked about how it was a controversy that covered a couple of different things, including ethical gaming journalism and harassment. And I'm seeing more of a neutral take on things. To me, the true victory with Gamergate is we are now seeing more of a neutral approach to this conversation. Um, it took a while, but people are now looking at it in a more balanced lens. Are people still looking at it with the false narrative that it was just a harassment campaign? Unfortunately, but now people are wondering, well, what about the other side of this conversation? Let's talk about it. And it's sad that it took a while, but in the long term, um, I would say pro Gamergate is winning. I mean, at least on that camp. I still don't believe in I still don't like the fact that I have to say pro Gamergate and anti Gamergate. I just want to say that Gamergate was controversy. There are people on one side of this argument and the other side of this argument, but that's how it's going to be, unfortunately, for most of the public. But I am now seeing more and more taking a neutral and balanced approach to it.
What were those two
I'm just sad it took that
podcasts?
long.
Because
I
I
will
might.
I will find them. I will find them to you and send them to you. I'm gonna look for them and send them to you.
Well, especially the one
I'm
that is
also gonna
anti
send
GG,
you.
because they might need to bring on an expert. All right.
Yeah. Actually, I think of the one that was anti GG offhand, I can tell you, was a podcast called Modem Mischief.
All right. I might have to
Um.
jump on their show sometime.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll give you a link to that one, and I'll try to find you the other one. I'm also I'm actively on my phone trying to find I'm trying to get you a list of all the videos I did on GJN to send to you for
Oh,
that we were talking
I know
about
your
earlier.
YouTube channel's still up. Are there some that aren't on there?
No, there shouldn't be. If it's still up and then you can find it, then it should all be on there.
Okay. All right. Let's last couple
Yeah.
real quick. Last few. What do you think of this interview project?
Honestly, I'm kind of happy that someone is going out of their way to do it because I'll be honest with you, a couple of years ago, I thought about doing a book on Gamergate, and I felt that one, that would take a lot of energy I don't have, and two, it would be something like this where I have to dedicate a lot of time to question, ask all these people, do all these interviews, and break it down and stuff like that. So I'm glad someone is doing that. I'm glad that someone is at least trying to write a balanced story on it as much as possible, and that's the vibe I'm getting for this. I'm kind of happy about that. Right now, the only other thing that I am wondering about is what other what other projects will be happening now, because the Airplay documentary, I think, was the first good step. What you're doing for this book interview, that's also a good step because it's showing multiple sides, multiple subjects for it. I'm a little envious, to be quite honest, but happy that someone is doing this and trying to get I'm assuming a pretty balanced and clear message about what happened during this weird time frame in gaming history. Um, and I hope it also inspires other people to at least try to go out of their way to find a truth or a clear answer on this and any other controversies that may happen in the future to this regard.
Yeah, and there's also James Desborough's book too. He wrote a book about it, and I wrote a 2019 book. And there might be two more books at least minimum coming out that are like historical looks at Gamergate. One's by Lunar Archivist, who I'm interviewing next Friday, and another one is by Thoughtful Salt, though he said he might just do a podcast. He's not sure. Well, I interviewed him a few days ago.
Right. So like I said, I have thought about doing it a couple of times myself. What I'm actually, um, so I had recently been talking to a couple of people of like if I was going to write anything like about it. Um, Gamergate itself, no. But because I've been doing like a lot of panels at conventions and stuff like that, I have thought about doing a book on a history of different gaming controversies. Um, and I would be going through it by decade and stuff like that because there's been a lot, and a lot has happened where sometimes there's been repeating controversies or controversies that either never got talked about clearly, or looking back on them with a different lens, what did these controversies do? So I have thought about doing that, and Gamergate would of course have to be mentioned, obviously, but um, I don't think I could do a whole book on it, but I would try to still be clear and concise and understanding about it on how to report on it. If I could do it before, and if I was able to give a clear answer and a neutral stance of what Gamergate was to me, I think I could be able to condense it into a chapter or two.
All right, I'm going to ask you for both sides, but for the pro Gamergate side, sorry, if somebody's reading this book and they have a positive opinion of Gamergate, anything you want to say to them?
In what regards?
They think Gamergate was good, I guess, or like not a harassment campaign, or like whatever, or
My
yeah.
my my follow-up question is, well, what is good? Like, there's a lot of follow-up questions to me for that, honestly.
Yeah. What if somebody thinks Gamergate was bad? Do you have any thoughts for anything you want to say to them?
Um, I would probably have the same question as well, as to what happened there.
All right, fair enough. Anything else you want to talk about?
Nothing I can think of offhand. I mean, um, I haven't had a chance to really talk about Airplay 2, GamerGate, GJN in a long time. So this is, um, honestly, I like the fact that I'm able to, one, I mean, it was something I was thinking about talking about in a while, and I'm glad I was able to do that. And, if anyone else has any more questions for me or anything like that, um, my Twitter handle is at Aaron Pabon. Because like I said, I'm an open book with this kind of stuff. If people still have any questions about anything that I went through about this, I'm willing to answer this. I'm an open book about it. Um, because I know people probably still have questions about what happened, Airplay 2 and all that other stuff. And I really don't have any secrets about it. The only thing I'm being secretive about is um my friends and staff who worked on GGN. That's because, you know, they asked not to really put their names out there because of it. And I respect that. But that's about it.
Cool. Well, hey, thank you so much, Aaron. I'm glad you had a chance to talk about this again, and didn't just immediately leave once I started grilling you about the Airplay 2 shit a little bit. But
No,
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 it was a good conversation.
thank you. I'm posting in the chat the um part of the YouTube channel that has the streams. So if anyone wants to see my streams from Airplay 2, it's literally on the I had to look this up again. It's youtube.com/at GJN Game Journalism Network /streams. And I have on here the pre-Airplay live stream that's 7 minutes long, the noon stream that's 32 minutes long, the Airplay evacuation stream that's 26 minutes long, end of SPJ Airplays part 1 and 2, and that's 23 minutes to an hour and 4 minutes. So I have a lot of those. I also have a lot of stuff on here about different discussions with different people and different interviews. I even talk about Airplay 2 on here. So if any of you guys want to see that stuff and whatnot, it's still available. I never hid any of it. I never unlisted any of it. I felt, journalistically speaking, that would be an admission of both A, guilt, and B, anti-journalistic of me if I documented all of these and suddenly deleted it. So all of it's available to watch if anyone still wants to watch it and look at it or cite that as information in any way.
Yeah, I might check out the Christ Center Gamer one. Maybe I should interview her too.
Go ahead. That was I felt that was a very informative one on my end. I thought that was kind of cool because that was literally me, the editor in chief of Game Journalism Network, interviewing another editor in chief about a controversy that they were getting involved in. I thought that was a very interesting one off the bat. So
Well, hey, thanks again, Aaron. You have a wonderful day. This went really long.
thank you. You
Sorry,
too.
but it was.
Yeah.
I'm glad we did though. It was good.
Yeah. No. I'm glad too. Like I said, I haven't had a chance to talk about this in a while. I'm kind of glad I did. It's 10 years later, finally got to say or answer more about it in a different light. So good to know.
Cool.
Good to
Awesome.
do.